I like what the Lions did. I like this draft from Brad Holmes.
I do too. It was... I don't want to sit there and say it was excellent. We don't know if it's excellent. We don't know if it's bad. We won't know any of these until we get a chance to see. We're still trying to figure out if 25, like what's the quality of that draft? I think it's one of those drafts where you're just looking at it going, it's not sexy, but it filled a lot of needs. And I think it's going to prove to be a draft where a lot of these guys have a lot of playing time and production, and it continues to go up throughout the course of their careers.
They typically don't draft for need, and it just happened to work out this way, is what Brad Holmes said.
Right.
Exactly. When you get to this point, you're not in your first or second or third year. You're not at the rebuild start. You're closer to contention and a title. You only have a few things that you need. And if you can get them in the draft, that's awesome. Offensive line, defensive line, and 5 of the picks coming on the defensive side of the ball. Just first blush, you feel good about that. Now, I can't speak to how all their careers are going to play out, but I liked the direction they went in. This is an easy draft to follow along and root for. The word I would use to describe this draft is identity. They kind of lost their identity in 2025. The whole grit and moving people and imposing their will. They had to get back to the trenches. The first pick's the offensive line. It feels like this offseason has been about getting that identity back on the offensive line, getting back the ability to maul people, move people, impose their will, and dominate the line of scrimmage. And then the rest of the way, essentially, it was defense, including, John, big headline, an edge player, someone who will impact the quarterback that they used a meaningful pick on. So, yeah, it's easy to look at that draft and say, I like what they did.
I am not going to disagree with that at all.
Now, they took a couple Wolverines, so I know you're pumped.
Yeah, and I'm pumped because some that we had talked about. Now, we didn't bring up Derek Moore. He was mocked in a couple of mocks to the Lions, and I said, hey, this will be great. I think it's nice to see that since 2022, they have taken an edge in the first 2 rounds. Mm-hmm. And now all of a sudden we're looking at it going, well, no one's going to look at Derek Moore and go, that is Cam Jordan this year. Okay, he's not. He's going to be a quality defender that is going to hopefully improve throughout the course of the year, and in years 2 and 3 be much better. That's why he's a second-round pick versus a first-round pick. Mm-hmm. Jimmy Rolder is a guy that I brought up, especially, and it was more because of the need for depth at the linebacker position. Now, I know that you see depth charts, and all of a sudden, hey, they slot these guys in. They got them behind Rodrigo. I think there's a chance that he could compete for a starting spot, unless they add a proven linebacker, or maybe somebody that's not on a roster right now. I don't think they make any substantial trades, but I think he could be competing for a starting job next to Jack Campbell. I think this was high quality, and from what we're hearing, it's okay. I'm not going to sit there and say Dan Campbell type guys. It looks like high character guys. I think it was a sterling draft.
The first 2 picks are guys that have played a lot of football. I think there's something to be said for that, too, that they want guys who they feel a certainty with, especially given what's on the line and what's at stake, and that these guys need to be plug-and-play contributors. So everybody knows Blake Miller. We highlighted it on Friday, 54 career starts. Derek Moore played a lot of football at Michigan and was incredibly productive. You look at 10 sacks his last year, but he was a guy that was 6 TFLs his sophomore, junior, and then 10 in his senior year. Played a lot of football. He had a sack in their college football playoff matchup with Alabama in that game that went to overtime, the semifinal game. Right. He has a track record, right? So I think they feel better about leaning on these guys to contribute because they saw them play a lot of football.
Yeah, especially those guys. Now, when you start talking about Jimmy Rolder,
only a year really of
only a
starting.
year, but could have been a lot more. Now, here's the question about Jimmy Rolder, and I brought it up: is he only has 1 year because there was always a reason prior to that where he was hurt. Mm-hmm. Now, what does that injury status mean moving forward? We'll find out.
I think their thought is we're going to give him with upside because of it.
Oh yeah, there's no question. There's a large upside with Jimmy Roller, but there's always a risk, right? If you have a guy that was hurt for 3 or 4 years of college football and had 1 year of production, well, why was he hurt? What's going on? Now, what you do have is you have guys that, okay, here's what I have to do to make sure that I'm not hurt. Here's what I have to do when I have aches and pains. They learn those things, and hopefully they find ways to manage those or prevent those and be on the field more.
What was your favorite pick that the Lions made?
Oh, I'm between Blake Miller and Jimmy Roller. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm a big fan of Jimmy Roller. I said it the last couple of weeks.
I texted you because that's a name that you had brought up like just a dozen times leading up to the draft.
And so obviously when I'm around the players at Michigan, he's a great kid. He really is. He's got a high football IQ. And when you miss a lot of time, the risk is, hey, you're just there working out, you're in the rehab, but you don't pay attention to what's going on. That's not him. He is a guy who played in similar systems, but with different coordinators, different voices, and picked everything up, was able to be productive when he finally found a chance to get on the field. And I mentioned it at the beginning of last year. In that locker room or that linebacker room last year, mm-hmm. I thought there were a number of NFL caliber talents. Now, Ernie Hausman, I don't think he got drafted, did he? No, I don't think he got drafted. And I'm not even sure he got signed as an undrafted free agent, but some issues going on there. He's an NFL talent. We saw Jayshawn Barham get drafted. Cole Sullivan, who transferred to Oklahoma, will eventually be probably a second or third round linebacker pick. And then you got Jimmy Roller. I thought there were 4 guys in that room that were going to be playing on Sundays. And we'll see if Ernie Hausman can work his way back into the good graces of the football gods, but I think he eventually will.
Twitch comment, the second round and fourth rounds were a little surprising. I didn't hate them, but they both seemed to be reaches to me. So he's talking about Moore and Roller.
So the reason that, at least it's being reported, that they traded up to get Derek Moore was because Baltimore picked the pick after their trade. They wanted to jump because they felt that Baltimore was going to take Derek Moore.
Yeah, and explain the connection, obviously.
Yeah, Jesse Mentors knew the new head coach. He was a DC. He knows extremely well what Derek Moore can do.
They said this was their top guy. They didn't think their top guy would make it one more pick.
Yep.
They burned all of a fourth rounder, which was an extra fourth rounder.
Right.
The trade they made for a receiver on day 3, they burned the extra 6th rounder.
Right.
Like, guys, they weren't going to play 9 rookies this season. So the idea that they burned extra picks on day 3 to go up and target specific guys they liked, I'm never going to fault a team for that.
Right. And if you're looking at that extra 6 that they did not have anymore, what's that guy going to fill out the practice squad?
Right.
And hopefully maybe by the end of the year, if somebody gets hurt, he can come in and, if it's a wide receiver, catch one ball,
right,
or just fill a role. No, you could fill the practice squad out with a lot of different guys. They're going to be cut around the league, but you want to try and get as many productive players as possible, and they did that.
The other pick we haven't highlighted, it might be my favorite pick, Keith Abney II, corner out of Arizona State, 3rd round grade on a lot of these consensus boards. They get him in the 5th, smaller corner, which is why I think he fell, but ball skills, physicality, playing the run, a Meek Robertson-like. I like getting a guy in the 5th round.
That nickel position.
Certainly helps there.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. We'll take some of your feedback on Brad Holmes' draft. You got one word to describe it. I said identity. It's 97.1.
Hey, when you leave the house, whether it's for work or vacation or just to catch a game, you shouldn't be worrying if someone is trying to break in. Guardian Alarm protects your home from break-ins, fires, and emergencies with smart cameras and real professionals monitoring 24/7. They've been protecting Michigan families since 1930. That's nearly a century of doing it the right way. If you want real protection, don't do it yourself. Gotta call Guardian Alarm. Call 1-800-STAY-OUT for a free quote. That's 1-800-STAY-OUT.
And Fuego, 5 straight games with a homer for Torque, ties a franchise record. He had one yesterday in their win against the Reds. Good morning, Jim Costa, John Jansen. Got Gov and Greg behind the glass. The word to describe the Lions draft, I said identity, trying to restore that identity by going to the trenches and getting those kind of football players. They lost their edge a year ago, clearly wanted to get back to it.
Yeah.
Do you have a word?
Solid. I think it's a solid draft, and it's one where you're looking at, okay, not a lot of sex appeal in this draft. It's
You're
just
saying
not.
offensive tackles can't be sexy, John?
Hey. It depends on whatever fetish you might have.
Okay,
but yeah, we could be certainly sexy, but it's in terms of the positions, and I don't even know, like, if you take an edge in the second round, like, it's not necessarily a sexy pick, but it could end up being with the edge opposite Hutch. And we all know Hutch is going to get all the attention. Can Derek Moore win some one-on-one battles? I think he can. I think it's a solid pick. Jimmy Rolder, Abney the second. Like you mentioned it, he was at 3rd-round grade. They get him in the 5th.
And I think it's because he's undersized, but I look at like Amik, these tough, physical corners.
Well, now it's up to Calvin Shepard. Okay, what positions are you going to put him in? Okay, he's a little undersized. You put him in a nickel position. I wouldn't want him to be a bump-and-run corner. He just doesn't have that, but if you're going to play a little bit more zone, how can you best utilize his talents? And I think there's some upside there.
Let's get to the phones. Craig in Chesterfield. Craig, good morning.
Good.
That we had on the offseason board. We didn't waste a pick getting a tight end or a running back or anything crazy like that. ESPN shows every team what they need, and I think we checked off every box.
It's
fulfilled.
Interesting that you said we didn't pick a running back because there was a lot of mocks. If you look at the 7th-round mocks, and they had us taking a running back at some point. But with Pacheco, obviously Gibbs, I didn't feel like they needed one either, and I'm glad they didn't waste a pick on somebody that's just that really had no chance of making the roster.
No, I think the wide receiver from Kentucky, he might swing in a little bit as a running back. I saw him line up at Wildcat every once in a while. But I was very happy with it.
Yeah, he's probably a guy that will be a special teamer and has some gadget like, hey, throw him the ball in space, get him in some open areas. And again, it's a day 3 pick.
Yeah.
I think everybody's got a role. Text says, my word would be satisfied. They addressed every need. Everyone saw the clear and obvious needs, and they did it with players that fit our mold. Mm-hmm. Satisfying is a good word. My word would be faith. My faith in Brad Holmes has been restored a little after the draft. Not completely, but I am happy with what they did. Text says, I've seen a couple articles that Keith Abney, corner from ASU, might be the steal of the draft at his position. And then a couple texts that go with the Michigan picks. It says, I can't find an honest report because all the reports are from Michigan fans glazing them. Can we get some honest feedback? And Jimmy Rolder is a garbage pick. Take the maize glasses off, John.
It's not a garbage pick. There's some risk involved, but when you look, he was the most reliable and best linebacker that Michigan had last year. And just look at the Michigan State game. And I know they're not going to get against a prolific offense, but he's a sideline to sideline type of linebacker. He's downhill. I think he's going to be a really good fit if he can stay healthy. That's the biggest knock on him.
Tom, you had one maybe minor gripe with the draft.
Oh, I don't even know if it's a. I'm asking the question: did they mess up not taking a safety? It's not a gripe, but it's more of just a question.
Okay,
right.
It must be it's telling to a degree that Joseph's going to be ready to play.
Yeah.
I mean, Branch isn't for. He'll probably start on the pup.
I don't know about Brian Branch, and not taking a safety kind of leads me to believe that, to your point, Kirby Joseph will at least be a part of the equation, a larger part than maybe we thought with all of the reports coming out that maybe it's a degenerative knee issue, all this stuff. But I went back. Now I know this is a little bit apples to oranges because this was 20 plus years ago when I did my Achilles, and I was 28. Brian Branch is 24. And I kept thinking to myself, I'm like, okay, when could I have come back? Now, the IR rules were different. As soon as it happened in the Hall of Fame game, they put me on IR. I was done for the rest of the year. I was pushing sleds, and I actually thought if they had made the playoffs that I could have played an NFL game in December or early January. He's 4 years younger. The difference being his position. Now, I was back for minicamp with no restrictions. And that to me was April. So that was 9 months. And I was back to basically full speed. Now,
when did he have his Achilles injury?
December.
Okay.
And so August is 9 months.
Okay.
So I think there is a chance. Maybe he starts on the PUP, which means he was out the first 4 games. There is a chance that he could be playing week 1 of the NFL season.
It's just like the position has been such an unknown all offseason. And it remains that way until we get to camp. And they must be a little more comfortable than we are from afar. They have more intel than we do. But you also have free agency. I would expect to see them acquire a tweener backup guy that can plug and play.
Yeah, because my concern isn't that Kirby Joseph would play week 1. My concern is that Kirby Joseph is going to be playing in December and January.
Right.
Right.
How do they manage it throughout the course of the year?
Yeah.
And obviously the management starts in training camp so that he's available week 1. But 17 weeks, we know it's a grueling season. What does that look like in December and January and hopefully into February? Brian Branch, it's the same thing. Like I mentioned, I'm trying to compare him to my injury, but he's 4 years younger, so that's a positive for him. But he is at a much more, let's just say, explosive, quick twitch position, obviously, than an offensive lineman. How does that affect him? I have no idea.
Mm-hmm. I mean, in theory, it's more like an NBA player dealing with the injury, just because of the start and stop and the suddenness and the
and
athleticism.
jumping and all those things.
So, it's, again, the way Branch plays is not shy. He's not bashful. I mean, he is explosive. It's on a dime. It's breaking on the football. So, like someone like Jason Tatum would be a better comparison,
right?
Who came back, but will even tell you right now, he said I'm not 100%.
Right, and Branch may not be 100% throughout the course of the year. Like I was better, obviously, a year post than I was the year I came back.
I don't want him to return until he is 100%. That's why I brought up the pup. I'm thinking long game because of what.
No, what I'm saying is 100%. Not he'll be healthy and ready to go. But the further removed you are from the injury, and we talk about like ACL, say the first year back is, okay, yeah, he's 100%, but he's not what he was in terms of performance pre-injury.
I want them to handle him precautiously because I want him there in November and December. Yeah. When you just said, Jim, about the unknown with Joseph being there, or John, you said it.
If both those guys are limping late in the year,
I'm more concerned about Kirby Joseph's knee than I am about the Achilles for Brian Branch.
Okay. You're saying specifically by the end of the season.
Oh, sure. I don't think if they say, yeah, doctor says you're good to go, it's a matter of strength and explosion versus a chance of re-injuring.
Nathaniel, you're next. You're on 97.1.
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Good.
What's up?
So, 2 things. One, I want to get what you guys think on choosing the wide receiver, my opinion is I think he was chosen mainly as a punt returner. That's just what he did in college, and he seemed to be okay with it. I don't know what else his value would be on the Detroit Lions. I mean, our wide receiver room is pretty deep. And then two, I'm not going to say where, but I work at Chipotle, and Kirby Joseph comes in all the time, and I serve him. And, you know, if you looked at him and you saw him, he looks great. He's walking. There's no limp. It doesn't look like he's ill at all.
Hey, that Chipotle order, it's ready to go.
What's he get?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, what's the order?
Typically brown rice and all the meat.
Yeah.
Sounds right. Got to get those fajita vegetables too, by the way. Those are great.
No.
From Khalil Mack's limo driver to Kirby Joseph's Chipotle server.
I gave John the biggest grin. We're getting the diagnosis, not from a doctor or a medical
From
professional.
walking into to get some lunch.
But from
At
the
least
guy
he's
who
not
knows his
limping,
order.
Okay. All right. That's okay. Thank you.
So when he's making his way from the rice station to the queso, there's no noticeable limp.
Right. So let's just talk about Kendrick Law for just a moment, the wide receiver. Did we not? Well, I think we discussed this off air on Friday, but when you're talking about a receiver, who's he replacing? Khalif Raymond.
Yes.
So if he is the returner, he's a younger version, and I don't know what his return capabilities will be at the NFL level. We'll find out. Brad Holmes obviously thinks it's going to be serviceable to begin with, but how did they use Khalif Raymond? They used him as sometimes a third when guys were dinged up, a fourth option at receiver, and the three options at receiver right now are J-Mo, Tisla, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. So he fits the mold of you lose one, you replace it with a younger, maybe better version.
Have you noticed what they did here with the draft and free agency? So they signed Band-Aid one-year players and then drafted players at the same position so that they have the ability to address the need in the short term and hopefully more long-term with the guys they drafted. So Borum is a Band-Aid. You take Blake Miller. DJ Wonham comes in and can play. Ideally, it's Derek Moore, but you hit it with both to address the need. The punt returner spot, Greg Dortch is here, at least temporarily, to be that Khalif Raymond. But maybe it's Kendrick Law. Again, hitting it from both sides so that you address the position of need and don't get left with your pants down. Because that's what happened to them last year is they got lost.
Well, and you think about, okay, taking that into account, the one-year Band-Aid, hey, you got some veteran experience. Now the offensive line, you're looking at it going, all right, Sewell and Miller at tackles, Mahogany and Ratledge at guards, Cade Mays at center. Sounds pretty good. Larry Borum, swing tackle. You've got some depth there. Ben Barch, Juice Scruggs. You got some depth on the interior. Miles Frazier. Like you were able to solidify not just the starting five and improve that, but now through free agency, when you see more of the picture being painted, now you also have depth.
Yeah, I realize I made some drops in there too. I'm sorry, guys. 248-539-9797. We'll take your phone calls. I mentioned we talk Pistons. It's not only the good from the weekend, but the bad as well. Your phone calls on the Lions. We'll mix in the Pistons. And we got to mix in a little bit of Brad Holmes' audio because the way he came out after their second pick was hilarious. It's 97-1.
Hey, in my career, I've learned that the best results come from having the right team in your corner. That's exactly why I love First Merchants Bank. They've been my bank for a number of years now because they do something a lot of big banks have forgotten about. They take the time to actually get to know you. They've done it with me, and whether I'm looking for a long-term growth or just need a sounding board for a big financial decision, they provide the kind of sound advice and tailored solutions that actually work for my life. And in fact, every time I walk in there, hey, have you thought about this? Here's another product we might have that could help you out. They're always providing those. And with First Merchants, I never feel like I'm just another account number. I know I'm in control, and they give me the tools and confidence to know I'm making the right choices for myself and for my family's future. It's about peace of mind, knowing your bank is as invested in your success as you are. If you want to feel that same confidence in your financial journey, all you got to do is visit firstmerchants.com to learn how they can help support you and your family as well. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Yeah, just as the Pistons had roared back, Cade Cunningham with a big fourth quarter, the Magic ice things out, go up 2-1. Talking the good and the bad from the weekend. The good, the Lions draft. The bad, we'll start getting into the Pistons here in a second. Overreact Jim's at 7:02. Couple quick notes on the Lions draft before we move on. Brad Holmes at the podium on Friday night was hilarious. They take an edge. He comes up with this big old grin on his face. And then this exchange with Dave Burkett was funny. You get off my ass now. I took an edge. John, if anything, this proves bullying your local GM works. Eventually, he made a top 100 pick at the edge spot, first time in 3 years.
Yeah. I mean, that's so who do you want next? Let's start now for next year.
When we have him on next, we have to say, I can't believe you folded. I can't believe we got to you.
Yes.
Back to the phones. Frank, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
So, question. I got my call in right as you were talking about the safety situation, so I don't know if I missed anything.
You're good.
But
do you have a Chipotle a scouting report for us?
Unfortunately, I don't know. I just thought it was strange that they didn't take a safety, especially there were some decent quality ones that went in later rounds, fourth, fifth round. Did you guys? I mean, what do you infer from that? Like, do you think that they're happy with what they have? Do you think there's maybe a chance that like Sione Vaki comes possibly up into the fold and plays into that, or what are your thoughts?
I think the reports that they're getting, to me, it was kind of a sign either there just wasn't a guy in their evaluation that they thought was maybe better than an upgrade from Avonte Maddox, or
Thomas
like some of some of the backups, and that the reports they're getting from the doctors about Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch are all positives, and they're going to be a large part through 17 games. I don't know if it's week 1, if it's week 3, but that tandem will be there, and they wanted to spread that draft capital somewhere else.
I gotcha. Yeah, I'm thinking that Kirby should be ready to go week 1. Obviously, Branch is just going to be a matter of when, but with Kirby, I have this sneaky feeling, and it's just like pit of my stomach that tells me that he's in like a Todd Gurley type situation where that knee might just not be very good going forward.
I'm concerned the same way you are, Frank. I am.
It might be a year or two left of production we get out of him, and that's it. You know?
Yeah, and I think most of the guaranteed money's gone by then. So, I mean, I just, in terms of what I took out of it, not a lot, to be honest. Like, I don't feel like this is some
big miss.
Well, I also don't feel like they have certainty at the safety. I think it's as simple as this. You only have so many picks. You go tackle an edge, and now we're on to day 3. So they liked day 3 players. I don't think you can get too caught up in forcing something. There's only so many rosterable players. You take who you think is rosterable, and if they didn't like the safeties, that doesn't tell me that Joseph and Branch are A-OK for the season.
But I think if you're looking at bigger needs than safety, where were they? Linebacker and corner. That's exactly when they went in the 4th and 5th round. And then after that, it's, I mean, I'm not, okay, returner.
Right. Yeah. Look, and it sounds like they were running the 3-cone drill in the Chipotle parking lot and everything's fine. So
yeah.
I don't think
you got to, hey, you better ever been in those Chipotle parking lots. Sometimes you got to dodge a couple of cars.
His agility is A-OK.
Yeah. According
to our medical expertise on the phones this morning. All right, the expertise now on this NBA series with the Pistons. So when the Pistons lost game 1, we did bad game or bad sign. Yeah. And I said bad sign, but I wasn't willing to concede the series. Mm-hmm. John, at 3:55 on Saturday for the very first time, I'm worried they're losing this series.
I am too. Now, obviously, if they win game 4 and they come back 2-2, do we think they can win 3 in a row against this team? They haven't shown they can. There's nothing when you look at games 1 and game 3, even game 2, like, was that a sustainable effort?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the truth. Outside of that 8-minute stretch in the third quarter of game 2, this team's been outplayed. So, look, take the regular season out of it and the 1 seed and throw it aside. Who's been the better team through 3 games? It's Orlando. Mm-hmm. Detroit's problems are real.
Well, and if you divide it into quarters, right? You got 12 quarters. You mentioned that third quarter in game 2. How many quarters do you think that they've been the better team?
I think they've won 2 or 3 of the 12 quarters.
Okay, so they're,
there's a couple
3
ties
and 9
in there.
in quarters.
And
Now,
then-
obviously, that record means nothing, but it goes to the point of they've been outplayed for the vast majority of this series.
Well, then break down why have they been outplayed. So the Magic have a bunch of options in the half court, right? Franz Wagner's healthy. Boncaro had a damn near triple-double. Bain had a big game in Game 3 shooting at home. They've got more options in the half court. When Detroit has the ball, it's Cade dribbling, and he had a lot of turnovers. They're asking him to do a lot because Duren is limited. Asar, as great a defensive player as he is not an offensive player. They don't have enough spacing.
Yeah.
It's the lack of a Robin. It's the lack of shooting. It's all coming to a head now in the playoffs. So you ask me who's been the better team. It's Orlando. Who's going to win the series? Well, Orlando's up 2-1 with home court. You ask me, is Orlando going to win the series? For the very first time, John, I think it's possible. I think it's a very real possibility. Their Pistons are going to lose the series.
It's so frustrating. And what's even more frustrating is it like Jalen Duren has been nowhere to be found.
Mm-hmm.
I know you get 23 from Tobias Harris, but through 3 games, are you getting enough from him? And I mean, I'll be honest with you. I think Asar Thompson, his best all-around game was probably Saturday. And it's a wasted effort because I don't think you got enough from Cade in the first 3 quarters. At all. I think he is the guy he's the superstar on this team. Mm-hmm. And you can't go 3 quarters with playing his, I'm going to let the game come to me type of pace.
Well, the streaming broadcast said he's playing too lackadaisical. And it's a fine line between being cool, calm, collected, and in control versus lackadaisical. Because when the turnovers bump up, when the jump shots aren't falling, it looks lackadaisical.
Right, and you can't have a 1-to-1 ratio assist to turnover.
Nope.
That's what it was, 9-9.
Yeah. Look, and for all the good, I mean, he nearly brought them back into that game. I mean, he went incredibly hot in the fourth quarter.
Right, but you need in the playoffs, you can't have the first 3 quarters that he had.
You're not going to win a 7-game series asking Cade to be flawless, perfect, carry us for 4 wins for 4 quarters each game. Like, it's just not going to work.
No, and that's the frustrating thing. And it's just been 3 games, and you got one more down in Orlando. And did you come out of that game confident that, okay, well, maybe in the fourth quarter they found something? Can that momentum carry over to game 4? And they could start where they finished? Like, obviously, they didn't win, but they played a much better fourth quarter. Well, then you think, okay, well, in game 2, they had a lot of momentum coming out of that, but it didn't carry over to game 3.
Yeah, they're clearly not out of it because if you win game 4, you even things up and you have home court and you come back home and all this good stuff. But the confidence that they're going to win game 4, it's not there.
Right.
The confidence that all of these things that are hurting them are going to vanish and out of thin air and they're going to be the team we saw win 60 games. It's very obvious that 60 wins in the regular season doesn't mean jack now that they're in the playoffs.
No.
So as a Pistons fan, are you maybe you think it's over, but finally contemplating that this series might go Orlando's way?
Or at a minimum, it's going 7 games.
Yeah.
And at least that 7th game is in Detroit. That's the beauty of being the number 1 seed.
Game 1 set a tone that this wasn't going to be a gimme. And I think game 3 says this team's in trouble.
Mm-hmm. Big trouble.
248, 539, 97, 97. More exaggerated overreact gyms at 702, but trying to keep this level-headed. They dropped game 3. We are only 3 games in, but you're not seeing what you need to see. It's 97-1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, the Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. And I've seen the Ram side by side with the competition. I've driven a Ram, and the Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. For power, not much of a competition. You could choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And for the competition, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? Full-size pickup and 4-cylinder engine should not be in the same sentence. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, so we're creating our own jobs. And for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram has a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a ride is in the Ram. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. It's simple. All you got to do is pull into your Ram dealer today, and when you walk through the door, tell them I sent you.
Magic have been the better team. They're up 2-1. Good morning. Talking Pistons. John, I do have some good news. The series could flip, if not tonight with a win, on Wednesday. Because on Wednesday, Angel restarts playing games in the WNBA. So Duren will be freed from this. He'll be back to playing like the All-Star, and all will be right with the world.
I hate you. But there's something going on. I just can't imagine that this plays any factor in it.
You don't think the fact that she's dating Wendell Carter?
No, I don't.
And she's Duren's ex? It's in his head. John, I would rather that be the case, because the alternative is we're watching this dude disintegrate in real time. We're watching him hemorrhage millions of dollars with every possession.
Yeah, I mean, it's. We talked about it last week. Is he a max player? And I don't think there's any debate anymore, because yet during the regular season, hey, he was great. What are you going to do in the postseason? And he is clearly average at best in 3 games of the postseason.
You don't think I'm going to get in a fight with a caller who calls me a clown for suggesting it today? By the way, he's shooting 41% in this series.
From 3 feet away.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't shoot threes. He sits under the hoop and he's shooting 41%. He hasn't had a double-double in any of the games in this series.
No.
He hasn't had double-digit rebounds in any of the games in this series. Reminder, he lives in the lane.
Right.
So, I don't know. I don't know that that's going to change. I make the Angel Reese joke because something's got to change. Text coming in. We have no real scorers. Holland was a miss at number 5 in the draft 2 years ago. Dave in Royal Oak.
Yeah, he didn't play on Saturday. I wouldn't necessarily say he's a miss, but I don't know that you're getting what you need out of him.
Series is all on JB. There's a reason he has a bad playoff record as a coach. How bad? 10-21 in the postseason. That's not a typo.
No, I mean, we had talked about obviously 9-19 going into this postseason. We discussed that, and I downplayed it a little bit because we talk about the players throughout the course of the season from year to year. You are allowed to get better. And coaches are allowed to learn from early exits or how did you lose that series. I don't know that this is all on him.
Well,
in fact, I know it's not all on him.
It's not all on him, but what can he do? Like the third quarter, he noticeably played more Paul Reed, and Paul Reed was better than Duren. I mean, the answer might be a really tough benching of your all-star down the stretch of a big game here. I know you'd be waving a white flag, and that sends reverberations bigger than one game, but if this is the way Duren's playing, I need less of him, and I need more of Stu and B-Ball Paul.
Yeah.
And feelings be damned. And by the way, if they lose to an 8 seed, whether it's all on JB or not, he's going to take the heat for it. You can't lose to an 8 seed.
They're not really an 8 seed, though.
I don't care. I mean, we get this text that
one.
says, no, and look, it's a fair point. They're not a typical 8 seed. At the same time, you're the 1 seed. Now, if the takeaway is the Pistons don't deserve to be the 1 seed, okay.
Don't wins and losses matter in the regular season to determine who the 1 seed is?
Exactly. Is it me, or is Duren getting shorter with each game? He's going to be listed at 6'6" before the series is through. He needs to find a way to put a stamp on the series. That's from Brian.
No, his height is what it is. I mean, he's feeling smaller and smaller, though.
The way Orlando's playing comparative to the rest of the teams in the playoffs, I think Orlando could give all of them a run. Well, maybe not everybody but Boston. Looks like Boston's done their thing.
Pump the brakes a little bit here. As bad as the Pistons played Saturday, they were leading by a point with 2:52 to go. Okay? That's maybe where I have a little bit of optimism is, look, we talked about it last week. They have got to grind these games out. Mm-hmm. Orlando getting to 113 is not the way they're going to win.
Nope.
They're going to have to play suffocating defense the rest of the series. And if I were them, it would be all about defense and trying to get transition points out of that. But I'm talking about a stalemate. I would grind the shot clock on offense. That's the only way they're going to do it. Games in the 90s.
Yeah. This text just says, great take on Torque last week, boys.
We woke them up.
We're taking credit for it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're welcome.
We'll provide these services to any and everybody. Like Brad Holmes. Collectively, the media pressured him to take an edge, and the media fixed Spencer Torkelson. You're welcome. 5 straight games with a homer for Torque. It's ridiculous.
It's remarkable how he has responded. There's no question about it.
Yeah, it says a lot, and it's important. It's a good note. Marcus in East Point, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
Good. What are you thinking?
I haven't talked to you guys in a while, but you guys are probably my favorite of everybody on this show. But today, you guys are really frustrating. You're giving the Pistons a hard time for being a 1 seed and losing to the 8th seed. I don't know if they're going to lose the series, but if they do, I wouldn't be surprised. Pistons are literally playing with 3 bench players as starters. Thompson, Duncan Robinson, and Tobias Harris are not starting NBA players. Not even Tobias anymore. If Halliburton and Tatum aren't hurt, Boston's probably the 1 seed, and Indiana's probably competing to be in the playoffs or higher anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see how we're giving them such a hard time for overachieving. I mean, the issue is, can we get some players to spread the floor? Because Thompson and Holland, who they drafted in the 5th spot, aren't going to give them any offense ever. They're just not those type of players. So Duren is getting killed because Orlando is packing in the box. Cade can't drive to the hole, so he has to kind of get downhill and shoot jump shots from the free throw line. It's just I don't want to call it a flawedly built team because I don't think that this is the finished product. I don't think it's the finished product. I mean, 2 years ago they lost almost 30 games in a row. They're just being built. I think we need to
right. But in terms of this roster, this is who they're going to war with for this postseason. So you, from that standpoint, could say, and we're tight for time here, Marcus. So I'd give you a little more here. You could say this year's roster is flawed.
Yeah. Well, there's no question. We knew that going in.
And we did, and I thought it would get them bitten in the 2nd or the 3rd round.
Right.
I didn't think it'd get them eliminated in the 1st round. But now it's for the very first time on Saturday, I considered that a real possibility.
Yeah, and they're not eliminated yet.
No.
They are at risk of that, and we talked about, hey, Game 2 was a must-win. This is now a must-win. Game 4.
All right, we got Overreact Jim's coming up next, 97.1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Doors. If the Pistons hope to avoid falling behind 3-1 in the series tonight, they will have to finally get a good game from Jalen Duren. After averaging nearly 20 points and 11 rebounds per game in the regular season and being named an All-Star for the first time, Duren has struggled mightily in the postseason. He's averaging just 9 points and 8 rebounds in the playoffs. Duren had 9 points and 8 boards or less in a game just 6 times in the regular season. The Pistons lost 4 of those games. Detroit was 25-5 in the regular season when Duren met his season averages of 19-10. They will need him tonight because if the Pistons fall behind 3-1, their chances of coming back fall off a cliff. Higher-seeded teams have come back from a 3-1 deficit just 6 times in 65 tries since 1984. One of those teams to do it were the 2003 Pistons against none other than the Orlando Magic. Tip-off tonight at 8 o'clock over on WWJ News Radio 950. Here on 97.1 tonight, we'll have Tiger Baseball as they are down in Atlanta for a 3-game series. Spencer Torkelson can set the franchise record for consecutive games with a home run tonight. He's already tied the record with a homer in 5 straight games. Torque's OPS has skyrocketed from a measly 566 up to 836 in that span. First pitch tonight from Truist Stadium is at 7:15. Our pregame coverage will start at 6:50 here on 97.1. At the Carl Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's do this. We've got some of the draft, some of the NHL and NBA playoffs, including the Pistons, and some thoughts on our Tigers. It's the Overreact Gyms. You want to swap? Why you start there, Greg? Yeah, I do. I want to swap Jack Flaherty to the bullpen. He will end the year in the bullpen. He's struggling. ERA north of 5. His whip is approaching 2. He's really only a 3-pitch guy, and his third time through the order numbers are atrocious. Opponents are hitting 300 with 1,000 OPS. The Tigers have Skubal, Valdez, Mize, Montero, and eventually JV or Melton to round out this rotation. Flaherty to the bullpen.
It's not an overreaction, but I need to see what JV looks like when he comes back. We kind of always thought that he would be the guy at the end of the year. If he's on the postseason roster, that would be in the bullpen. Maybe he's not. Maybe the hip thing sorts itself out. He finds a rhythm. And Melton, I think, is the one where when he's able to come back, if he can be in that starting rotation and you get enough out of him, then yeah, Flaherty moves. He's just been so inconsistent.
All right, so I think this is an overreaction. They're paying him a lot of money. I don't think they would actually send him to the bullpen. I think they would DFA him if this continues, consistently. Don't forget he had a nice start in Minnesota a few weeks ago and he got 0 run support. He's eating innings right now, and I just think he's been a roller coaster his entire career, and he's kind of it's just been a little bit god-awful lately. I mean, my problem with this is when I see him as the starter, I feel like they're going to lose. That's just kind of my gut feeling, but I just don't think they'll ever move him to the bullpen.
You got a smile out of me. I have a friend who has a partial Tiger ticket package, and he hates when he gets a Flaherty game.
Yeah.
He went to Cincy this weekend, and the game he had, the Flaherty game.
Oh, my. That's like seeing Western in the Final Four.
We're both trying to pull and tug at it. Riley Green will finish top 10 in AL MVP voting. He got votes 2 years ago, and that was as a 5-WAR player. His approach is even better than that. Strikeouts are down, walks are up, he's getting his pitches, and he's doing damage. Multi-hits in 5 of the last 7 games. This will be a career year recognized with top 10 MVP votes.
I think this might be a little bit of an overreaction. What's he going to be over 162? Started off not in anywhere near a conversation for MVP votes. And in the last 2 weeks, I mean, his average is up above 300. His OPS is obviously up. Things are trending in the right direction, and he is now a threat in the lineup. But I need to see it over a longer period of time. I need to see more consistency.
This is not an overreaction to me. I mean, you're only asking top 10. It's not like...
Well, he's not going to win it because McGonigal will.
Oh, right. Now, he's going to be competing with McGonigal for votes from the same team. That could hurt them both. All right, pump the brakes here.
330 after 100 at-bats?
Right.
2-WAR player, highest of any position player in the American League.
I think Riley Green is here to stay. He'll slump like anybody. He'll probably go through a little bit of strikeout stretch again just because that's what baseball is. It's a gauntlet, the season. I'll point this out, too. They've played a super heavy National League schedule, and they play the Braves, the best team in baseball this week. But I really feel like this team's ready to take off, and if they take off, he'll start to get more attention and get votes.
Activate the D. You knew this one was coming. The Pistons are going to lose the series to the Magic. Only 3 games, but when a series is tied 1-1, the Game 3 winner wins 75% of the time. And if you're saying, well, does that factor in 1 seeds? We got to drop that the Pistons were a 1 seed and leave that regular season crown in the regular season. It doesn't mean jack now. Who has been the better team? The Pistons' problems are real. The half-court offense is painful. Cade doesn't have enough help. Duran's being exposed / hemorrhaging millions. The Magic have options in their half-court offense. They've got multiple scorers, and the Pistons' defense, outside of a special 8 minutes in Game 2, hasn't been special.
No, and that's the biggest concern for me is this is a team through 82 games that played high-level defense. They played with high effort, and now everyone else is playing at that same level. They have not found another gear to go to. Orlando has. We've seen other teams ramp it up and they have that extra gear. I don't think this is an overreaction. And I'm not going to say that they're going to be eliminated, but they've been outplayed for a vast majority. And the Detroit Stars are just not showing up.
I think it's an overreaction for now. I need to see the game tonight. What's this team's backbone? Do they have one? Is there something that they can... They've got to grind the Magic to a pulp. It needs to be ugly, ugly basketball. They need to frustrate them. And I would even support some sort of physical altercation tonight to shift the series.
Oh.
And I wouldn't care if somebody got suspended for Game 5. Hey, you got to go down swinging, right?
Who's expendable? Who's okay to be out for a game?
Well, Holland didn't play.
Jalen Duren?
No.
Are we sure he's a positive? I'm with the Mafia. Jalen Duren should be traded this summer. You can't max Andre Drummond again. He's not a Robin. He can't get his own shot. He's at 41% shooting this series, and he only plays at the basket. He can't shoot. He can't post. He's nothing special on defense. The best path forward is using him in a bigger trade this summer.
I think this is a little bit of an overreaction. I'm not going to sit there and say he has to be traded. I don't think they max him. I think they give him a nice payday, and if it gets matched, there's the NBA is weird, right? Because if you lose him, you don't get a compensatory pick. You don't get those things. But if they're able to keep him and then go out and get that number 2 shooter, all of a sudden I do think it makes him more usable and more dependable in a situation like this.
I think it's an overreaction because I honestly, I don't know what the market is. I would definitely let him dangle and see what he gets offered. I'll tell you one thing I'm not doing is giving him 5 and 200. There is no way. I'm willing to lose him for nothing.
Do you believe? This past weekend was Brad Holmes' best draft since 2023. Break it down. This was an identity draft, restoring who you are. They lost their way in 2025, and they learned a hard lesson. You get back to the offensive line, you impose your will. You go defense with 5 of 7 picks. They even drafted an edge, John. I don't care about the trade-ups. You give up an extra 4th, an extra 6. Go get guys you like. And a couple pass rushing D tackles late feel like good gambles. This is best draft in 3 years.
I'm not going to disagree with that. I don't think it's an overreaction. Now, the jury is still out on last year's draft because you had a productive player in Tate Ratledge. Tyreek Williams, yeah, but do you get more from Blake Miller? Do you get more from Derek Moore? And then you start going down the list and say, yeah, I think Jimmy Rolder could actually be a starter this year. Is he contention with Malcolm Rodriguez? Do we think he's a starting NFL linebacker? Probably not. So I do think that this is not an overreaction for what this team needed and what they had in the last 2 drafts.
I don't think it's an overreaction either. I think the importance of tackle versus guard, so that's a win, Miller. I think the importance of an edge, Moore versus interior, Williams, is addressing needs, taking care of needs here. I do think though that what is Williams' development going to be in year 2? I'm open to him improving significantly, but I think the wild card in this is Tesla. If he really were to step his game up and perform and make the Lions' offense virtually impossible to defend, then it might swing it back to 2024. But I'm going to say it's not an overreaction for now.
The Lions fixed their offensive line. They now have a much younger group, average age 25. They've put real resources into it, right? Their number 1 free agent, their number 1 pick in the draft. You stabilize the middle. You got your bookend tackles. John, they fixed it.
I think they did. And this is certainly not an overreaction. It's not just what they did in the draft. It's what they did in free agency that now, hey, the picture seems a little bit clearer. Larry Borum. I know that Brad Holmes said, yeah, and he does have starting in his resume, but it was down in Miami. I don't want him as the starter. I want him as the next Dan Skipper, that extra offensive lineman, the swing tackle, developing some depth. And now all of a sudden, hey, there's great competition at that guard spot. Mahogany, Batch, Scruggs, Miles Frazier. You have depth in youth in those interior 3, and Blake Miller and Penei Sewell as your bookend tackles for the next 7 to 10 years. Yeah, thank you very much. Younger and more improved.
I think it's not an overreaction. I think they were maybe a 15th to 20th best offensive line in the league last year. That might be generous, probably more like 20th. And this will move them back to near top 10.
Right.
just when I say it's not an overreaction, I'm not expecting them to have the offensive line they had in 23 and 22.
No.
Because
Not this year.
But I think they have fixed it. It just won't look like that.
I agree.
The Cleveland Cavaliers will regret the James Harden trade. May already be regretting it. Back-to-back games with more turnovers than field goals made. A known playoff loser. It's round one. They're already seeing it. He will lose their series at some point and end their season at some point.
Well, I mean, just look at all the teams that have traded for him. Have they at some point regretted it sooner or later?
Yep.
Yeah. This is not an overreaction. I think they eventually will regret it as well.
Do you think they'll regret it if they get to the East Final?
That would be the furthest they've been.
Okay, so I think it's an overreaction for now to two teams winning 2 home games in a series of a 4 versus a 5. Look, he doesn't have the greatest track record, and I don't know why they would really regret it all that much. He's expected to opt out, and you gave up Garland at a second. They can
a younger player. You cashed out to go, the same as you've done the past few years? Do me. Got one more. The Buffalo Sabres are the best story in pro sports this year. 14-year playoff drought for a big-time hockey city. They saw stars like Eichel, Ryan O'Reilly, and Sam Reinhart all leave and win cups with 3 different teams. They fired their GM in December and have played 720 hockey since. They won the Atlantic. They're a win away from advancing in the playoffs, and only 3 teams have better cup odds than the Buffalo Sabres.
It's not an overreaction because I'm not sure what we're using as a time frame. No. How far back, how far in the future are we looking? It's not an overreaction right now. I do want to give you something that could be a better story. And it is the Sacramento Athletics. They're playing in a minor league field. They have no home.
Yeah.
Eventually they'll be in Vegas. But they're a team, last year everybody left them to die. And this year, they're against all odds. Currently, first in the West,
no kidding, they are
the AL West. And do they sit there and, in spite of everything going on, do they find a way to win? They're outperforming the Rangers, the Mariners, who obviously we know we got bumped by in the postseason last year. The Angels, who with Mike Trout is on fire, and the Houston Astros. So yeah, I think they could take over what Buffalo is.
I would say this is an overreaction now, and I'll get to the reason why here in a second. But just to point out, it's phenomenal what they've done, and to see them go from no playoffs to top seed and going into Boston and destroying them last night. I think the answer to this question was supposed to be the Pistons. And right now it's really hard to say that. If McGonagall wins MVP as a rookie, I don't know if anybody's ever even done that. That would be the greatest story. But I got to go with, you said story, so I'm going to twist your words here a little bit. I think the greatest story in sports right now is the Vrabel Rossini stuff.
I almost went that route too. It's hilarious.
Is it his kid? All right, those are your overreactions, 97.1.
Hey, I've now mowed the lawn a couple of times. It's off to a great start. The reason it's off to a great start is Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. You can get them on the phone at 888-GET-GREEN or find more information on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. And I say it's off to a great start. Here's why. You got to start early for great results. For greener grass and fewer weeds, early treatment is the key. And signs in the lawn, they've already been out. Great lawns don't happen by accident. You need the right timing and the right program. And I'm here to tell you, they've been working on my lawn for now 2 years at this house, but every single year for over 5 years, it's a beautiful green, weed-free lawn. That's exactly what you need, and it never thins. Right now, get green, stay green, save some green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month for the early bird discount, and for a limited time, purchase a full lawn program. You're going to get free grip control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1. That number again, 888-GET-GREEN, or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com.
Oh, we got a couple baseball historians on the text this morning. We brought up the possibility that McGonigal, hot start. What if he won the MVP? It's an overreact, Jims. It's early. Fred Lynn in 1975 won Rookie of the Year and MVP. There you go.
Ichiro
as well, right?
Fred Lynn played for the Tigers late in his career. And he also hit a grand slam in an all-star game.
Was that the original Linsanity?
Yeah.
What did you take out of the Tiger weekend? We'll get back to the draft at 7:35.
McGonigal's a stud. He keeps reaffirming everything that we heard about. He is now a 2-WAR player.
Highest of all position players in baseball.
OPS of 951.
That'll play.
Average 330. He's got 2 home runs. Obviously had another one over the weekend, a solo shot. 11 doubles, 2 triples, 12 RBI, 16 walks to only 15 strikeouts.
Wow.
And he passed that famed 100 at-bat mark over the weekend. I think it's safe to say that that's not only a great signing, an extension by the Tigers, but he's the best position player that the Tigers have.
Yes, he is, unequivocally. As a 21-year-old.
And I know that the experts were all talking about how he's going to be a really good player, and he went from AA to the majors. He's doing everything that those players that make that jump do. But one of the knocks on him was, well, we don't know really how good his glove is. And he has surpassed any expectations we had, whether he's at short or at third.
24 straight games getting on base. What was the whole thing, Scott Harris, when he took the podium and how he wanted to craft the image of this organization, own the zone, being able to discern what pitches are your pitches and what pitches you need to let go, and you'll take the free pass and you'll clog the bases and you'll put pressure on the other team.
Yeah.
He does it.
He does it, and I mean, I know yesterday, right? Hey, bases loaded. He's up with 2 outs.
I know.
I'm thinking to
He had a
myself,
good pitch too.
Oh, and he hit. I mean, here's the thing: he puts the ball in play, so you all of a sudden, hey, he makes contact. You hear the crack of the bat, and you're like, right at someone.
Especially in that ballpark, you figure if you get a little lift,
yeah,
I think a pop-up bunt could score.
Just about. But you may ask that question after every weekend, and that may be my answer throughout the entire season, is Kevin McGonigal is legit.
He's, of course, a big headliner. Torque's another headliner.
Right now.
5 straight games with a homer ties a franchise record. All had to happen as he started publicly talking about whether he should be here or not.
Yep, little chastisement.
Goes a long way. Riley Green continues to rake. He's on an 8-game hit streak. The offense is really perked up. It helps to play in that ballpark, but it was happening before they got to Cincinnati.
And so let me ask you this. With the way that Riley Green has been performing, and if I know we all look at the famed OPS now, not the average, but you've got, 6 players right now with an OPS over 750?
Yeah, well above average.
Has it become a tough lineup for pitchers to pitch against?
So I've heard Dickerson use the word during last week, during the one of the weekday games. He said this lineup is lengthening.
It is.
And it's a great way to describe it. Like, I think it is here to stay. You're going to see some slumps. I still don't know about Torque yet because it's such a small sample size. But, if he can just spot you home runs, what that does to the whole lineup, that's all we needed. It doesn't need to hit 270, I think this team is so close to taking off and creating separation in the division. It just has to come together. And when I say that, I'll go to Friday night. They can't time up their pitching and their hitting consistently yet. Of course, that's the game Jansen loses. I would argue if there was no rain delay, they would have won the game easily.
I feel the same way.
But, that's being a whiner.
It's also baseball. It happens.
You're right. But your closer, who's been really good, that's the time he blew it, and so you lose 2 of 3 instead of winning 2 of 3.
Yeah, but over the course of 162, if you hit and pitch well,
yeah,
it'll eventually time up, and you'll win a bunch of games.
Because Flaherty is what he is. He's going to give you some decent quality starts, maybe get you 6 innings, and then he's going to have games like he had the other night.
When John said there's 6 batters with an OPS 750 or higher, it didn't include Gleyber Torres. So you really start talking about what this lineup looks like as the season plays on.
Yeah, if you can have 7 guys, and I mean, I didn't include Javi or Javier, who has been off to a much better start even than last year.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're not getting really much from the Vierlings and McKinstries and Perez's of the world, but you don't need as much from those guys if you have a core 5 or 6 guys that lead the way.
And Jahmai Jones has started to fill his role.
Yeah.
You know, we complained about him the first couple weeks of the season. It seems like the lineup is really coming together, and they just need the pitching to support it a little bit better.
On the year, the ERA is very good. The starting pitching is very good. Late bullpen, I think, is very good. It's the middle innings. It's the Drew Anderson thing. It's getting to the end of the games.
Right. They need to not be stubborn to move on from him if that's what, and the way it ends up playing out. This consistently keeps happening just because you gave him, what was it, $7 million? You can't be stubborn just because you're paying him.
And we talk in this era of baseball. First of all, we don't use average anymore to talk about guys that are good at the plate. It's all OPS. But in an era where you get to the end of the season and there are single digits of guys that are over 300, when was the last time that we've been, the 100 at-bat mark, and whether it's 28, 29, 30 games, whatever it is, that we've had 3 guys batting over 300?
Yeah, I was going to say, while we certainly skew towards OPS, you got to put the ball in play. That was our big complaint at the end of the postseason the last couple of years, or the strikeouts. Put the ball in play, hit it hard, force someone to make a play. Yeah, I think that's a good note, John. I know 300 hitters are rare in today's baseball. I don't know that they will all end up as 300 hitters, but it shows you more of the approach that we want to see.
Right. And you may ultimately end up with none of them over 300, except for McGonigal.
At least one, yeah.
And you're seeing, I think you can call it a fact that ABS is helping hitters. The numbers are out there to support it. I know Dan was throwing some around over the weekend that batting averages are up. I just looked, there's 26 guys hitting 300. That's more than you've seen the last couple seasons. And people especially have pointed out with Riley Green that it's helping him not chase that high fastball.
Yep, I heard Gainey talking about it yesterday. The idea that upper fastball that he would just
chase.
He couldn't lay off of it. Now he knows if I lay off it, it's not going to be called a strike. You're going to give me my pitch. I'm going to wait for it. I'm going to do damage.
Well, yeah, you can take the calculated risk of laying off of it. And if ABS shows that it was a ball, you
tap your head.
Right.
And away you go. Also, one last note from the Tigers. Hyu Lee, first career home run.
Yes.
And fun moment as he's sprinting around the bases.
Yeah, I know. And I can't remember who was just ahead of him. Torres is trotting home from third. He's about halfway there, and Hyu Lee is already touching third base, and he's right there behind him. You can understand, rightfully so, the excitement of Hyu Lee in his first major league home run.
Joey Cora normally sending guys is like, hey, we'll slow down.
Yeah, slow down. Don't pass him.
How about this text quick on McGonigal? Mike and Clarkson, he's going to be the next guy to challenge 400.
We got Ted Williams here.
Yeah.
Look, as a 2-WAR player, you start to think what he could do. The last time we had a 10-WAR player who was 21 years old was Mike Trout, who also grew up in a similar region of the country, by the way, like that Philly, Jersey area. I mean, that would be the comp, as you're saying, not that someone's going to hit 400 and be Ted Williams, but can someone be that impactful in all areas of a baseball team immediately at 21 years old? Trout would be the comp.
Right. And we had people calling in. I know, hey, right now we're sitting there going, well, hey, challenging 400 at some point in his career, okay, that's absurd. What was it, 3 weeks ago? Somebody came in and said he's the next Mike Trout. We thought that was absurd. Now he's doing, with minus the power.
Yeah.
He's doing Trout things.
Who's the caller who said they were going to remind us of who this guy is every year? I look forward to
Was
that
it
phone
Keith?
call.
I think it was Keith.
I think you're right.
One more text on McGonigal. Do they beat Seattle last year if he would have been called up? That's going to become a great Detroit unknown.
One of the what-ifs. Look, maybe he would have been their best player on the team at 20, but hard to say he wouldn't have made an impact.
Yeah, he didn't improve this much in between in the offseason.
What the hell is he doing this offseason?
Or just playing devil's advocate, does he come up, not perform how we wanted him to, ruins his confidence a little bit? Maybe we don't see it now.
No, because he's McJesus. He would have come up and he would have
I'm
won the World
just throwing
Series.
out the devil's advocate take.
248-539-9797. We're going to get to the Lions draft. One word to describe it. And John, you called your shot on one of these picks. It's 97-1.
Hey, when you're injured, you need more than just a great lawyer. You need a great team. That's why only Femininio Law has the accident response team. They don't wait, they act. Crisis counselors help manage the trauma. Medical pros talk to your doctors, and forensic experts preserve the evidence before it disappears. David's team treats you like you matter. It's not just legal help, it's recovery in action. Get David, get paid means you get more. Put the accident response team in your corner. Give them a call at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Good morning on a Monday. Jim Costa, John Jansen. No Heather Park back tomorrow. Can't wait to hear about Disney. Gov and Greg behind the glass. Bruno Mars tickets in the 8 o'clock hour. Get into the Pistons a little more. We got the NFL draft. Let's focus on the good. We'll talk the bad later with the Pistons. The good. I like this draft for the Lions, and I know you do too.
I do. It's a quality draft. And maybe that's the easiest word to describe it. It's quality draft. I said solid. It's addressing the needs that this team had. And I think they kind of went 1, 2, 3, 4 all the way down the list because they did add some depth to the defensive front in round 6 and 7 with the defensive tackle and edge. But it was going into the draft, we said offensive line in round 1. Have to address the offensive line. Check that box. Edge in round 2. Check that box. Linebacker depth. Check that box. Cornerback. Check that box. Through 5 rounds, they've done everything we had. And then after that, now, okay, you're starting to fill out a little bit more. Some of the players that you lost, maybe you find a gem. And I don't know that anybody is expecting Kendrick Law to get more than 15 targets this year on the offensive side of things. But is he the replacement for Khalif Raymond? Because we expect Isaac Tisla to be that number 3 receiver. And now all of a sudden Kendrick Law could be Khalif Raymond where, hey, if somebody gets hurt, maybe you put him in there and he runs some routes. Maybe he gets a target or 2. But he's the guy that you need to return. At whether it's kick return, punt return, doesn't matter.
Yeah, my word was identity. Early in Brad Holmes' tenure, some of the cornerstone picks were offensive and defensive linemen. Penei Sewell and Aiden Hutchinson. And while you're not picking in the top 10 anymore, those areas had slipped. This team learned a painful lesson in 2025. They needed to get back to that trench warfare. They needed to find their edge and their identity. So what do? They take a tackle and a literal edge in the second round. They went with defense 5 of the 7 picks. And the positions they attacked, John, they did not just in the draft, but they made sure to complement the picks they made and the signings they made in free agency. So you bring in Larry Borum as a Band-Aid, and then you take Blake Miller so that you double up at the tackle spot. DJ Wonnum is in here on a 1-year Band-Aid deal, and you make sure to draft an edge early. So it's not like a guy who might make the roster, but a guy that's going to contribute. And even they did it as far down as day 3 on the draft because Greg Dortch is here to replace Khalif Raymond, albeit on a 1-year deal. And Kendrick Law looks like a dynamic special teamer that could take over that role long term. So it felt like they were very intentional. They wanted to fix the trenches first and foremost, and they wanted to be thorough about it. I said it's his best draft in 3 years because I felt like they got good players. That's most important. But I also feel like they address needs, which isn't always the case with these drafts.
Yeah, and okay, there's no flashy player in this draft. They're just not. And who knows? Maybe Derek Moore ends up being provide some flash because he's going to be singled up. We know double teams are going to come, and hopefully double teams arrive in the form of Aiden Hutchinson, Aleem McNeil. I don't think Tyleik Williams requires a double team, maybe in the run game, but if you get some production out of Derek Moore at that edge position, now all of a sudden, I'm fine. Pressure rate, and he could be a guy that leads in pressure rate, but we need Aiden Hutchinson to be a guy that leads in sacks, guy that actually gets home for what we need.
Yeah, complement one another. It's what we've talked about. And I know Brad has bemoaned the edge talk, and it's not always, hey, you need to get Max Crosby. There were times where we were saying just get like a B-level player to play opposite Aiden Hutchinson. You saw Derek Moore more than most. What did you make of the selection? They trade up to get him.
Obviously, they traded ahead of Baltimore. Jesse Minter, the head coach of Baltimore, was rumored to have wanted Derek Moore. I think it's a tremendous pick because he was behind a number of really good players at Michigan. So you look at his first 2 or 3 years of production, and you're like, well, I wish we had a little bit more. Last year, double-digit sacks. It was finally his opportunity to be that number 1 guy. And I like he's got a really good, quick first couple of steps. The explosion off the football is good. He uses his hands well. His size All right. Hey, he's going to have to put the feed bag on, and whether that's this year or going into next year, to be more of a 3-down guy. He can set the edge, but I'd like him to be a little bit bigger.
Especially going up a level to the NFL.
Right.
But yeah, people complimented his ability, his willingness to stop the run. And then, yeah, you saw production. That's what I would point out. Blake Miller was a 54-game starter at Clemson. Derek Moore played a lot of football at Michigan. Multi-year starter over the last 3 seasons, had 19 sacks, including a sack in their semifinal game against Alabama at the Rose Bowl as they would go on to win a national title. And then, yeah, he had double-digit TFLs and sacks last year. So they feel maybe a little better about their first 2 picks, knowing, 1, they're premium positions who can help right away, but 2, we can count on them to play right away because they played a lot of college football. I think that's another maybe subtlety to this is, yeah, you want upside, and I think they believe in the upside. You also want guys, especially with where they are trying to make the playoffs and win a Super Bowl, that can play and contribute right away.
I compared him early in his career, just having played with this player, but also played against him in the NFL, to a David Bowens type of player, where he's got a really good couple of first steps. I think he's got his head screwed on a little bit straighter than David did. But, having played against David in the NFL as well, when I think it was with Miami, there's a lot of things that he does naturally, and how he runs and how he moves as an athlete. I see some comparisons there. Now we're hoping for more production out of his NFL career.
Right. And let me just address the trade up. You already kind of did, saying Baltimore was right there, and there was at least a belief that Baltimore would draft him. They gave up one of their extra 4ths. Mm-hmm. It's not like they moved mountains to go up and get this guy. Rather than sit there at 50, you move up 6 slots, was it?
Yeah.
And make sure you get a guy that you wanted, especially as some good defenders were falling off the board. I like TJ Parker. He was gone. Jacob Rodriguez at the linebacker spot is gone. You could twiddle your thumbs and say, I don't want to, quote, reach, or you can get the football player you want at a critical position, which I think was wise to do.
Right. They clearly had him. The guy that I brought up from Illinois, Jacques, ended up going 55. Mm-hmm. And they, in their evaluation, said, we like him more than Jacques, so let's go ahead and trade up. Let's get the guy we want because we have that late round draft capital. We don't have to spend 2 fourths. We ended up taking 2 guys in the 5th, but only 1 guy in the 6th. Like, they had 9 picks, but do you think that this was a roster where 9 rookies were going to make the roster?
No. So I don't mind giving up extra 4ths, or what they did later, giving up an extra 6th. I actually, it just popped in my head. You preferred Freeling over Blake Miller. They chose the other one. You preferred Jacques over Moore. They took the other one. But you and Brad Holmes, a moment of synergy. The guy you had been saying, hey, at some point in this draft, I'd like him to take a chance on this Rolder kid. You may have seen him down the street, and they make that in the 4th round. I texted you immediately. I said, they got your guy.
I was excited. I'm excited for Jimmy because I think he's a tremendous football player. He was banged up in his first couple of years at Michigan, had a year of eligibility left, decided, I'm going to go ahead and go. 1 year of really good production. I think if he had come back and played to that level again, maybe he slides up. But does he slide up into the 3rd round? He's an off-the-ball linebacker. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to look and say, well, there was nobody backing up Jack Campbell. There was nobody backing up Malcolm Rodriguez. So, yeah, they're going to have to draft a linebacker, and I picked the guy I like the most.
What's the word you would use to describe this draft? How do you feel after Brad Holmes completed the 2026 class? We'll play my favorite piece of audio from him over the weekend. And there was a question that Tom wanted to ask about the draft. We'll do that next, 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, the Ram truck should be there at the top of your list. I've seen the Ram side by side with the competition. I've driven a Ram, and I want to let you know right now that the Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. For power, we'll start there, and there's really not much of a competition. You can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And for the competition, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? Can't tow, can't play, can't work. I'm not sure. Hey, full-size pickup, a 4-cylinder shouldn't be in the same sentence. Full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. And for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram also has a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Just pull into a Ram dealer today. It's just that simple. And when you do, tell them I sent you.
Thoroughly outplayed for most of the day. Cade got him right back in it in the fourth. but it wasn't enough. Orlando up 2-1. We'll talk about it at 8:02. Talking draft, some of your feedback. How would you describe what Brad Holmes did? One word, I said identity, right? Getting back to the trenches, trying to find their edge, literally taking an edge. And John, you've said quality and solid. You like what they did. Brad Holmes on Friday, my favorite moment of the draft for them. He comes out with a big old grin on his face after they took one player on Friday, and that one player played defensive end. The lesson? Bullying works. He's got a good sense of humor about it. Next time we have him on, we'll have to ask why he folded to pressure from us.
Right, yeah. Uh-huh.
But in all seriousness, like, I'm so happy they addressed that position with a player that, I don't know if he was your favorite edge, but a player who has some upside and has produced.
Well, and it provides now some depth at that position, whether it's Derek Moore, DJ Wanham, Aiden at the other side. And after that, now you have some guys that can go in and give Aiden a little bit of a breather. Aiden's a guy that plays 90 to 95% of the snaps anyway. So if he's out and you throw Tyler Lacey in there for 2 snaps.
Okay.
It's
okay.
So be it.
Tex says Moore has a mean bull rush. The Lions love that opposite Hutch. I see why they loved him.
Yeah, there's a highlight that's been going around from the Senior Bowl. Where one of the I think it was one of the Miami tackles got his feet crossed up, and Derek Moore hit him at the right time. And
Bell, he's like a huge tackle. The Eagles ended up taking him.
And just, mowed him down.
There's also a highlight of him beating Caden Proctor in a bowl game.
Right, yeah.
I know, because this text says the issue is he looked good against bad teams and disappeared against good O-lines. I'm still searching for him against Ohio State.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of people searching for a lot of things last year against Ohio State.
Yeah, I'd point out in the national title year, he had a sack against Alabama in the semifinal game. This guy points out beats Caden Proctor, who went 12th overall and was a freak at 5-star coming out of high school.
Sure.
And I'll just give you 19 sacks over 3 years, multi-year starter, 10 last season.
And last year was really the first year that he had an opportunity to start. Had multiple starts with guys being hurt, but when you have guys that are in front of you, it's not like he was riding the bench. He had a lot of snaps throughout his 3 years of playing at Michigan.
I don't know how other shows are going to talk about it. What I don't want to do is say, draft an edge, draft an edge, draft an edge. They take a guy with 10 sacks last year in the Big Ten and go, but not that edge.
Right.
Okay. Tex says the guy who jumps out is Abney. Stayed glued to receivers, knows how to play the football, has the tools to be a late-round steal, and he looks like a second-round talent. His size is probably why we got him round 5.
Sure. And I think he'll be a guy that, can you rotate him with Terrion Arnold? Sure. But is he a replacement for Amik Robertson? Is he a guy that you could throw in there at the nickel position and get high-level play out of him? I think that's the goal.
I think so as well. I think that's the style of play. The only pick I wouldn't have loved was Rolder, but John sold me ahead of time on Friday, and I said, awesome. If John wanted him, I'll give it a try.
Yeah. And now he's just got to stay healthy. And I think if he is in competition with Malcolm Rodriguez for a starting linebacker spot, whether or not that happens week 1, week 4, week 6, I think it eventually happens.
Words people are using to describe this draft: fulfilling needs, but also making you feel fulfilled as a fan. Hey, they hear what you're saying. They see what you're seeing. Another says I would describe it as complimentary.
Sure.
I wouldn't be shocked if this is far and away the best draft we've had in 3 years from an unnamed text. Aside from Miller, my word is underwhelmed. I think they could have gotten better players at the same positions that they took the guys at, with the exception of Abney. He'll be a better version than Amik. Hopefully, Brad knows more than all of us, Tim and Lapeer.
Well, that's the thing about a draft is, we're trying to grade last year's draft, and only 1 year of watching these guys play, whether it's Ty Leak, whether it's Bratledge at guard, like you got 17 games starting out of Tate Ratledge. And I thought he played well as a rookie.
The question that Tom raised was just surprised they didn't take a safety.
Yes and no. But, we're left to read tea leaves, right? And if you hear from Brad Holmes, hey, we like the medicals, we like what we're hearing and seeing from Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph, I would expect Kirby Joseph as one of your starting safeties week 1.
I thought that was always the case. Like, I'm not reading too much into them not drafting a safety. Like, Kirby's a contract player. They expect him to play week 1. Brian Branch is going to play early in the season.
But
hopefully,
I think for Kirby, it's more, what are you going to get from 17 games?
Oh, I don't know.
With him, and that's the big question mark.
My point to you is I don't think that was at the top of their mind. Like, you only have 2 picks that they made in the top 100, and they took tackle and edge. Safety wasn't a more pressing need than those 2. And now I'm on day 3. What I'm not going to do is take someone just to take someone.
Right. And then you got to rely on the evaluation process that Brad and Dan and the entire front office go through. But getting back to the safety position, I don't know when Brian Branch is going to be back. I can only tell you when I was back on the field, I was 4 years older. And so he's got the advantage of youth on his side. And trust me, throughout the course of an NFL career, I healed up much better at 24 than I did at 28. I was back on the field with no restrictions 8 months. 8 months for him is going to be August.
Right.
Now, here's the difference of the advantage I had. I didn't have to run and sprint after receivers. I wasn't in a 0 to 60 position. I had a lot of power, but not a lot of speed and explosion.
The better comparison might be to an NBA player. Just thinking more about what a safety does. It's like more of a Jason Tatum game, right? You're cutting, you're leaping, explosives. Tatum about a year, he'd tell you I'm still at 100%.
Okay, but would you take Jason Tatum being back for Brian Branch versus anyone else that's on the roster?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you would say him at 80 and 85%.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Hey, we got Bruno Mars tickets to give away in the 8 o'clock hour. Be listening all hour. You're going to want to listen for Grenade by Bruno Mars. When you listen and hear, you call in, you win a pair of tickets to see Bruno at Ford Field on May 9th. It's right around the corner. Tickets on sale at Ticketmaster.com. All right, the good from the weekend was the Lions draft. Mm-hmm. The bad from the weekend is the Pistons.
Tough trip to Orlando.
And the trip's not over. They'll play tonight as well. They're not leaving you much room to feel good.
A lot of disappointment.
We'll talk about it next. Do you feel like this series is going to go the way of Orlando now? Is this series all theirs? It's next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. The Pistons currently trail the Orlando Magic 2-1 in the first round of the playoffs. This franchise has been down in a similar spot before, though. In 2003, Detroit was the 1 seed and matched up with the 8-seeded Orlando Magic. That team lost Game 1 and won Game 2 before heading to Orlando and losing Game 3. Very similarly to the Pistons of this year, the 2003 Pistons trailed 2-1 in the series after lackluster defensive performances in the first 3 games. That Pistons team would actually go on to also lose Game 4 in Orlando before rallying with 3 straight wins and taking the series in 7 games back here in Detroit. The 03 Pistons team is one of just 9 teams in the NBA since 1984 to come back from a 3-1 deficit. Hopefully this year's Pistons don't need to do that as they can even the series at 2 games apiece with a win tonight. Tip-off is at 8 o'clock. Our pregame coverage here on 97.1 will start at 7:35. Last night in the NBA, 1 team avoided elimination while 2 others are now on the brink of it. The Rockets extended their series against the Lakers with a 115-96 win. Houston now trails 3-1. So do Philly and Portland after losing to the Celtics and Spurs respectively last night. Toronto avoided falling behind 3-1 with a big 93-89 win in Game 4 against Cleveland to even that series at 2 games apiece. The winner there will face the winner of the Magic and Pistons in the second round. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Taking your calls and feedback on the good and the bad from the weekend. The good, the Lions draft. The bad, Pistons. 1 seed. In trouble against the 8 seed. Orlando up 2-1. Orlando's looked like the better team. Orlando has home court, and they'll play tonight. Game 1, I thought was a bad sign, but I wasn't willing to say they're going to lose the series. For the first time, 3:55 on Saturday, I thought, they might lose the series, John. I'm not saying it's over, but boy, Orlando's the better team. They've got options, multiple scorers that can score everywhere. Franz Wagner, Paolo Banchero, Neal triple-double. Bane at home getting really going from 3. They've got options. Meanwhile, it's Cade dribbling into turnovers. Duren looking like a mess, hemorrhaging millions of dollars every possession, and just a general lack of options in the half court. Their only strategy is they have to play elite defense, and outside of an 8-minute stretch in game 2, they haven't played elite defense. As you see here today, how else would you feel other than Orlando's going to win the series?
It has been as underwhelming as you could anticipate. The expectations going in as the 1 seed. Now, I don't know that any of us expected that they would sweep the series, but I don't think, if you asked Pistons fans, a vast majority of them said, if you were going to be, if a team was up 2-1 after 3 games, who's that team going to be?
You'd say the Pistons. They're the 1 seed.
And not only are they down 1-2 to 1, but when you look at all the quarters, they've really only won like 3 quarters out of 12. And okay, hey, you only got to win the game, but they have not looked good. The momentum coming out of game 2, we thought, well, maybe that'll carry them in game 3. It wasn't, not even close. Well, if you want to say, well, can the momentum in the 4th quarter of game 3 carry you into 4? Well, it didn't happen earlier in the series.
Right.
So what makes you believe that whatever rhythm they found, whatever was working for them in the 4th, will work for them in game 4? Because it's who's that second primary scorer? Certainly not Duren.
And you look at them, they're shooting 30% from 3. Cade is under 30%. Again, he's not working with a lot of space. The only shooters on the team right now are Duncan and Isaiah Stewart. And Herter a little bit, but he's dealing with an injury now. A wellness check on Pistons fans. I'm not saying it's over today, but for the first time, I'm considering that they're going to lose this. They're going to drop this to an 8 seed. They are not the better team right now. They have still the chance to buck up and find a way, but the more I dig into it, I wonder, where are the answers coming from? If Jalen Duren can't shoot, can't post, and is running into a brick wall at the rim, he's just a dead end. And Asar, I think, is a phenomenal defensive player. Maybe played his best game of the series in game 3, but he's not even looking at the hoop on offense. So I start looking around, and I'm thinking, where's the solution coming from? Because Orlando's going to throw more high-quality scorers at you. Even with a good defense, they're going to find stretches where they have success, especially shooting at home like they did in game 3. And if they have even close to a repeat in game 4, they're up 3-1. Maybe the only saving grace is Angel Reese goes back to the WNBA schedule on Wednesday.
Stop it.
I'm asking you, what's going to change? That's maybe the only thing that's going to change is Angel Reese is going to have to put her head in that game.
She can still tweet.
I know. So we may be doomed is what you're saying.
There's an outstanding text I just gave you kind of referring to...
you start it.
I can't believe somebody pulled this.
I guess we forgot that Andre Drummond went out with Jeanette McCurdy from iCarly. His career went downhill from there.
You remember that?
I do.
I forgot about that until somebody sent it in.
His second point is JB is imitating his dad, whose playoff record was 12-21. His dad is an advisor for him. That's DC and Atlanta. I'll add JB's coaching record is almost identical in the playoffs. What's JB's record? 10-21.
All right. Is this Angel Reese thing something or nothing? It festered early last week, and it seems to have just gained at least a little ground to John's annoying John, of course.
Yes.
I bring it up mostly to annoy John.
Yes.
More than I think it's actually what's going on with Jalen Duren. something's got to give, though, right? Like, this isn't even the guy we saw in the regular season.
Well, what are they doing to do this to him?
Yeah. I mean, you pack the paint.
Right, but
You make him earn it. No lobs, no alley-oops. Force him to shoot off the... I mean, there was a shot clock issue where he got a shot off and it didn't even hit the rim.
But I get the offensive part. The rebounding?
Right, he hasn't had double digits in any of the games. Box out, crash the defensive glass.
He has 27 points and 23 rebounds in 3 games.
Yeah,
He almost did that in a game this season.
Yeah. I mean, he's the biggest story, right?
Yeah.
Because if it's who's helping Cade, and that's the other guy who made the All-Star game, and this is the performance he's turning in, he's the story of this series. If something's going to change, he's going to have to go back to being a 20-12 guy.
Yeah.
So
and maybe it's just not possible with the way the Magic are going to defend him. And it stresses and points out the issues Detroit has.
To win this series, I will use the words of Doctor Strange in Infinity War. There's only one way. And I think the only one way is for the Pistons to get more physical and grind these games out. And you got to keep it in the 90s. And it's a full commitment to defense. And you just kind of let it fly. Whatever happens with your offense happens. But the hope in doing that is you get transition baskets. I'm talking about a full out grind out. And
can you win enough games in the series that way? Being nearly flawless on the defensive end of the floor.
It's a 100% commitment from the team, top to bottom. It's the coaches, everything. Just saying, the offense will come if we play the defense and fully commit to that.
Yeah, don't let them hit 100, and we don't care about anything else.
And that's grinding out the shot clock on offense. Trying to make these limited possession games.
Yeah.
The problem is they knocked down a couple threes at home, and all of a sudden, you need to speed it up a little bit. Like the TV, the broadcast was pointing out, they're too lackadaisical right now.
You got to speed it up a little bit because fast break points during the regular season was a lot of what they were able to capitalize on.
Right. That's a great point, John.
I don't think there's any other way.
Well, you got to play like Iowa football.
Unless you get a Duncan Robinson, 7 3-pointers in one game.
Right. Which you don't want to count on because that's
not
one
happening
game.
every night.
Right.
Tech says Duren's a no-show. If he averaged his normal numbers from the regular season, we're up 3-0, feet kicked up. Another says bench Duren for the series. Well, they did in the third quarter.
Yeah.
I mean, I wonder if that's the harsh reality check that has to happen here. It's like, hey, man, you're going to play like...
More Isaiah Stewart and more Paul Reed, less Duren?
Yeah, Duren, you can play 15 to 20 a night, but we're going to get some more run out of Stu who can shoot and defend the rim better. And B-Ball Paul is everybody's favorite. He'll come in there and give energy and rebound and do the things you're not doing. He'll find a way to get shots up against this Orlando wall. Well, I mean, it'd be a hell of an indictment for a player who's a free agent to be, but he's earned sitting on the pine.
Oh, there's no question. I think he is still needs to be a valuable part of this team. And you're going to have to get double-digit scoring out of him somehow, some way.
Tech says, I feel like tonight decides the series. If we win, we'll win Game 5 at home, and we'll end up winning the series. If we lose tonight, done in 6.
Sure, you lose tonight, you're down 3-1. Like those odds are really long.
Another says that, yeah, tonight is the series. If we win and control, if we lose, very unlikely. This thing's going to go our way. A couple texts on the Lions draft. The word responsible would be my choice. Morgan in a car.
That's a good one. It was. I mean, he took, when we heard from especially Dan at the end of the season, and we asked him about the offensive line. Now, he didn't throw anybody under the bus, but he said, to paraphrase him, it was underwhelming. Mm-hmm. We needed more. And they've gone out and done more. They've solidified some depth in free agency, and they've gone out there and gotten what they believe, and we believe as well, as a couple of bookend tackles. Free agents say they got a center. They're riding with Tate Ratledge, who they took in the second round last year, and good competition at the guard position.
Only Sparties don't like this draft. The afternoon show will be full of crying. What, because they took a couple Michigan players?
I don't expect that from Mike Arico.
I think they're gonna.
We all look at the NFL as soon as you leave college, and now how can you help our team win? It doesn't I don't care where you went to college.
No, now if you would have preferred a different edge, John, you preferred a different edge.
Sure,
but
I
I
went
think
with yeah.
you got to be careful, bitching about drafting a defensive end for years, and then they take one. Well, no, not that one.
Right.
And who
it's
had,
like I'm not going to bitch about them taking Blake Miller. Hey, if Monroe Freeling was on the board, I would have preferred that, but they take Blake Miller. We talked about him as a first-round talent, and they liked some of the intangibles that he brought. And so I'm not going to sit there and bitch about it.
And by the way, you know who had fun with the fact that a couple Michigan players were drafted? I saw a Michigan State tweet. I thought we were cool, and it was a photo of Dan Campbell at the MSU game. Like that, you have fun with it.
Yeah. They had somebody taking what, in the 6th round?
A punter. You know your program's going the wrong way when the punter's your best player. But he was last year.
At least they had one drafted, Wisconsin.
Yep.
Not a single one.
How does Luke Fickell have a job? 248-539-9797. Let's get to Bernard in Detroit. You got thoughts on the Pistons?
I do. How are you this morning?
Good.
Listen, man, I don't care how bad it was. Played in the game, down 17 points. We came back, and we took the lead 105-104, right? Mm-hmm. Now, what happens after that? Cade Cunningham, who's my favorite player in the world, goes down, turnover. They come down, Bangs make the left-handed layup. They go back down, Cade Cunningham loses footing, turnover. They come down, Bogdan hits the three. What happens after that? They go down the court, Cade Cunningham, turnover. They come down, and my man hit a three-point that bounced 100 feet in the air.
Yep.
So the end of the game was this. I don't care what happened earlier. We lost at the end of the turnover.
Yep.
It was our game. It was our game, man. So I'm not going to blame nobody for doing this, go this many points. We still win the game. We should have won that game.
Well, I would disagree that it was the Pistons' game. I mean, you could say that they threw it away with turnovers, but that made it Orlando's game. Orlando knocked down shots all day. Orlando built up a big lead, and when push came to shove and the Pistons gave them their best shot with Cade late, Orlando still took it and answered and counterpunched and won the game. That was Orlando's game. Mm-hmm. You could say the Pistons got to clean up the turnovers. John, I think that concerned you about Cade.
Yeah. I mean, when your assist to turnover ratio is 1-to-1,
yep,
it's not a recipe for them to be able to win. Too lackadaisical at the beginning of the game. And I know that he plays at a different pace, at a different speed than a lot of superstars. But at some point in those first 3 quarters, you needed more from Cade Cunningham. I know the fourth quarter, hey, it was good, but you dug yourself a hole and just not enough.
His game, 27 points. That's pretty good. 9 assists. That's pretty good. The flurry at the end showing you what a superstar is. That's really good. But he was 8 of 23, 3 of 10 from 3, and 9 turnovers. It's a mixed bag. You don't want to be down 17 points in the fourth quarter. You're asking too much of Cade. 248-539-9797. We'll get feedback and Overreact Gyms at 8:35. It's 97.1. Let's talk about Brightside Dental. It's the place for brighter and straighter smiles, and there's no judgment. If you haven't been to the dentist for a regular 6-month cleaning, or it's been a couple years, I was in that spot once upon a time, you want to go to a place that's not going to make you feel judged. They're just going to take care of you. Think about it like this. If you get in now, it's early smile prep for the summer, for wedding season, for graduations. Super flexible online scheduling. You can get appointments after work, on the weekends, and same day for emergency care. Guys are notorious for putting off doctor's appointments. The dentist is no different, but at Brightside, no lectures, $35 new patient special, 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Yeah, that made it a 2-possession game after the Pistons overcame a 15, 17-point deficit. Cade was on fire, and it's all for naught because Pistons have been outplayed. And now they're down 2-1, playing Orlando tonight. Series isn't over. Of course it's not over. You're going to fight to the bitter end. But you can't feel good about their prospects because all the problems have been on full display. And a texter will point that out, says, guys, they're not in sync. If they can get in sync, they could win this series. If not, this thing's toast. That's from Cooper. Defend and take care of the basketball. Limit second chances. It's the only way through. Shooting is not going to appear out of thin air. Tonight feels like a culture game. It's going to show what they're really built for. We've labeled a few Lions teams and games as culture games. You have to find a way. We'll see what the Pistons culture is all about tonight at 8. How about this text for a history lesson? I remember a 3-1 deficit that the Pistons came back from in 2003. Vividly remember benching Michael Curry for Tayshaun Prince, who locked up T-Mac and finally gave us some scoring at the 3. We weren't playing 3-on-5 offense, Curry and Wallace, like we're currently doing now. Well, who's the Tayshaun?
Right.
I think that's the question.
Or when is that moment?
Right. Cookies and Jansen, if I told you before the series that would be tied coming home from Orlando to play Game 5 in Detroit, everybody would take it. It doesn't matter as long as you win this next one, Rob, in the office.
I somewhat agree with that. But a lot of it has to go to the context of how you've gotten to this point. Game 1 was one of the worst games that we've seen the Pistons play. Mm-hmm. Now, yes, Saturday wasn't that, but they were outplayed by Orlando. And it was just like the conversation I was trying to have last week. They were 1-1 going down to Orlando, and whether they lost the first one, won the first one, it did matter because of how it made you feel. So if they are coming home 2-2, certainly having 2 of the next 3 at home is a benefit.
Yeah, of course.
And it makes you feel good about it. It's what you get when you earn the 1 seed. But tonight is a must win. And I'm not going to sit here and say, well, they have to win a certain way. I don't care how they win. Just win the damn game. So you can come home 2-2.
Dropping Game 1 was bad, but neither of us panicked and said they're going to lose the series. It was like, geez, that was bad. You know, and then Game 3, though, you start to get things confirmed, and now you start to think, like Game 3 would all but, put the nail in the coffin.
That Texas said you're down 2-1, all you got to do is even it, come home and best of 3.
Yeah.
I mean, that's almost a cliche in sports, like usually in a series. I've seen that happen many times. I think it was the 89 Pistons fell down 2-1 of the Bulls in the second round. Nobody remembers that because they went on a tear after that, won a championship.
But I think the issue is the hows.
Yeah. How are you going to do it? What's their option to change the series? That's why I point out that you need to strangle them defensively and make them very uncomfortable. And I even proposed earlier in the show, maybe some sort of physical altercation to get under their skin. You need to approach this from a mental standpoint as much as a game plan, because their game plan options aren't there. Somebody brought up Tayshaun. You don't have a Tayshaun to go to. What's Ron Holland all going to?
Right.
You just go, hey, go out there and let it loose.
So there's a real line, though. Like, if you go out and start playing and pushing that line and throwing haymakers and getting guys suspended, I'm going to say you lost your cool and your season's done. So congrats. I mean, there's a real fine line in that.
See, no, this is the Pistons are this type of team. And, just trying to stir the pot a little bit, that fine line of maybe you don't get suspended or, maybe somebody does. That's not a super huge player on the team.
I think
it's to change the mentality in the series. It's to try to change the momentum. It's psychological warfare is what I'm proposing.
Right, and so basically what you're saying is the Pistons got to be the bully in the series.
Yeah.
And I don't think it requires somebody to go to the level of being suspended, but you've got to be able to walk up to that line and have those, whether it's a push it and shove it after, it's whatever it is, it's something to send the message that we're going to physically take control of this series.
The Pistons are who many of us have been telling you they are, a decent regular season team with a mid-tier star, not a superstar. Maybe that sports guy from New York was right. Remember you when whining about the odds for the Pistons? Maybe that guy in New York was right.
97 win the ticket. Who's this?
That would hurt to play. You guys have little faith, boys. The team's built for the trenches. They'll win game 4, get back home. Spirit of Detroit will carry them to the next round. How many points is the Spirit of Detroit good for? Get some old boards and a couple knockdown threes?
Yeah.
That's like when people thought the Lions were going to make the playoffs because they, quote-unquote, had grit.
Right, like I'm cool with saying 2-1 is far from over, a game 4 win, and everything's evened up. Like, math exists. There are more games. The how is what's killing me. How are the Pistons going to do it? Because on offense, it's K dribble, 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 dribble. Everybody's got to get to the paint. Magic hold up their hands and say you're not getting in the paint, and it's rinse and repeat. It's painful to watch. The only cut through is you run in transition. They've been a great fast break team. It's how you get easy buckets. It's part of what they did in that 30-3 run in game 2. But that feels like the outlier. That level of superhuman defense isn't sustainable for more than an 8-minute stretch. Certainly not for game over game over game over game when the Magic have home court, good shooters, and multiple options they can throw at you on offense. You could stifle them for spurts, but the idea that Paolo and Bane and Wagner, who missed 50 games, like they have options if one guy's cold or if one guy's flustered or one guy gets in foul trouble. They've been the better team. How do the Pistons come back down 2-1? Not can they? Of course they can. Of course it's do. You win tonight, and then you come home and you win your home game in game number 5, and then you've got 2 to win 1 and game 7 if necessary. I get how series work. How do they play basketball for long enough stretches repeatably to win the series? That's the question.
Right. Can they put back-to-back performances that we saw in game 2 in games 4 and 5?
Like, they have to win consecutive games to win the series now, right?
Yes. At some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can't just go every other.
248-539-9797. Duren is playing like Angel Reese, and Cade has no help.
It won't die, John.
Too many me bounds.
This team reminds me of the 0-2 Stackhouse Pistons teams. One guy with no help around him. The defense has to be elite, but someone else has to hit shots to help Cade. That's from Brian. Cade has to be better, but he has no space. Orlando has switchable defenders and make him work. We need better spacing, tough convos this summer. Valeni and every other analyst was right. This team is just not a good 1 seed. Hell, they're not even a good 4 seed. Orlando's going to take the next 2, and that'll be all she wrote. They're a completely different team than they were in the regular season, and JB is not a playoff coach either. Sorry if the truth hurts.
I don't know if they're a completely different team, but I think other teams have risen their level, and the Pistons were playing at maximum octane level. And now they don't have another gear to get to.
That's the key. They're the same team as the regular season, not a different team. That's the problem. They're the same team as the regular season, and those things aren't good enough come playoff time.
But if that plays out like to truth, and this thing goes like they go out in 5 or 6, I heard Mark Ryan say it this weekend. What does it say about the state of the sport if the majority of the teams are flipping a switch?
Right. When
And
they
they're
get to
not
the
give-
postseason.
I mean, we already know that the NBA with the load management and stuff,
Yeah.
and it is a long season, and taking some nights off, I think, is human nature. But to that excessive of a level,
Well, but let's call this more honestly then. Let's say the Pistons got to 60 wins in part because they're a try-hard team that plays hard every night. What would they actually be if you were like adjusting for inflation type of thing? Would you say they're like a low 50s? And then if I told you Franz Wagner didn't miss 50 games, is Orlando more of a 6 seed, a 5 seed? Suddenly this doesn't feel that shocking when you break it down that way, right?
No, but
the fact that
that's
we're
not
even having
what they are.
we're having this discussion though,
Yeah.
is kind of pathetic.
I agree. The fact that we have a 60-win 1 seed, that we have to lower them and make excuses and say this isn't a typical 8 seed, it shouldn't matter. But it clearly does matter.
Right. 60-win team for what, the third time in franchise history?
Yeah. Only 3 teams did it all year in the NBA.
Right.
The other 2 are just fine, up 3-0 and 3-1.
Is there a flaw? Is there now? Does the 40-20 rule no longer play a factor?
Well, it wasn't always gospel, and I think one of them will likely still win it. Either the Spurs or the
Right.
Thunder. We got calls to get to. Actually, let's get the call now. Let's get to Bernard in Detroit. Bernard, you're on 97.1.
What's going on, guys?
What's up?
The problem is, here's the problem. All coaches do the same thing. Come playoff time, they shrink their rotation. Our strength is the bench. We got a better bench than anybody. We're deeper than any other team except for San Antonio and OKC. But if you're not giving the bench players a chance to perform, it's going to shrink your overall numbers. You're not going to score as much, and that's the problem. You know, you giving LeVert 6 minutes. You're giving Green 5 minutes. You're not playing Holland. You're not playing B-ball.
Yeah, he
All
played
those
well,
guys
but you're right.
All those guys contributed to winning. Now you're taking them out of the lineup and you're expecting the same flow. It's just not going to happen. Stewart ain't doing nothing out there, but during the regular season, Jenkins might have 16.
But I think some of that is what people say is why it's a different animal, right? Is in the regular season, you're rewarded. You win more games because of your depth. In the playoffs, teams shorten this thing down to where it is only 7 or 8 guys. And if the Pistons don't have a good enough 7 or 8, that's part of how you lose in the postseason. Overreact Jim's next, 97.1.
Hey, if you're looking at your roof going, boy, I should probably have somebody take a look at that. You got to give Rapid Roofing a call. I protected my biggest investment, my home, and I trusted Rapid Roofing. They do most homes, most roofs in one day. They came, they ripped it off, made the repairs, replaced everything, cleaned everything up, and we're gone. And if it's not a roof that you need, they also provide siding, windows, and gutter installation as well. You can get them on the phone at 888-360-ROOF. That's 888-360-ROOF, or on the web at rapidroofing.com.
97-1. John, did you see what the Ravens did over the weekend?
I did not until you made me aware of it.
This is fascinating. So their general manager, Eric DaCosta, confirmed that he let their owner make one of the picks.
Oh, did he make the first round pick?
No, lower stakes. Steve Bisciotti, Ravens owner, made their pick in the 5th round, taking running back Adam Randall out of Clemson, 174 overall. Quote, "We were down in Florida. Steve was begging for a draft pick, and he owns the team. I said, yes, Steve, of course you can have a pick. So we decided on our last 5th round pick. He did his research, studied the tape, talked to people, and has a good relationship with Dabo Swinney."
I wonder if they gave him a list of 50 guys that they would be willing to take at that time and say, hey, research these guys and let us know, because you have no idea who's going to even be available at the time. You got a pretty good idea of guys that should be there. Were there any parameters, or it was just, hey, it's all on him?
How would this have gone over for most fan bases?
Not well. Not well at all. Unless he turns out to be a hidden gem.
Hey, Sheila really studied Kendrick Law, and she was all about his tape at Kentucky. Probably wouldn't go over as well. Or the joke, hey, Rod Wood, on your way out,
talk to everybody else.
You want to throw a dart at the board?
Yeah, we're wearing the shirts.
Oh, God, they're wearing the shirts. It's your shot, big guy. Which D lineman do you like on day 3?
Yeah. And for everybody that doesn't know what we just referenced, the shirts that they were wearing, was it on day 3 that they were wearing them? It was Rod Wood as a senior in high school in his basketball uniform, just to celebrate his exit from the franchise. But I don't think it would have been, it'd not have been something that we would have celebrated, that's for sure. And I think there would have been a ton of people that just, it may end up being a good pick. Who knows?
Well, that's what I said it to you off air. Imagine this guy ends up being a stud. He's a kind of a weird prospect. He's 6'3", 230, former wide receiver, now running back, had 800 rushing yards and 10 touchdowns last year at Clemson. I don't know. Maybe they have some unique offensive role they could find for him.
That is a crazy height for a running back.
Yes.
Seriously.
His nickname is Baby Julio after former Falcon star Julio Jones. Ran a 4.5 40 in the 40-yard dash.
How tall is Derrick Henry? He's right around there.
Saying they got a type?
I mean, maybe that's what he's looking for. The next Derrick Henry.
Derrick Henry ran a 4.5 40. Very large human being. 6'2".
6'2". Okay.
6'2", 250.
They're trying to reincarnate him.
I don't know.
He didn't win a Heisman.
What would be the response in Detroit if it was anybody other than Brad Holmes or Dan Campbell having say in the pick?
Oh, I think this would not be taken well here.
No.
I mean, what if they did this for Rod Wood going out on a...
That's what we joke.
Yeah. I mean, Evan probably would die because he hates the involvement or the idea that he's in football operations at all.
The quote, "I wouldn't be qualified to make this draft pick for any other team."
It's unbelievable that, I mean, it's not unbelievable because the guy does own the team.
He owns the team, made 11 picks.
So what if Eric DaCosta goes, no?
Well, you pay Eric DaCosta to tell you no to make the football decisions.
I'd say wait till the 7th round.
Yeah. How about you could pick an undrafted free agent of your choice to welcome to camp?
Oh, you want to send Evan over the top? Greg Campy's a big sports fan.
Oh, no.
He's been there a long time. Let's let him have a pick.
This would be a very cool thing if a team actually did some sort of contest to where fans could do an entry and you get to make their 7th round pick or something like that. I wouldn't have a problem with that because I think 7th round picks are a joke.
I think Brad Holmes would have a problem with it. I think he wants to use his 7th round
who's
pick.
his 7th rounders that's playing?
Do this for every team. Not everybody finds Brock Purdy.
No, but then Brad would say, well, okay, then I can't trade it. I didn't trade this one, but he's traded 7th rounders before.
To be fair, we did bully him to taking an edge. Maybe we could bully him to giving up the 7th round pick. Here are 7th round picks under Brad Holmes: Dominic Lovett, Antoine Green, Chase Lucas, and Jamar Jefferson.
I mean, yeah, they're kind of interchangeable.
Don't you think you could throw just as good a dart?
Get Jansen a pick next
Well,
year.
you pick a Michigan guy.
You identified
No.
Rolder. I'm tired of Kane getting credit for calling
I
guys
know.
out. You picked Jimmy Rolder.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to take a look at the board, see who was available, and see if there's somebody else. I mean, you are throwing a dart at that time. And so whether it's your owner throwing the dart, if you're going to give him one, I'm surprised it was a fifth.
Yeah.
Versus a seventh or even a sixth.
They had 3 fifth-round picks, but still, I agree with you.
Yeah.
We'll get deeper into the Lions draft, the picks they did make, and the word you would use to describe what Brad Holmes was able to get done with his selections. We'll do that coming up next, 9 o'clock hour. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Pistons virtually have a must-win game tonight for Game 4 against the Magic. If Detroit loses this game, they will fall behind 3-1 in the series. Higher-seeded teams are just 6-59 all-time in NBA playoffs history when trailing 3-1. The last team to come back from such a deficit were the Denver Nuggets in 2020. They trailed the Jazz by 2 games in the first round as a 3 seed before winning the series. So the Pistons have about a 9% chance to still advance with a loss tonight. However, with a win, they become heavy favorites in the series. Higher-seeded teams are 125-42 since 1984 when the series is tied 2-2. Of those, teams that trailed 2-1 are 33-11 for a 75% winning percentage. Pistons tip off in Orlando as 2.5-point favorites at 8 o'clock tonight. We'll have pregame coverage here on 97.1 at 7:35. Last night in the NBA, the Celtics and Spurs each went up 3-1 in their series after wins. The Rockets avoided elimination against the Lakers with a 115-96 victory. Only 2 other games are going on tonight with Thunder Suns at 8:30 and Timberwolves Nuggets at 10:30. In the NHL, Colorado advanced to the next round after sweeping the Kings. Buffalo took a commanding 3-1 lead over Boston after winning 6-1. So did Anaheim with a controversial overtime goal to beat the Oilers 4-3. Tampa also evened their series with Montreal after a 3-2 victory. At the Crowell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
By the way, shout out Billy Allentown. Won the Bruno Mars tickets. He got a chance every day this week to see the show at Ford Field on May 9th. He heard Grenade. Called in, won the tickets. Quick turnaround on that, by the way. May 9th?
Yeah. What's that,
next
week from Friday?
Yeah. All right, let's talk about the Lions draft. You like it?
I did. And obviously, we had said, along with every talking head, every fan that we talked to, whether it was first or second, we wanted them to go tackle and edge. It was the glaring need on this roster amongst a roster that had a lot of needs. And so they go ahead with Blake Miller. They go with Derek Moore. You get your tackle, you get your edge. It's a top 100 edge that they haven't done since, or top 2 rounds that they haven't done since 2022 with Aiden Hutchinson. On top of that, what did we talk about? They only had, 4 linebackers for 3 spots. So they go get Jimmy Rolder in the 4th. And then they need corner help. They need help in the secondary. So they go pick up a corner, who I think is basically a replacement for Amik Robertson. They lose Khalif Raymond. What do? They go get a wide receiver who's a return guy. They filled a lot of needs. I thought that this was what you asked for the word. This was a solid draft. And no one's going to look and say, oh, wow, look, Blake Miller. Oh, let's put him on commercials. It's not a sexy pick, but it's one that they had to make.
Offensive linemen can be sexy.
Yeah, well, you're probably talking to the minority here. I agree. But it's an edge in Derek Moore. And when you get into the second round, you mentioned this, there are 4 or 5 guys. They had a bucket of guys. And maybe that bucket that they originally had Derek Moore in it, and he was the last one. That's why they traded up ahead of Baltimore to take him. Mm-hmm. I don't know. And we'll probably never know from Brad Holmes or Dan Campbell. But I think that they did what they had to do. And did they take the best available, which is what Brad Holmes keeps talking about, or did they somehow manufacture best available because there were some clear and definitive needs that they had to address?
Yeah, look, when you take over, you can be all about just taking the best player regardless of position because you need everything. But when you've made the playoffs a couple times, then you've fallen out of the playoffs and you're chasing a Super Bowl, you've built a roster up in such a way that you have a few things that stick out more than others. And if you can address them in the draft with long-term answers, that's great. And it feels like that's what they did here. And they actually did a good job in tandem with free agency. So it's taking Borum in free agency and then taking Miller in the draft and saying, there's overlap. We're covering our bases. We've got Wanham in free agency and Derek Moore in the draft. They went out and added McCreary to play the nickel corner or one of those corner spots, but it's a one-year deal. This Abney guy out of Arizona State feels a little Amik-ish as a nickel guy that could play that position, hopefully beyond just, making a roster. You go up and down. I mean, it's Kendrick Law feels like a Khalif Raymond replacement, but they also have Greg Dortch, who they brought in on a one-year deal. It feels like they saw what we saw, some pretty obvious needs, and said, we're going to not chance it. We're going to make sure we get the free agent and the draft pick and address it.
And when you start to see the total picture start to come into view, they've addressed some of the starting need and talent needs along with depth needs. And you look at the offensive line, and I think they did a really nice job of addressing the depth as well as the talent. Obviously, Blake Miller. I think that's an upgrade from what they had in Larry Borum. But Larry Borum, I think, could be a reliable, good backup to both tackles and could be that extra guy. And I don't know if they use him as that extra offensive lineman. They might use Miles Frazier. They might use a number of guys in that position. But Ben Barch, coming over from San Francisco, got some experience, create some competition. Christian Mahogany, we saw him start last year. They got the trade in Juice Scruggs. You've been able to improve your offensive line to what I think should be the top 10 range of offensive lines in the NFL. And in year 2 of the makeup of this offensive line, so talking about the year 27, now I think after that'll be 3 years of Tate Ratledge, that'll be 2 years of Blake Miller, no longer be a rookie. What do they do at that guard position? 2 years with Cade Mays. Penei Sewell is all-world. Now I think you start approaching top 5.
It felt like, that's the goal. The average age is 25 years old. You got a young offensive line that should grow together, that there's upside, that instantly feels better than last year, but should also get better as you grow them together. If Cade Mays is the elder statesman now of the bunch at 27 when the season starts, your tackles are 25 and 22 years old. Tate Ratledge is playing one right guard spot. He'll be 25 this season. Like, it's a younger, but albeit heavily invested in offensive line. It's their top free agent and their top draft pick. For a while, it felt like they were living off the 23 class, and those players weren't line of scrimmage guys, right? Off-ball linebacker, running back, safety, tight end. And they're all good picks. But the last 2 drafts, they've gone D-line and O-line in the first 2 rounds. Necessary to build that back up, because without it, you saw what they looked like. They look like a team that finished last in their division.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good point, too, because we're trying to figure out how good is last year's draft. When we talk about Tyleik Williams, we talk about Tate Ratledge. Now, all of a sudden, hey, you just flip it. You take an offensive lineman in the first round. Brad Holmes talks about watering the garden. Now you can see that that's happening, but it's after a year where it became painfully obvious that they hadn't done enough.
So if you can get back to, let's focus on the offensive line part, because that's probably the headline with the tackle. If you can get back to dictating the line of scrimmage, that initial push, staying ahead of the sticks, converting those 3rd and 4th downs that they didn't convert as well last year. When you face good defenses, Goff won't be sacked a career high. Those are the things that start to move them back into division winner, playoff game winner. The offensive line is how they got to the NFC title game.
Yeah, if Jared Goff is not under duress instantly from penetration up the middle, if he is allowed to survey the scene, see what's going on, he can dissect the defenses. He is one of the more cerebral quarterbacks in the NFL. given time, he'll make really good decisions. Given time, he'll put the ball where it needs to go. Didn't have it last year,
Right.
and he still had, statistically, a really good season. But to your point, they couldn't do it against Green Bay when they had to do it. They couldn't do it against the better defenses in the NFL when it came time and they had to have a first down. They had to drain some clock. They had to protect Jared Goff. It just wasn't there.
Yeah, it was Green Bay they struggle with, Minnesota in the division that they got heated up. Those are huge, red flag games on the season. So, and down the stretch, they just weren't good enough.
Well, and then you flip it over to the other side, and you bring up the Minnesota games, or it's the game
Kansas
against
City.
Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And you can't find ways to apply pressure or stop the run.
Well, right, yeah. Well, our two biggest gripes at the end of the season were, hey, despite them being a top 5 offense, the offensive line was too leaky and they couldn't get it done in big spots. And then defensively, while the sack totals were good, the time to pressure was 31 or 32. They weren't consistently heating up quarterbacks. They weren't forcing turnovers and tough decisions, and instead offenses would stay on the field. So what do you do with your first 2 picks? That's a commitment this year because these guys, I think, are ready to plug and play this year, but also a long-term, hey, we can't let this happen again.
Right.
Yeah, because I think Moore had played a bunch of snaps at Michigan and Miller had played a bunch of snaps at Clemson, that they should be plug-and-play guys, but it's not for a lack of upside. Like, they'll tell you, they think Blake Miller, the athletic profile, he's going to get better. And with Derek Moore, I mean, they would point out, hey, we love the tools in the toolkit there. We think he's going to get better. So immediate impact with the upside with your first 2 picks. And then really everything else is day 3. Everything else is day 3. I mean, if you can find a guy or two, great. I love that they went mostly defense there. 5 of the 7 picks were defensive football players. One of them is getting love on the text. Guys, make sure we give this Abney pick as much love as possible. He may start at nickel. Turn on the tape. That's Sauce and Howell.
If that's the case, that's great. And not only because they ended up signing somebody as well, not only did you address the level of play at the starting position for the nickel, but the depth and the backup.
I love the draft. However, I wanted Cole Payton over Kendrick Law. Of course, Howie Roseman took him 10 picks later. That was, the North Dakota State quarterback?
Yeah.
Some teams always just, you're never surprised at their draft. Felt like the Eagles had a good draft.
Yeah. Such an Eagles draft.
And then
Such a Holmes guy.
Not even included in the Eagles draft is their trade of for Jonathan Grenard.
Right. I mean, it's you look at the teams that you're competing with, and you start to compare. Okay, well, hey, did you get good enough to where you're not 4th in the division? Because you look at the Packers, the Bears, the Vikings. Did you improve more than they did? And it's a combination now, not just what you did in the draft, but what you've done in free agency. Also, guys coming back that you expect to be healthy.
Between free agency and the draft, this is the most likely the deepest team we've had over the last 3 years. Also good to see, and makes the future for Kirby and Branch look good. We didn't take a safety.
I'm not surprised. I'm not concerned that they didn't take a safety. You had 9 picks going in, and you come away with 7 selections. You addressed 5 on defense, 2 on offense. I anticipate that this means Kirby Joseph, I don't know what it means long-term for him, but I think you get more of what we expect out of Kirby Joseph through 17 games. And Brian Branch, I expect if they're hearing the medicals, hey, he's on track. I don't even know if he starts the season on PUP. Does he start first game? I don't know. There's a gray area there. But
PUP is 4 games.
4 games, right.
Yeah.
So if they think he needs an extra 4 games, then they put him on PUP. I don't know if he's going to need that extra 4 games.
I don't know what to make of the safeties thing, because even if they didn't get great medicals on these guys, what was the alternative? Trade up into 3rd to get one? Because again, their first 2 picks were their first 2 picks. Those were more pressing needs. Mm-hmm. I don't want to read too much into the safety stuff, because even if Joseph can play week 1, the question is, can he play weeks 16, 17, 18, and the postseason? And I don't think there's any way they could answer that today or at the draft. And the Branch stuff is, Maybe the opposite. I don't know if he'll play weeks 1, 2, or 3, but my thought would be, hey, they're going to get him ramped up and he'll be playing at or close to his best in week 17, 18 in the postseason.
Right.
I don't know that their safety medical diagnosis played into the draft all that much because they didn't have a ton of early picks. They had 2 in the top 100, and they took Owen D-line. I guess if one of them had a catastrophic concern, they may have forced a safety, but I don't know that it gives us like a vote of confidence either. I just think it's the fact that they liked other players on day 3 and were taking dart throws. 248-539-9797. We want to hear from Lions fans. One guy called it a D+ on our text. He said, are we living in the same world? Did we watch the same draft? I would give it a D+ at best. Hey, if that's how you're feeling and you think like we're off course on this, don't text, call.
Yeah.
We want to hear the explanation. If you're not a fan of this draft, let us know. We'll also give you the consensus. Yeah. What did everybody think?
If you think it's a D+, make sure you come with who you think the next GM and head coach is going to be too.
I'm not going to ask you to do all that. But let us know, and we'll give you what everybody said. The consensus grades for the Lions draft next, 97.1. would go on to win the game on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
I got an eye roll from Gov for what I want to end the show with. Come on. It's tradition. We'll do it at the end.
Yeah. But way too early. Fill in the blank.
It's just such an annual old bit.
We'll spend all of 90 seconds on it.
Yeah.
It'll be okay.
Arch Manning.
I'm interested.
Okay. We got people who wanted to call in and talk about this Lions draft. We had the text who said it's a D+. I don't know what world you guys are living in. We said, well, if you feel that way, call in. I also have the draft grades from the consensus.
Okay.
Like, all the media reports. And this is just a small little sampling for you, John. USA Today gave him a B, said it was the number 12 ranked draft of 32 teams. ESPN gave them a B as well. That's from Mel Kiper. He likes the Rolder pick, says it's versatile, some burst as a blitzer. And said where he really stands out is his ability to diagnose, smart football player, and highlighted Abney as an undersized guy who gets his hands on the football, could be a good backup. Yahoo Sports says B-. CBS Sports says B. The NFL Network said A-. NBC said C+. Ringer with a B. Pro Football Focus a B-. So mostly Bs. And that maybe goes to what you said. It's not a sexy draft.
Right. I'm not surprised that would be the grades, and I hate draft grades because we have no idea. There's going to be some busts in the first round. And so, like, you redraft after the first 8 games. That's an old bit as well. Let's redraft last year's draft to see how these players are performing and what they're doing.
Ace in Detroit, you didn't like it.
Yeah, no, I didn't like it. This is definitely a D draft.
What was it that you didn't like?
Okay, so I'm going to try to make this quick and I'm going to drop off. A couple things. One, what happened to the villain, Brad? Well, Brad got his name, let Brad cook because he was the villain. He made the aggressive moves. We had Reuben Bain sitting there 2 picks ahead of us. We didn't trade up and get him. That was a mistake. Miller, the guy can't anchor. He's weak. If he's in the ACC and he's not dominant in the ACC, what makes us think he's going to be dominant in the NFL? And then if you take a look at Moore, yes, he has 10.5 sacks. Great. But if you actually do the math and dig into the numbers and look at the game, go take a look at his game log, when he was playing against the best talent, he didn't show up. He didn't show up against Ohio State. He didn't show up against the top teams. He padded stats against lesser teams. So you actually dig into what we got. What happened to the aggressive Brad? What happened to the villain Brad? So I'm concerned about that. There were opportunities that where we could have really swung for the fences. We didn't do it. So I'll drop off and listen. But what happened to the villain? Did someone talk to Brad and say, hey, no more risks, no more injured players? Let's play it safe, because that's what it feels like. It feels like he really played it safe on this one. So I'll drop off.
Where do you want to start?
Well, villain Brad. Where did villain Brad get to?
Well, the last 2 years, they didn't win a playoff game.
Right. And what was one of the things that I talked about as we started to approach the offseason, and we were in January and February, going to have to do things differently than you've done before. And maybe he still moved around plenty in the draft. There were still 2 trades that he had. But would Bain have been the sexy pick in the first round? I think that
absolutely.
Does that get you an A from all the talking heads versus taking a tackle? And I would disagree with him 100% in regards to the anchor. I think Miller has a good anchor. The argument I would make is he's not as fast to the mesh point on those wide sets, those wide nines, as maybe a Monroe Freeling would have been. But what did I say? What's the counter to that? You throw a bunch of changeup pitches. And, he's a knuckleballer. He's a changeup pitch guy. He's got a curveball. Maybe he doesn't have the 98-mile-per-hour fastball or doesn't bring it at 102. You could still win a lot of different ways at that tackle position.
And what did you make of the Moore comment? Because we got this text as well. It says, as a Michigan guy, I admit I wasn't thrilled with the Derek Moore pick. He had flashes but disappeared in games.
I was, not going to lie to you, I was a little surprised that they traded up for him. And if they had him in that bucket that says, hey, we can't let him get to Baltimore, we want him, versus insert any other name, then it's, hey, let's wait and see. Let's see what he does when he's on an NFL field. I mean, he had some good. Caden Proctor, top 12 draft pick.
Yeah, he beat Caden Proctor in a bowl game for a sack. The year before, he had a sack against Alabama in the semifinal en route to a national title. And those are specific games because he wanted to go through the game log. Now, this last year, he had 10 and a half sacks, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was 1.5 against Nebraska. He had 1 against Wisconsin. He had 2 against Washington, 2 against State, 2 against Purdue, all, by the way, in consecutive weeks. He was on a tear.
Yeah.
And then he had 1.5 against Maryland. So he didn't do it against Ohio State. That's the criticism, and he didn't do it against Oklahoma.
Right, and I know my numbers are going to be a little bit off, but going into that Maryland game, I know one of the things was their offensive line had only given up like 5 sacks to that point, and this was, week 10, 11, something like that. So I'm not looking at Maryland and saying, oh, well, they were some great offensive line, but they did have a mobile quarterback and an offense that got the ball out quick.
Let's get back to the phones. Terry, you also didn't like this draft. You're in Southfield. Good morning.
Yes, I didn't. Good morning, guys. I'm sorry. I didn't like it. I think they did address. I gave them a C+, a consensus. I know that don't mean a lot, but because they picked Abney, I think with some of the needs with the secondary and some of them guys got some injuries and things like that. I think that was a good address in that area. But with the offensive tackle guy, Clemson was like 125 running the ball. And, the Lions, by the 7th game, we had Gibbs get 100 yards. He had his first 100 yards after the 7th game. So I think we're looking for somebody to come in and help us run the ball. And I just didn't, with Bain being there, he kind of fell in our lap. Nobody expected him to be there. And with addressing the need with the edge rusher, I think we really should have went after him. And that's just my take on it. That's my reasons there.
So, Terry, let me ask you this. Now, okay, we know that Vegas was going to go with the quarterback. We know some other ones were, but why did 14 other teams pass on Bain?
Well, they started talking about the same thing they were talking about Hudson last year, his arm length. And we see, okay, I know that data. You have to take that data, and these guys spend a lot of time inputting all that data. But it's some things you just can't go off of the measurables. And we see how things worked out with Hutch. He had the same problems with the arm length. So we kind of have to try not to take some of the data and, go off basically what we're getting.
Terry, I'll give you this. I think Bain's a dude. I think he's going to be a good football player in the NFL. I think he was highly productive. I think he's got a great motor. I would have loved him to be a Detroit Lion. I have no issue if they would have traded up a couple spots to nab him. At the same time, I also highlighted Blake Miller a lot in the pre-draft process and thought the tackle was critical to finishing this offensive line. I mean, it's been a sore subject getting this offensive line right with some of the retirements and how it's aged out.
Right.
So I suppose I respect that you have the conviction on it. To me, if they got either one of the players, I was going to be happy. I wouldn't frown that they got the tackle instead of the edge.
I think Desmond Bain is going to be that guy that everyone is. They didn't take somebody and then he goes after, like Eric Ebron and Aaron Donald. But that's going to be the guy that everybody looks at, and they're going to grade Brad Holmes on the fact that he didn't go up to get him. And we'll see what he does in Tampa. Yeah. We'll see what those rookie numbers look like.
I feel like Tampa got some good football players. Didn't they end up with Scott?
They need him. Coach needs him.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Got to save his job.
You're right. He's going to be on hot seat this year, Todd Bowles. 248-539-9797. We've got more Lions fans that want to weigh in. If you didn't love the draft, you could speak honestly. We're having that conversation. We'll touch on the Pistons before the hour ends and the thing that Tom doesn't want me to do to close the show. It's 97.1. What I'm going to do is tell you about Shaner Roofing. If you need roofing, windows, or siding, they've expanded the portfolio. After 30 years of trusted service, they're bringing 5-star quality to roofs, windows, and siding. Shaner's a family-owned company, local business, and locally committed. While other competitors are being bought out by outside investment firms, Shaner's here, they're local, and they're still committed to their Michigan customers. Peace of mind is important when you're going to make these kind of decisions. Every roof they install, lifetime transferable warranty. The reputation, unmatched. 4.9-star Google rating. That's thousands of satisfied homeowners. And how about this? There's a no pressure promise. These are typically big decisions. You can forget about high pressure sales pitches. You're going to receive a true, honest assessment of your home's needs, and they're not going to hound you to make a decision on the spot. Ready to get started? Get your quote today. That's mymichiganroof.com. That's Shaner Roofing, mymichiganroof.com. Yeah, we got a lot to do in under a half hour. We're going to get to the Pistons. People have feedback on the Lions draft. I told you I want to end the show with something that Tom is rolling his eyes at the idea of, and he's trying to counter-program, John. He brought me something else to close the show with.
Oh, really?
Impacts one of our local teams in a bold move that he wants to see. Let's get to Rich in Detroit. Rich, good morning.
What's going on, fellas?
How you doing?
Good. Thank you, man. I appreciate you guys for letting me vent real quick. Hey, to the people that's mad about Brad Holmes not trading up like they know what's going on in the draft process and know that he had the option to even do so, to go in front of Tampa Bay, because Bain, if I'm not mistaken, went 15th, and Lions had the 17th pick. I can see if Bain went 18th overall. Okay, maybe Brad could have got him, but they don't know what's going on in the draft room. Two, what do they think that the Lions needed? Do we need an A grade draft, or are we that bad that we needed an A+ grade draft, or is this B grade draft good enough? Like we're not a horrible team. We don't need these top guys. I think we got the guys we needed. They criticize Brad about drafting injured players or getting injured players or whatever, and he goes and get Miller, which is a guy who's been starting since he came out of the womb, and everybody's mad about that. Like, I trust the process. They got some good guys, man, and we're gonna come out on top, I believe.
Yeah, Rich, I think it's a great point that this is the draft that we've been calling for.
Yeah.
You know, like John had said, you got to shift a little bit of what you're doing, and they prioritized needs. They prioritized track record, healthy, quality football players. To the Twitch comment, Miller is a win now pick. I thought that's what Lions fans wanted.
Right. Yeah, I think Monroe Freeling ends up being the better tackle, but if you've pinned yourself in a position where you need a plug and play right now, you need a very low risk pick in the first round, Blake Miller's that pick. He comes in, he's got 54 starts, he's got more reps than anybody else in the draft had at the O-line position, and they needed somebody that they felt could plug and play.
And the caller who said they should have traded up for the edge in the first round crushed the draft. He said he gave him a D, right?
Yeah.
Did he give Brad credit for trading up in the second round to get an edge? Or is that bad? Like, it's only worth trading up to get Bain, but it's not worth trading up to get a different edge. See,
right.
It's like we crush him for not doing it, and then when he does do it, you crush him anyway. Like, you got to have some consistency. We wanted them to address tackle and edge. We wanted them to get guys that could play right away. We wanted what they did. They did what we wanted. It's a fulfilling draft in that way.
And so you go back after a couple of years and you say, okay, well, how many starters did they get in this draft? And I think in the first round, you got to come away with a starter. I think they did. The second round, at some point this upcoming football season, do we expect Derek Moore to get starts?
Yes, and starter snaps, yes.
Yes, I expect to. Jim, now you start to get the fourth and fifth round, and no one is expecting to take a starter in the fourth round.
No.
But if you're talking about 50% of snaps throughout the rookie season, do we expect Jimmy Roller to get at least that many? Because Rodrigo's not going to be a guy that plays 95% of the snaps. He shouldn't.
No, and I still don't know if they add, a veteran linebacker depth along the way. But the thought with Roller, and you'd know more than me, a one-year starter, the thought is there's some upside there that he can grow into. And again, you're taking guys on day 3. Like the Abney kid out of Arizona State. Everybody's got a flaw if you're there on day 3. He's small. Roller only played a season. If they profile as the type of football players this defense wants, one of them turns into a starter, that's a winning draft.
And so that's why I hate grades, because we have no idea what these players will be and what they'll mean for the team this year.
Pistons tonight. How do you feel about their chances for tonight and for the series?
Such a hard question to answer, because my heart says, well, they even up the series and they come back 2-2. And they did all the hard work during the regular season to earn that home field advantage or home court advantage, and they'll have 2 of the final 3 games at home.
Piece of cake. Easier
My
said than
head
done.
looks at it and says, for the majority of all 3 games, I know they won game 2, but for the majority of all 3 games, they haven't been the better team on the court.
Right.
And what the disappearance of Jalen Duren, if he could get back to if whatever funk he's in, get back to the player he was through 82 games, then I would sit here and say, yeah, I've got a much higher level of confidence in this team getting the win tonight, but also winning the series. But I don't know. I don't know if he gets out of that funk.
I think the problem is, sure, on paper, you win today, it's even, 2 or 3 are at home. On paper, you're the 1, they're the 8. On paper, there's nothing to panic about. And I felt that way after the first game. You drop game 1, I'm not going to panic. But on Saturday at about 3:55, I really started to consider that this team's not going to win the series because it's the how they're losing these games. Outside of an 8-minute stretch in game 2, the defense hasn't been special, and Orlando's got 3 real good pieces in the offense, and Banchero and Wagner and Bain, where they're going to get some, especially at home where they have control of the series now. And then on offense, the issues are the issues. I thought I'd get them, beaten in the second or third round.
Yeah.
It may be what gets them beat in the first round. It's Cade dribbling into traffic with no Robin. Duren is a no-show in the series. Asar doesn't look at the rim. I love him on defense, but again, the problems in the half court are the problems.
Right.
The how is what gets me. Could they, should they, their favorite tonight, win? Do I trust them to win consecutive games and turn the corner here? I'm not seeing the how. I'm seeing their problems show up again and again. 248-539-9797.
It's and I 100% blame you guys for these comments on Twitch. Go easy on Duren. He's got a broken heart.
See?
Stop it.
See?
Just stop it.
She was tweeting up a storm on Sunday or Saturday. Good news, Angel Reese is playing WNBA games starting Wednesday, so maybe her focus will be shifted.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully Duren's focus can be shifted. Because what the hell is this, man?
It's not like this happened every time they've played Orlando. You go back and he's a 21-point guy, a 13 rebound guy, 11 to 12 from the free throw line earlier in the season. Like
he does that, they'll win.
Right. And so it's can they get back to that type of basketball?
248-539-9797. The tone tomorrow. They're down 3-1. Probably done. Tied 2-2. Live to fight another day. Hey man, that's what we want. These big games. I just hate that they're happening in round 1.
What if they win tonight, but it's somewhat similar to game 2? Maybe not that crazy run. Maybe not quite the margin.
But it's like a back alley brawl, a street fight.
But no, it kind of looks like the other games have for the most part. Like they've dominated, 9 of the 12 quarters or so?
Well, then we're probably talking about it going 7.
Yeah. Like this kind of seems like we're in this spot where people wouldn't have confidence even if they were to win in some ways because they've been exposed to a degree.
Yeah, I mean, a win today doesn't auto-advance them.
No.
Far from it. It just keeps you going. Now, if you told me Duren scored 32 tonight, I think I'd feel a lot better.
I'm not asking for 32. I'm just asking for his
22?
Standard double-double.
Yeah.
Like 16 and 12.
Right.
I just don't know how that's going to change.
Well, then the change is if he's not going to change, he gets to sit the pine and Stu gets to play those minutes. Now, Stewart's got to be careful, too, because he had a dumb foul at the end of the half, and he's always, one shove or push away from problems there. But maybe it's B-Ball Paul who gave him good minutes in the third quarter. If Duren's not going to buck up, he can sit down and let somebody else play.
Mm-hmm.
I do think things need to get chippy tonight.
Well, it probably will be because it's
It should be. It's
now
the playoffs.
Now or never, man. DJ in Detroit, good morning.
What up, though, fellas? How y'all doing, John and Jim? Y'all good?
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, so I get a Lions draft, a C+. I think they took a page out of the going to work Pistons and those type of teams where what you guys said is true. They just took a bunch of talented, experienced ball players that can kind of like plug and play. I don't see no extraordinary talented kid. Like the tackle who's drafted after him is a kid who has a chance to be extraordinarily talented. So I give it a C+. But the thing that I want to say, Costa, man, and me and you kind of touched on this the last time I called.
Mm-hmm.
the Lions' problems, more so in my opinion, was actually the position on the line that gets the least amount of credit, which was the guard spot. Everybody's an edge rusher, tackle rusher. That wasn't the problem last year if you watched all the games. The problem was at Green Bay when I was there, up the middle. When Brian Flores finally exposed us, up the middle. Matt Ragnow and Jonah Jackson, when we were at our strength and our superpower, we were cutting people right up the middle, and Goff had protection right up the middle. So, John, you know this is a football player, man. You know the hardest guys to really defend on the D-line a lot of times ain't them edge guys because you can slide protections, you can get running back chip, you tight ends. But when you got a John Randall, or Aaron Donald, a Warren Sapp coming right up that middle, that's a tough way to defend. And I think that was more so our problem and issue, in my opinion. So that's why I wanted the guy to Penn State. That's why I really wanted him.
Yeah, look, I think you made your call, maybe a couple like it, made me think, hey, if they made that pick, I would get it.
Yeah.
Because Goff stepping up in the pocket is more than him rolling out. And if you want to get to the second level in the run game, they're going to have to be. But that's what makes the Cade Mays signing so important in free agency because he's going to play that middle of the offensive line.
Right. And I mean, the guy from Vega, he was gone already.
All right, we're going to end the show with two things. What I want to end the show with and what Tom wants to end the show with. It's next, 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. I've seen the Ram side by side with the competition, and I've driven a Ram, and I want to let you know what's going on inside those Ram truck dealers this month. The Metro Detroit Ram dealers have exceptional opportunities for power. It's really not much of a competition right now. You can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And for the competition, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only 4 under the hood? 4-cylinder and full-size pickup, it's contradictory. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here at Sterling Heights. And for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram has a 5-link coil suspension, and all it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are there financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do is pull into any Ram dealer today. Do me a favor, start one, and you're going to hear the difference.
Wrapping up on a Monday, Carson Anderson taking over in 10 minutes. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park back tomorrow. Should get a Disney recap. Gov Greg behind the glass.
Yeah, we'll see how the kids did. See how mom and dad did.
Yeah. 2 and a 4-year-old.
Uh-huh.
They built up to it. That was the last day of the trip. So we'll talk to her tomorrow. I want to end the show, as is tradition, with a way too early mock draft.
Okay.
Tom is rolling his eyes. This is played out.
Okay, so as soon as you say that, the number one thing I want to know is not necessarily the player. I could predict a position, and I will, but I think it's a matter of where are they slotted to pick. Are they picking 32?
No, the Lions are not picking 32 in CBS Sports way too early 2027 mock draft.
All right, so then can I predict
guess
the pick?
Yeah, go ahead.
So they went 5 defensive players this year, 2 offense. They went the first round offense. We asked the question about the safety. I think they go safety.
They do go safety.
Boom.
What pick?
Okay, so it's not 32. I'm going to say they're mid-20s. I'm going to say 25.
23.
Okay.
In the playoffs, but not making a deep run.
No.
And they take KJ Bolden, safety out of Georgia, former 5-star steady contributor in Kirby Smart's defense. Bolden brings pass versatility, blah, 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 blah. I get it. We're a full year out on this. He's shaking his head.
I mean, why don't you print this out and let's see how accurate it is?
It's going to be gobbledygook. You know that. The number 1 pick is Arch Manning to the Jets. Dante Moore, local kid, goes 2 to the Cardinals. Jeremiah Smith, receiver, goes 3 to the Dolphins.
Who does pick 32nd?
Aha. 32nd is the Los Angeles Rams.
Oh, but they went quarterback in the first round. How could that possibly be?
They ain't going to help them.
You don't know.
They just throw away the pick. We don't need anything. We're Super Bowl champs already.
F them picks.
Yep.
They F them picks even when they had a pick.
Right.
Now, what Tom wanted us to end the show with, and he did bring this into the studio, it's the odds for a trade.
Which sport?
Hockey, John. Stay with us for a minute.
Okay. What's more realistic? That the mock draft would be okay or that the Wings would make a substantial trade?
Well, the odds are 20-1 they'd land Brady Tkachuk. This is courtesy of Bet Online. Brady Tkachuk's next team, if it's not the Senators, Red Wings are 20-1, far from the favorite.
Who's got the best odds?
The New York Rangers, followed by the Panthers, where his brother Matthew plays. Then the Blues and Blackhawks, Flyers, Mammoth, and Kings.
So the same outlets sent just after that, and I didn't give you this, but odds of the next MLB manager to be fired after Alex Cora got fired this weekend.
They had like 17 runs in a game.
And they had, it was down the list some, but AJ Hinch at 25-1. So the Red Wings have a 20-1 chance to get Brady Tkachuk, and AJ Hinch has a 25-1 chance to get fired.
So you're saying, according to this site, only slightly better odds that we get Brady Tkachuk than Hinch be fired.
And I don't see a world where
no,
outside some scandal or something like that where Hinch would be fired in season.
Right. Now, this, first of all, would imply that he is being dealt, which is not a given, but they were just swept out of the playoffs. There's clearly some tension there. Why wouldn't Detroit be near the top of the list here? You trade Raymond, you trade a pick, you trade a prospect, you get your power forward.
Might have to do a little more, but so what? I don't think 2 prospects. They have Comfer.
Yeah, we'll give him bubonic plague, too. I don't think that's going to sweeten the deal.
I love setting you off. Your reaction.
Here, we'll give you locusts and dog feces. Can we get the deal done?
Measles.
Right.
They're in the area. Hey, I will say this. All kidding aside with the Brady Tkachuk stuff, that's a good development that they got swept.
Yeah.
You know, it might create a little more chatter, him getting moved and all that. And then, the other thing is, the one wanted out of Canada, why not the other? And there's been speculation about it. But also the situation that Edmonton's in, and God forbid McDavid goes out 4-1 to the Ducks.
So for people who aren't hip to it, he took a pay cut on a shorter term deal so they could, quote, get it right, because they've fallen short of the cup in the cup a couple years in a row. If they get bounced in the first round,
Is there a summer where McDavid demands a trade? Or he would be going into his last year under contract next year at Edmonton.
I think it's most likely that he goes in under his last year of his contract and he hits free agency.
He can pick where he wants to go.
In a sport where nobody hits free agency, the best player in the game.
Well, but there's also, correct me if I'm wrong, there's no mechanism in place for them to tether him.
Nope. You'd be
They can either
unrestricted.
offer him a boatload of money, but there's no franchise tag in hockey.
But they
Correct.
would be so compelled to have to trade him if it hit that point.
Okay, but it also doesn't mean he has to sign a contract with whatever team they trade him to.
There are Gretzky,
Correct.
Gretzky similarities with this to a degree. I mean, Gretzky obviously won there, multiple cups, but
So you're saying he's going to end up with the Kings?
I hope not.
With Ken Holland?
I don't think he'd do the Toronto thing either. I don't think he'd want the weight of the world to try to do that.
Gator is in the studio. You may be wondering, what are we blabbing about? Tom had brought in trade odds for Brady Tkachuk if he's somewhere other than Ottawa, and then he brought up, well, what happens if McDavid and the Oilers lose in the first round?
Well, I mean, McDavid only signed, what, a 2-year extension?
Yeah,
with
he'd have a
them,
year
so
left.
He's going to be a free agent. Is it after next year?
Yeah, yes. One more, I believe.
Look, I'd love to get either one of those guys. Obviously, Connor McDavid is the most talented player in the league, but he just hasn't seen postseason success to the level that everybody expected him to. But Brady Tkachuk is an absolute stud of a player. He's exactly what the Red Wings lack.
Yep.
And I would love to get Brady Tkachuk, even though I know he's a polarizing player, but he's precisely what the type of player the Red Wings need in their lineup.
I'm assuming Pistons and draft?
Was there a draft?
And Tigers and more?
Yeah.
There was an NFL draft? Yeah, we'll get to the draft. We are going to start with the Pistons, but we got a lot of draft stuff we're going to get to, and maybe some Torque stuff. We'll see.
Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Well, good morning and welcome to the Carson Anderson program. I am Doug Carson. Scott Anderson. Hello, Scott. How are you?
I'm fine, Doug. How are you?
Yeah, good. Oh, good. Glad to hear it. Good weekend?
Yeah, it's the draft.
Yeah.
So there's that. That's
Draft.
always good times. I stayed up all, watched all of the draft on Friday night and a lot of it Saturday. Although Tigers and Pistons and everything else kind of creeps in depending on the day. But
yeah, sure.
It was fun. Good sports weekend for that. And
really was. I mean, the Piston game was the Piston game and the Friday night Tiger game were so frustrating, But hey, look, that's sports, right? Sports aren't. You don't win everything, and at this point, y'all better win a game when it comes to the Pistons, which that was where the series is right now. They are in trouble, and there's these little snapshots in time where they look like world beaters, but they've come few and far between, and there's a litany of issues that we will run through as the day goes on. And I don't know if I'm looking at this like on a quarter by quarter basis. Like there are some quarters where you're like, there they are. They're the Pistons. And there are other quarters where I'm like, who are these guys? Because they don't look particularly good on the defensive end. And they look so inefficient on the offensive end. Like scoring is like pulling teeth with this group at times. And I'm sorry, but I don't know who to call out more. Is it JB for not getting Jalen Duren involved, or is it just Duren himself who's no-showing in this postseason?
I think it's I think there's a combination there, but if I give the lion's share to it, I got to give it to the player because they clearly have stuff set up for them, and they aren't executing it as well as they can. Now, credit Orlando.
Yeah.
Give a lot of credit to Orlando for being able to figure out the Pistons' offense when nobody else could during the regular season, and they've done it here in the playoffs for 3 straight games. Jalen Duren has been a complete non-factor, and that's startling.
You know what? He was a factor defensively in the fourth quarter on Saturday.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but on the offensive end.
But offensively, he is.
Yeah, and I mean, it's really odd. It's to the point with him that when he does anything, I'm like, hey, that's good for you. No, that's not the way it's supposed to be. This is a guy who was an all-star. This is a guy who's could make NBA all third team, all second team, whatever. And he is a complete non-factor on the offensive end in this series.
He looks like somebody that has no confidence right now in their offensive game. I mean, none. He looks uncomfortable when he's got the ball in his hands. He's like he forgets what he's done that has made him an all-star and made him a really, really nice player for this team. And, part of that is also the Pistons haven't gotten into their entire flow of their offense either. It's not just Duren. I mean, it's other players too, but it doesn't help that they're turning the ball over with so much regularity. Cade Cunningham has been a turnover machine over the last couple of games in this series, and it's frightening to see that. He's got 19 turnovers, and he's got 24 assists. That's not a good assist-to-turnover ratio.
No.
And, particularly they had the 9 turnovers in the game on Saturday afternoon. He's the superstar. He's the leader. He's got to be better than that, too.
Some of them
starts
are
with him, and he
careless.
didn't shoot well either on Saturday.
Like when you're a ball-dominant guard, like the lead guards on a lot of teams, you're going to turn it over a lot. You got the ball in your hands a lot. You're at the end of shot clocks. You got to make things happen. You run the risk of as much possession time as a player like Cade has. I accept some turnovers, and that's just going to be part of it. And if you look at the guys who lead the league in turnovers, there are a lot of really, really good players. But you also look at like the fourth quarter, he's bringing the ball up the court, and there was like a reach around knockaway, which led to a dunk on the other end. And I can't remember who did it. Reached, but just poked it away from him as Cade went past to a teammate who threw it over the top, and a dude got a dunk. And I'm just like, that feels careless. That feels, you've got to be sharper than that and he was been great at times. Like he was unbelievable in the fourth quarter, but it's like a careless moment. And I almost felt like the Pistons gave that game away in the second and third quarter with lack of attention to detail. And things like offensive rebounds, second chance points, careless turnovers. When you're down 11 and you're like, and now we're down 13. But you're not locked in the way you need to be. And then in the end of the game, it costs you because you do all this heavy lifting and this scrambling to get back in the game where, you catch up and then you're out of gas because you got so far behind because you were sloppy and careless through the second and third quarter.
Yeah, it's frustrating because it's a game, again, statistically, you look at it Saturday, and the Pistons, they outshot Orlando. Orlando had another bad shooting night, and it didn't matter because they got to the free throw line. The Pistons committed more turnovers, and Orlando was able to out-rebound the Pistons. And when you're getting out-rebounded
and you're committing more turnovers, and you're committing fouls that put the other team at the free throw line, which is where they live, it's not a recipe for success, despite the fact that you're holding them to 40% shooting. You know, it's just frustrating to watch because this is a team that was so dominant in the regular season, won 60 games. This is a 1-versus-8 matchup, and yes, we can all concede that this is not your typical 8 seed because they weren't healthy throughout this year, and now they're healthy, and now they're playing good basketball. But this is also not a team that's going to represent the Eastern Conference when it comes to the NBA Finals. I don't see Orlando making that kind of run. But they're giving the Pistons everything they can handle, and the Pistons just aren't handling it, which is really, really frustrating. They're getting, everybody's. It's tough for me too because I've been a Jalen Duren defender. I've said for months, everybody's looking for that second guy. I'm like, Jalen Duren's the number 2. What are we talking about?
Yeah,
and no, he's not the number 2. And
he hasn't been.
I'm having to accept that. And I don't want to accept that.
No.
I expect better of him. And the fact is that Tobias Harris is playing really well in this series, and it doesn't matter because what Tobias is doing should matter because he should be the third guy that's getting those shots down because Duren is getting his 20 and 10 a night, but he's not getting 20 and 10 a night. It's half that from the scoring, and he still isn't. I don't think he's gotten double digits in the rebounding game yet either.
Tobias was a big part of that fourth quarter comeback. Asar Thompson played a role, and it just feels like Duren, like they got him 2 lobs early in that game. I'm like, that's how they get him involved, and that's what he did for much of this season. And then I think he had 4 points the rest of the way after the 2 lobs in the first quarter.
I have an observation. I could be way off on this, and I want Kang to answer this as well as you. With all the turnovers that are going on for the Pistons, a lot of it seems like balls are getting knocked out of their possession. I feel like part of that is when they have the ball in their hands, they don't take a second to secure it. Actually, if they grab a rebound, a lot of this has happened where they grab a rebound and the ball just gets stripped out of their hands. Hang on to the rebound. Don't look to throw it out just so quickly all the time, although that is a big part of their offense. But are they not hanging on to it and securing it right away when they have it in their hands? Is that the reason? Or is it because it doesn't feel like all the turnovers are coming from a standpoint of dribbling a ball up the court and you're looking to pass to somebody and you make an errant pass and somebody steps in front of it. It feels like these are balls that are getting knocked out of their own hands.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I haven't had the same observation as you. I just think they're careless. I think they are strangely and uncharacteristically careless.
I don't know. I think they've always had turnover issues, specifically Cade Cunningham. But the thing with Cade, and I've said it many times, everyone's said it, and I'll keep saying it, playoff basketball is different than a regular season. And there's going to be more pressure, and they're going to blitz Cade, and they're going to come after him, and he's going to have to make decisions. The turnover thing he's always had an issue with, he's just not strong with the ball at all times. Like, there's a lot of times where he's not, and it's not just Cade, but we're focused on him a lot because he has the ball in his hands a lot. But yeah, the team as a whole is not really strong with the ball. Cade's not strong with the ball. There are times where it seems like a lack of focus, whatever you want to call it, Gator. But yeah, this happens to them. We've kind of gotten used to it because their defense carries them and they win, they won 60 games. So it's, you don't focus on it. And then come playoff time, you're down 2-1. It's like, what's up with these same turnovers you've been doing all year long, but now it's magnified because you're losing games. They actually had less turnovers than the Magic did in game 3, but we're focused on it because this doesn't look like the same team. And the main reason isn't the turnovers. It's Jalen Duren. It's pretty obvious. This guy is not the same player as he was during the regular season. Now that you can actually focus and have an intense, game plan towards one player, which the Magic seem to have done with Jalen Duren. He's completely out of it. He can't score offensively on his own. And on top of that, he's not rebounding the ball like he was during the regular season. Has he had a double-digit rebound game yet in this series?
I don't think he has.
I mean, he was able to block some shots finally and rim protect. But other than that, this series they're losing right now is because of Jalen Duren. And it's crazy because by hook or crook, he's got to score like 18 points somehow. I don't know how, JB's got to draw something up or whatever, but everyone else, you blew a nice Asar Thompson game, a Tobias game. Cade came through in the fourth to bring you back, and you got nothing from Jalen Duren again.
He's had 9 rebounds each of the last 2 games, but not to double digits, and he's had 8, 11, and 8 points.
All right, so a couple things here for the people. What's going on, and how does it get fixed? Pistons down 2-1. Huge game tonight. Massive game tonight. What's going on, and how does it get fixed? 248-539-9797. Oh, look, it's a Monday. Mondays mean Champ and Chump. Get your votes in for Champ and Chump on the weekend. Plenty to choose from on both sides. We'll tally up the votes and post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as Champ and Chump on the weekend. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Hey, I've known the Bernstein family for a long time, and I've seen how they work firsthand. If you're injured, call Sam. They're a firm that demands respect, not just for you, but from the insurance companies too. 50 years of winning earns that. 1-800-CALL-SAM. All right, what is wrong and how do they fix it? Pistons they're getting outplayed right now in most of this series, and maybe it's not fixable. Maybe they will be done, and we don't want to spend the whole show leg humping Orlando. I give Orlando a ton of credit for what's gone on here. Snapshots in time, Pistons look great, but really fewer and further between. There has very valid questions being asked about this team, and I think some of it, I looked at them during the second quarter when Orlando started to pull away, and Detroit obviously came back, but I wonder how much the pressure of being a 1 seed and doubt is creeping into their heads.
I don't know about pressure or any of that. I mean,
I don't know either. I'm just wondering.
Orlando they're doing the little things that seemingly that's what the Pistons used to do, and Orlando's getting those things done. And when the Pistons did those things, they smoked them. And that third quarter in Game 2 was unbelievable, but it feels like it's a year ago at this point. And it's crazy because the Pistons are actually out shooting Orlando, and I don't think it's by a small margin. They're really out shooting them, but you got to do the other things, and they're not doing the other things right now. And in Orlando, when the Pistons stormed back in the fourth quarter, they had the lead so briefly, and then Orlando just had the answer like they did in Game 1. Every time the Pistons came storming back, Orlando would knock down the shot and go on a run themselves and put more distance between them. And then what happened on Saturday was the same thing. Pistons got the lead. Orlando quickly got the lead back, then drained a 3-point shot, dagger, and then they drained another 3-point shot that went up to the heavens and came all the way back down. I mean, when that one goes up and in, you're like, all right, what are you going to do? It's done. They blew their chance in this game, and now you got to scrap and claw your way to get back into it in tonight's game, in a massive Game 4.
248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. Champ and Chump, let's get them in as well. We go to Brian in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Hello, Brian.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
What's up?
I asked y'all last week. I'm going to ask you again. Is it just Orlando just a better team than the Pistons?
Could be, yep. It could be. It could be they came back. They're healthy. They were supposed to be one of the top teams in the East. They weren't for much of the year. And now they could be dialing it in at the right time, and maybe they're getting better coaching. Maybe they're more playoff built.
They overall talent is just better than what the talent that the Pistons have. And Doug, I asked you last week about they making a trade, and you always say, well, we don't know what the trade was, probably give up too much. I'd rather give up too much than go out in the first round, which is what is about to happen.
I guess you always have to consider that GMs aren't making trades solely for one season. They're making trades for the next season, the next season. And so that's something to consider if they are better long term because they didn't make a trade this year.
But let me say one more thing before I get off.
They did make a trade.
That not making a trade for the next season, the season after, and all that is bull crap. The time is right now. They are a 60-win team. The next year is not promising nobody.
But I'm saying Brian, it's a factor that GMs are considering. That you obviously were ready to go all in this year, and Trajan Langdon might not have been.
Doug, I'd rather go all in than be 60 wins and go out in the first round. I don't want to hear about Orlando as a better team. We weren't saying all that.
Hang on, Brian. If you know that's the option.
Yeah.
Okay, if you're going to tell me that,
that's a good point.
Would I rather go for it now or go out in the first round? Of course, you're going to go for it now, but you don't know that you're going to lose in the first round or struggle in the first round,
which they haven't lost yet.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, you're right. If they come home, if the options are make a trade to make a deeper run or lose in the first round, almost everyone would say, yeah, go ahead and make the trade to make a deeper run. But as you have said, and I always know that GMs, they are looking down the road. It might not be their ultimate motivation, maybe their ultimate motivation in a given year, but this team, given how young they are, it feels as though this team's going to be around in the East for a while. Now, the question is it going to happen this year? And it's a very valid question because this group has gotten outplayed through 3 games by Orlando. Brett in Grand Rapids. Hi, Brett.
Hey, how you doing? This might be a weird take, but I don't think anything's really wrong. Trajan Langdon told us at the trade deadline he wanted to see what these young kids could do to find out what we had to do in the offseason. We better not draft an only defensive player in this year's draft. We need to think offense now. We got too many one-sided players. I mean, we are great on defense, but if you can't score, you can't win.
Well, you watch a team like Boston last night, and there are multiple options. They were getting nothing out of their top two, and they were killing Philadelphia because other guys were just bombing away. And so, Brett, yeah, there's something to be said. There's different ways to build teams, and there's different ways to win. But where they are in this draft, because they have, is it the Timberwolves pick at 21? Finding a elite scorer would be ideal. And at 21, you can find that guy. But they need to find, and it's funny, NBADraft.net has them taking Bennett Sturts, the guard from Iowa, who can really shoot it from the perimeter. So, I mean, that's an example of a way to help yourself. But that's, of course, tomorrow's down the road topic, what they need to do to fill holes. What's going wrong right now? How do they fix it? KB in Detroit, you're next. Hi, KB.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
Right. So the thing is, man, JB has to adjust his coaching. He needs to make an adjustment. They're trying to force feed Duren, and it's not working. But Duren can shoot almost 80% from the free throw line. So how about doing some popping picks from up top or setting up something where he can shoot at the free throw extension? He can hit those shots, okay? Give him that shot. Let him get some touches. With big men, if they don't get touches and feel that they're part of the offensive flow, for whatever reason in their head, they lose the rebound and the defense that they play. But you get him involved that way instead of trying to force it inside to him. Let him come out and hit that free throw extension jump shot. Second, we are not like the other NBA teams in the playoffs. We got there because we played defense. We've been playing defense with a team of 8 to 9 to 10 players. You still have to do that because those guys had impacts on you getting 60 wins. They weren't just some slobs coming in on garbage time throughout the season. They were important to those 60 victories, and we need them. How do you not play Holland, Mr. Hustle, man, who's part of the all dogs? You don't put one of your dogs in the cage. You got to let him out and let him do what he do. And third, I didn't like what JB did with Beef Stew. You don't bench him because, yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for his reputation, they probably wouldn't even have called that foul at the end of the first half. I see guys pushing each other and falling all the time, but every time Stewart touches somebody, they fall. What JB should have did was got a tech and let him know that he's supporting his guys, and let's go back out there. Then you send him most of the hall of the third quarter.
I agree with a lot of what you had to say there, KB, except the last part with Isaiah Stewart. The thing that concerns me is that had he not sat him down, Orlando's going to go at him and try to goad him into something. And if they do, is he then suspended and then he's useless for the series?
But he walked away. He's been cool. Okay, he's been cool. He's walking away from everything. He's still got to be Beef Stew. You still got to need him to be Beef Stew. It's not like he did anything. Let him come at him. As long as he's playing basketball and the way he plays basketball, he's good. As long as they're not doing, I think we're getting carried away.
He did.
Beef Stew never starts nothing.
Well, hold on.
No,
he came in that game. He came in that game and right away went at it with Batazzi. I mean, he looked like he came in ready to fight, and then he backed down after that, and he got called for a terrible ticky-tack foul right after that. I thought he came in announcing his presence with authority, and you would have liked to see more of him in the second half. Yeah, he only played 4 minutes in the second half, and so they didn't use him a ton, and maybe they need to use him more. But the idea that Beef Stew, quote, never starts anything, I would disagree with that contention. Champ and Chump, ours today at 10:35 here on 97.1.
Hey, if you want that beautiful green, weed-free lawn this summer, do what I did. Call the great folks over at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is a number, and if you want to get green and stay green and save green when you prepay, do that. Call them by the end of the month for the early bird discount. Natural Way's been serving Michigan since 1990. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee, and it's a company I've had at my house for about a dozen years now. I love what Natural Way does. And if you're tired of fighting weeds and watching your grass thin every single summer, you got to understand that great lawns do not happen by accident. You've got to have the right timing, the right program, the right planning. And at Natural Way, they offer up a full menu of services to accomplish your dream lawn. But you've got to start early for the best results. It is so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix a problem. In fact, for a limited time only, if you purchase a full lawn program, you will get free grub control when you mention my name, Gator, and the station 97.1. Please call them right now, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
So, look, this team responded in game 2 after what happened in game 1. They need to respond tonight, and that building's going to be electric. The crowd senses it. The Magic sense it. You probably, whatever Orlando's got in them, they're going to throw at Detroit tonight because they can sniff a 3-1 advantage and the massive 8-1 upset. And so, the Pistons are going to get responded what's in the chest. And I think JB's going to get tested quite a bit here because a lot of his rotation stuff isn't working. And, the bench mob at times have been very good. In game 2, they went in, they had all bench guys in with like a minute and a half to go, down 1 in the first quarter. And when the quarter ended, they were up 4. And he put out a group in the third quarter. I think it was the beginning of the third quarter. There was 4 out of the 5 guys were off the bench and it wasn't working. He had to get a timeout real quick. He's got to push the right buttons and he's got to figure out how to get Jalen Duren more involved because as much as we can talk about other issues, and I still think one thing that really stands out to me, we'll get to a little bit later on, that I think has cost them dearly in this game, and it was so out of character. But JB's got a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do.
Well, it was. I mean, you brought up that Isaiah Stewart only played 4 minutes in the second half. You add that Ron Holland didn't play at all. Those are two of your top, 3 defenders on the team, and they're not playing much at all in the second half. And with Holland not at all in the entire game, I imagine that he's going to get some play tonight. Ron Holland will. I don't know why you sit him, other than if you're just trying to send a message like, hey, you're turning the ball, or you're trying to do too much offensively, or whatever. We need you, or he's sick. I don't know, and we just didn't know that. But it seems rather odd that Ron Holland did not play a minute in the game on Saturday afternoon.
I think it shows you that, at least from my perspective, JB's reaching, man. I don't know if he knows what his game plan is at this point. I think he's searching for answers in real time, and this is the playoffs, and you can't afford to. Playoff games are hard to win, so you can't afford to even give them away. And I think he's trying to find his rotation in the middle of a series. I think you got to play Ron Holland because I think what this team is all about defense, and that's where their offense will feed off of the defense. They got to lean on their defense. I know we're talking about Duren not being able to score, and I think he needs to be able to score, of course, but I think he'll be able to score easier when the team's causing turnovers, fouling, being aggressive with the other team. That's how this team wins. If you watch the whole regular season with the Pistons, there were plenty of games where the offense wasn't there because this is just not a super offensive efficient team, right? But they always won the majority of the games because they leaned on their defense. That's what's got to happen. They got to take control of the series back. The Magic are over. They're empowering their will against the Pistons, and that we didn't see that during the regular season. They got to get back to that, and that's defense with Thompson, Stewart, even Duren, all those guys, and then hopefully the offense comes with it because right now Duren's forcing it. You can tell he's not a one-on-one player. He can't go. He's got to, like I said, get lobs and things like that and putbacks, and it's just not happening.
And there are times where, like early in the game, he cut to the basket wide open. Tobias missed him. And I feel like if this is a point of emphasis that we got to get our second scorer involved, Tobias doesn't miss him. Like if that is something going into a game you need to do, and a guy flashes to the basket on a cut wide open, Tobias feeds him the basketball. Right then, right there, bang. He gets a bucket and gets going. I mean, it was weird. He had 2 lobs in the first quarter. 2. One from Asar, one from Tobias. Finished with authority the way he does. Two more buckets the rest of the way.
They are playing well as a team defensively, but what they're not doing is they're giving up too many offensive rebounds. And that's a little surprising as well.
All right, Champ and Chump brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. I will start my champ of the weekend as a guy who's on an 11-game hitting streak. It's Kevin McGonigal. This guy's unfreaking believable. 5 for 12 over the weekend. And I'm starting, when he steps to the plate, I'm starting to have that feeling like, okay, here comes the elite hitter in the lineup. Everything we wanted Alex Bregman to be, this guy is being at zero cost. And what I mean by that, they didn't have to give anything up. And the contract they signed him to is perfectly acceptable given what this guy is doing. Kevin McGonigal, my champ of the weekend.
He has started 27 games this year. In 20 of those games, he has reached base at least twice.
Incredible.
And the home run that he hit the other day, basically to straightaway center field, if I thought earlier that this is a guy, he might hit like 15, 20 home runs, he's got power to hit beyond that, beyond that. It's fun. And speaking of power, boy, ever since we started talking about Spencer Torkelson, all he's done is hit home runs. He's literally hit home runs every game since then. 5 straight games. Torque has tied a Tigers record here with home runs in 5 straight games. He has raised his OPS in that time from 566 to it's a now robust 836. He's also got 9 hits and 3 walks in his last 6 games. Spencer Torkelson getting it done, and it's great to see. And that home run he hit last night or yesterday afternoon was just with no doubter.
I went back and forth on my chump, and I'm settling in on JB Bickerstaff, ultimately responsible for this performance and what gets emphasized all day yesterday and leading up to this game and what he can pull out of him probably will spell whether or not this team has a chance in this series or not.
Yeah, I went with Jalen Duren. I don't know where he is. I don't know what has happened with him. This is a shell of what we saw all season long, and many saw this coming. Alas, I did not. I expect more, and I'm hopeful that he's going to do something tonight to make us go, oh, there he is. But if he doesn't show up, then the Pistons don't have a chance because he has been their second-best player all throughout the season, and he's a no-show right now.
248-539-9797, Champ and Chump. You hear something you like, we tally up votes. So you second a vote, you give your Champ and Chump votes, and we post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as Champ and Chump of the weekend, brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights. Let's get back to your phone calls. Jake in Auburn Hills, you're next. What's up, Jake?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey.
Well, this is my diagnosis of the Pistons, that this is not something we haven't totally seen during the season. When the Pistons did match up against the Spurs and even against Cleveland, in other words, against teams that were longer and more physical, I did see them get clogged up on the paint inside, which is their bread and butter. And when that gets taken away, everything starts falling apart. And we've seen this before. Orlando also did it late in the season to them, which I get they're sitting a bunch of players, but even so, just the games looked the same. They didn't have the same dominant look. And it's not only Jalen Duren, it's also Cade. He's not matching up well against Wagner. It's just they're getting out physical. Then it doesn't. If you look at this team, at this matchup in a bubble, I don't think you would know who the 8 seed and who the 1 seed is. It's just they're getting out. They just, to me, like, I don't even know if they're gonna make it out of the series. They don't look like the better team, and they don't look like they have their bread and butter. Like they don't have their thing that they did all season. And to me, the only answer I could think of is to get more physical, put Stewart in the game together with Jalen Duren, and try to box out that paint control. That's the only thing I could think of, and JB's not doing that. And that's something they've done earlier in the season. They've put Stewart and Duren together.
I think you're onto some things there, and I think the ball's in JB's court. How he responds.
Well, there have been games that he mentioned where the 2 games against San Antonio. One game Duren only played 12 minutes. The other one he had 24 and 14. So I don't know about that as much. But the last game against Orlando in the regular season he played 32 minutes, had 18 points and 9 rebounds. He was 7 of 9 from the field. The Pistons lost the game. I don't know if that was them clamping down on Duren or not, but they figured it out in the postseason. I mean, Duren has like a handful of games all season long where he wasn't really there offensively. But this is 3 in a row in the postseason, which is crazy.
Let's go to Bill in Madison Heights. You're next. What's up, Bill?
Hi, guys. How are you?
What's up?
Champ and Chump. My champ is Torque. We were just talking about him, it seems, yesterday, and he's raised his average as well, about 60 points.
Yep.
And it's just, well, I don't know what happened. Something clicked, and let's just hope, it's not just, because he tends to be streaky, as we all know, and let's just hope that there's at least some consistency comes out of this now. Chump, I got to Chump Duren. I don't like to, but one of the things I just think I think Orlando is just a really bad matchup for him. But that's not an excuse. He's got to find a way. He's got to find a way to get it done. And as far as JB goes, I think a lot of people are wondering now, my angle, my opinion, Paul Reed's played 8 minutes this whole series. And I don't, he played, what did he play? The other night he played 7 minutes. He had 4 points and 5 rebounds.
Third quarter, he played 7 minutes. Jalen Duren played 2:51. They put in Paul Reed. He went 2 for 3, scored immediately on a pick and roll on a pass from Duncan. He also very quickly picked up 3 fouls. But at the end of the day, I have to wonder, is JB on is Jalen Duren on a short leash tonight, and does Paul Reed play a bigger role? It's hard to imagine that this third center for the Pistons could be the answer in this series, but things are starting to get pretty dire.
I was going to say that would seem. I'm Paul Reed's biggest fan. That would seem like that's desperation, and yet, we're getting close to that time.
248-539-9797. Tell you what, I'll get to something that is so uncharacteristic. It happened so many times, and I think it cost him Game 3. They did it early and often, and I think it cost him Game 3. And it's easily correctable, and it needs to get fixed tonight, or they very well might be going home. We'll get to that today at 10:50. Plus your phone calls and feedback. Champ and chump votes, get them in. Talk some draft next hour as well, as the Lions wrapped up the draft over the weekend. Hey, when your garage door stops working or it's time for a new one, you don't want to call call center 3 states away. You want to talk to local guys who are right here in the community. They've been doing work for a long time, and they are filled with 5-star reviews. Great feedback from people who've used M&M Garage Doors. If you have a garage door breakdown, they'll show up in their trucks with every part that you need. They got 3 of everything for every door. They fix it right then, right there, the first time. You got a heads-up call and text with your technician's photo, plus easy 24/7 scheduling and clear upfront pricing. No surprises. Every repair or installation of a new garage door is backed by a warranty for peace of mind. Call 844-ONLY-DOOR or visit garagedoorrightnow.com today. M&M Garage Doors. Open your door to exceptional license 210-220-6147. All right, so look, There's stuff that happened in that game. I mean, I'm guessing Desmond Bane isn't going to hit his first 6 threes and go 7 of 9, and I'm guessing Orlando's not going to shoot nearly 50% from beyond the arc. But I'm also guessing that the Pistons are going to do a better job of making those three-point shots more difficult and closing out and not leaving shooters wide open, and do their best to bring that percentage down. And that's a pretty safe assumption. The Pistons were awful at boxing out in this game. Awful. They're giving free runners to the offensive glass and second chance opportunities. Wendell Carter got an offensive rebound with a minute to go in that game, got fouled. It was a really costly offensive rebound. And when you're down big and your intensity wanes, you lose attention to detail, and it feels like the game is lost. And maybe you aren't doing what you need to do, those little things that they built their foundation on. And when I saw Orlando, guys at the three-point line, shot would go up, they just sprint right to the basket, get an offensive rebound, put it back up and in. I'm thinking, okay, this didn't happen with regularity during the regular season. It always happens here and there. But the stand around and watch when a shot went up.
When you see multiple offensive rebounds in the same possession, that is maddening.
And going from 11 to 13 down in the moment feels like it's hopeless and it doesn't really matter until you charge back in this mad dash to come from 15 down late or 17 down late or whatever they got down, and to take a lead. You think of all those little moments during the second and third quarter in particular where they give up second chance opportunities, uncharacteristic. That was a strength that they would, their attention to detail. And that's not something Orlando's doing. Okay. Like, I want to make sure we don't discredit Orlando because they deserve credit, but Orlando's not making the Pistons not box out. That's on the Pistons and the Pistons exclusively. And that has to get better.
That particular box out play where Wendell Carter got that rebound late in the game, Doug, that was huge, right?
Yep.
He was actually maybe even pushed by Cade Cunningham in the back, and they didn't call it. Cade had two hands on the ball, and Wendell Carter just wanted it more. With one hand, he grabbed that ball out of Cade's hands, and it just looks like they're playing with way more energy. There's a fine line between pace and lack of urgency, and I feel like there's a lack of urgency here too much throughout the game. And I agree with you, man. They gotta step up the energy level. Jalen Duren, he looks like he's playing in cement sometimes. Like, it just doesn't. He looks sluggish. I know he's not the most flight of foot either, but this whole game he's looked really slow. And they've made
series.
Series. Sorry, just everyone get to the ball, more energy. They need to turn it around quick because they're down 2-1 in deep trouble.
Yep. Yeah, and I'm surprised by that. And you go back to before this series, if you had said things like, "Well, here's something they've done all year that they're not going to do," I wouldn't have believed it, and I also would have been less enthusiastic about their chances. Like, they are getting tested in ways, and mentally, I think that they need to respond.
Well, they definitely have to respond tonight. I mean, there's you can't go down 3-1. It's basically the season's on the line here.
Feels like it. Let's get back to your open line calls. Ryan in Traverse City. What's up, Ryan?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
I see what I'm probably wrong, but this is just what I see. They're collapsing down on Duren. I love Duren. I think he's great, but I don't think he's Shaq. I don't think he's Wilt. So when he gets doubled and tripled, which he's getting constantly in this series, he's going to be ineffective. They're daring us to shoot from the perimeter.
Yeah.
Until we do it, it's not going to matter what Duren does. I get it. He doesn't look great, but I like him. And the other thing you guys mentioned was interesting was being strong with the ball. Watch these guys. I implore you to watch these guys. It's hilarious. You can watch this at any level. When they receive the ball, if they don't catch it with two hands, and it sounds so stupid, but just watch it. It's hilarious. Turnover after turnover. And I see it with and it's not just the Pistons. All teams do this from junior high to pros. They just don't catch it with two hands and constantly either drop it themselves or get it knocked away. But Anyways, that's what I see.
Yeah, I mean, these are small, tiny little things that weren't a concern for much of the season. I mean, the turnovers were always a bit of a concern, but it's like the attention to detail has gotten worse, not better.
It's fundamentals.
I agree.
Ryan, thank you. 248-539-9797. Rob is next. Hello, Rob.
Gentlemen, how are you guys today?
We're good.
I feel like I'm in lockstep with Gator. My champ's Torkelson, and earlier last week he said, and I'm paraphrasing, if he just hit the balls down the middle that were pitched to him, he would have a ton of success. And boy, oh boy, is he now having a ton of success. And the walks earlier this year were good, but you don't score other people on base or yourself with walks. It's nice to see him hit. And yeah, chump is Jalen Duren. For a team that consistently and routinely beat other teams by scoring down low in the paint, in the post, they're not doing that enough right now. Maybe to their own demise. I don't know, but it's tough.
Well, they're in trouble, and they need to respond. And this is a gut check. This is what's inside your chest. This is how much do you want it. This is because I think Orlando gets a ton of credit, but I think Detroit can look in the mirror and go, wait, that's not us. That's not how we played. That's not how we got here.
Jalen Duren's supposed to be the guy that works both rims, as Chris Mason says, or John Mason, excuse me. And yeah, he's certainly not doing that enough right now.
Thank you for the phone call, Rob. 248-539-9797. Randall's in Northville. Hi, Randall.
How's it going, guys?
Hey.
My issue is Bickerstaff. One of the issues he got fired in Cleveland because of his playoff rotations. My thing is, do what was working for you in the regular season. Expand your bench. This team is not built just to shorten their bench. Ryan Holiday didn't play. Paul Reed get limited minutes. I'm not saying these are life. They're going to just change it, but you got to play what got you there. And he's shortening his bench is not working. And my problem with Duren is, what you been doing for the past 3 or 4 years? Why you didn't develop chest footer? I don't understand players that been in the league for a few years that don't develop any kind of offensive game. You think you're going to get this out of Sarah Thompson, another 18 points? I don't. You basically have 2 non-offensive players, and it's just not working. But I think you have to expand your bench. But Bickerstaff, whatever reason, might be a little stubborn to do so. Now, I'm not sure why.
I don't know. I think there have been times he's expanded the bench plenty, and there are other times that he's shortened it up, and you have success or failures either way. I think he's, like Doug said earlier, I think you might be right, Doug. He's still trying to figure out what the hell this rotation is and what needs to be there. But I think we can look at Saturday's game and say a game without Ron Holland may not be the best game plan to have. But I don't know why Ron Holland didn't play.
But I guess at this point, is it going to take for you to be 3-1 down before you decide, let me just change everything? I mean, I don't know what the game plan is because what they're doing is not working. And Kay having turnovers because he got to do everything. Well, that's just the bottom line. He doesn't have that number 2.
There are a certain amount of turnovers you accept with somebody who's that ball dominant, and that's going to have the ball in their hands as much as Cade is. Bring it up the floor, end of shot clocks. Like these are situations where that person is going to have turnovers. It's the ones that are unnecessary. It is the ones where somebody, as you bring the ball up the floor and the cursory defense is there and you let them reach around and poke it away to one of their teammates. It's the not catching a pass thrown to you. It's not at a fast break letting somebody catch up to you from behind and knock it away. That they got to cut down on that, and Cade needs to cut down on it. He's going to turn it over some, but he's got to cut back on those. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights. The Pistons trail the Orlando Magic 2-1 in their first-round playoff series right now with a chance to even things up at 2 games apiece tonight at 8 o'clock. Jalen Duren has yet to perform at the level most would have hoped for this postseason, as he's currently averaging just 9 points and 8 rebounds in the playoffs. He only put up those numbers 6 times in regular season games this year after averaging nearly 20 points and 11 boards. The Pistons are 25-5 when Duren reaches 19-10 this season. They'll look for a good game from him tonight as they hope to come back to Detroit for Game 5 on Wednesday with the series all squared. Kevin Huerter is questionable tonight, dealing with some hip soreness. Tip-off is at 8 o'clock. Our pregame coverage here on 97.1 will begin at 7:35. A few teams in the NBA are facing elimination tonight. The Suns are at risk of getting swept by the defending champion Thunder as OKC leads 3-0 with Game 4 tonight at 9:30. The Nuggets are down 3-1 to the 6th-seeded Timberwolves. Those two will tip off at 10:30 tonight after a small kerfuffle at the end of Game 4 on Saturday. And the NHL playoffs resume tonight with Penguins and Flyers at 7 o'clock, followed by Golden Knights and Mammoth at 9:30. Also new this morning, the Open Championship has announced the 2028 British Open will take place at Royal Lytham and St. Anne's Golf Club in 2028. The 2026 tournament starts July 16th at Royal Birkdale, where Jordan Spieth won back in 2017. At the Carl Weller Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Doug Carson, Scott Anderson here on 97.1. We'll get to some draft stuff today at 11:30. Of course, it's open line, so if you want to talk draft, you can do so now at 248-539-9797. Tigers deserve some conversation after a weird weekend. That Friday night game, which looks like they were going to win it in 6 innings, and after a long rain delay, they surprisingly get the game back underway, and they blow eventually what was it a 5-1 lead or a 5-0 lead, but they'd started to take on water before the rain came, and then it just, I guess, metaphorically and literally. But anyway, they won the game yesterday, and there's some good things happening with that team. Bullpen came through yesterday, which was nice. But now they take on the best team in baseball so far in Atlanta on a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. 248-539-9797. We're talking a lot about the Pistons and basically, why are we here and how do you fix it? Which, we're all spitballing a little bit, but there are certain trends that you spend 82 games establishing and then throw those trends out the window for the 3 games. There's a lot to be said how the playoffs are a different animal. You don't get to the postseason and stop boxing out. You don't get to the postseason and not have a all-in defensive effort. And some of those things are really just on Detroit. Orlando deserves a ton of credit, I think, for how they're making it difficult for Detroit on the offensive end. Now, Orlando shot it exceptionally well from the perimeter to build that lead. And I'm not sure that that's repeatable, but
not only they shot it, it's remarkable when you look at the comparison between how well they shot it from three-point land on Saturday and how poorly they shot everywhere else. They were less than 40% from outside of three-point shooting.
Yeah.
They were 40% from the field for the entire game, and it was 45 from 3. So that lets you know how poorly they were shooting throughout the game, except for beyond the arc. But that's what mattered. They knocked down, 15 three-pointers. They got to the free throw line. A lot of that was kind of strange with the let's take a look and see if this is a flagrant or not.
Some of that stuff, actually, I mean, we haven't talked about the officiating yet. I was getting pretty pissed. There was some very sketchy reviews and flagrants handed out. 248-539-9797. Bernard in Detroit. What's up, Bernard?
Hey, good morning.
Hey.
Quick championship before the Pistons.
Sure.
My champ, of course, is Torgerson, who started to play some baseball for a change. They were talking about him last week like he couldn't play anymore, but he's playing good ball now. My chump is Carl O'Brien. I wish he'd just stop it.
What bothers you about Brian?
So skeptical, man. Everything, Lions, Pistons, everybody. He's the most skeptical caller in the world. The series is not over. And it's over. It's not over, Brian, until it's over. Okay?
Message sent.
This Pistons thing, man, is about the whole game. Just like the whole series is going to be lost till it's over. The whole game is not lost until it's over at the end. I don't care if you're down 17, you're up 17, you come back, you get in the game. The game is still there to be won, no matter what Jalen did throughout the game. But you got to, at 2 minutes at the end of the game, you got a 1-point lead. And you came back, you got a 1-point lead. You cannot. And it's not just the turnovers, but the turnovers at the wrong times of the game. You talked about that a little bit, Doug. You cannot turn the ball over after you take the lead, go down, you turn it over, they come down, Baines hits the left-handed layup. They go down, Cade Cunningham, he trips a little bit, turns the ball over, Varga hits the three-pointer. Go back down, Cade Cunningham throws another turnover, they come down, my man hit a three-point shot that went to the moon and came back and went in. That's what lost the game. At the end of the game, if you in it, you got to win it. It's not about what happened earlier, as long as you're in the game at the end. It's always to the end. The game is played to 4 quarters, and you got to play all 4, man. All 4 got to be played. That's just me.
Bernard, thank you for the phone call. I mean, there was some stuff. The Banchero 3 that hit the back iron went straight up in the air and went in. I mean, that's luck, okay? But if you are in a position where you're in a close game, luck can play a factor. And you got to take that out of it. They have to come out and have a authoritative response tonight. Or the deep trouble gets deeper. Thomas on a cell. Hi, Thomas.
Hey, how you doing this morning, guys? So here's my thing. Everybody's complaining. Everybody's worrying. We learned how to win during the regular season, got the number 1 seed. They're learning how to win in the playoffs at FaceTime, like right now, real-time value. He's pushing a couple buttons, they go down by 13. He pushes a couple buttons, they go up. He's going to get it together. They're going to win the game tonight. They'll win the series, and they'll go further in the playoffs. We're just watching it in real time, learning how to win in the playoffs.
Thomas, I think this is actually a pretty good point because you know, even during the regular season when people brought up championship aspirations, what did Trajan Langdon say? We haven't even won a home playoff game. We haven't won a series yet.
Exactly.
He knew.
Exactly.
He knows it's a different animal. The team knows it's a different animal. And I think the shortcomings that are coming out now, Thomas, are probably how it manifests itself on the court. All right, what the hell's going on in the background, Thomas? It sounds like there's about to be a riot.
I'm at work. I deliver mail, and we're getting ready to ship out.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, have a good route today. At least you got nice weather. Yeah, man. I mean, I think there's a lot of truth in what you're saying, that this is what learning in the postseason can look like.
But I think people expected it maybe in round 2. You know what I mean?
Maybe.
Like,
Yeah,
we're
exactly.
the 1 seed versus 8 seed, and we've all admitted Orlando's better than your typical 8 seed.
Mm-hmm.
But with that, and you could say it's a bad matchup. It's not that bad of a matchup where you should lose the series, okay? And the thing, you learn in round 2, get through round 1. This is the problem. People are like, what's going on already?
Well, get this one evened up at 2 games tonight, right? And then you're in the same boat that Cleveland's in and that the Knicks are in. Both of those series are at 2 games apiece also. I mean, do you think the Knicks fan base feels like they're going to end up beating Atlanta, or that Cleveland feels like they're going to end up taking down Toronto? Now, to be fair, those series are already evened up, and this one still has a game to go before it gets evened up. But I get the feeling that even if Detroit wins tonight, the fans are still very, very skeptical that this series is going to go their way.
Even if they win tonight?
Yeah.
I think if they win tonight, they'll get chesty again.
Well, I guess I'll put a caveat on that. If they win tonight and Jalen Duren is back to being the Jalen Duren we saw in the regular season, then I think maybe we'll feel better about it.
Yeah, there's no question that's where I point the finger quite a bit at what Orlando's doing. But it's not everything. Like what we're sitting here today with the Pistons looking at a 2-1 deficit, in part certainly because of what Orlando's doing, but there's a lot of self-reflection and stuff that the Pistons are doing to themselves.
Yeah, and Jalen Duren is getting the brunt of the ire from Piston fans because he hasn't been what we've seen him be. But because he's getting the brunt of it, nobody's really talking about Danis Jenkins and how little he has done for this team in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And maybe it's unfair because, look, this is a guy who came out of nowhere to be a real player for this team in the second half of the season. And maybe it's unfair to expect him to be that guy. Maybe he's just not. He was just on a heater. But he hasn't been here for these 3 games. He's done very little.
Champ the Lions, Champ the Lions draft. Chump the Pistons are frauds. That's from an unnamed texter. This text, the Pistons supporting cast sucks. Duncan Robinson and Tobias are not starters on a real contender.
Tobias is averaging almost 19 points a game. Tobias has been really good. Duncan Robinson is a role player. He's supposed to go out there and knock down outside shots, and he has. He's also played some pretty good defense. Both of those guys have played some defense, well, more so Tobias. But I don't know what you're expecting.
Yeah. I mean, Duncan Robinson was a starter on a Miami team that made some playoff runs, but then he sort of morphed into a bench guy. He's a specialist that is providing. I mean, he hit how many threes? What did he do yesterday? He shot it reasonably well. Went 3 for 7 from beyond the arc. I mean, that's decent. It's not elite, but it's certainly
it's better than 40%.
That's what he needs to do. And so far in the postseason, he's shooting 43% from beyond the arc. Like they need Duncan Robinson. Yes. So I don't. And Tobias, by the way, was a big part of that. Hold on, let me also back up. If you're going to take component parts of the Pistons and say this guy doesn't belong on the Celtics roster, you're going to be right. The Pistons got here because the parts fit together well and they played together as a team. If you can choose things like the guys who called last week says Orlando has 4 of the best 5 players on the court. Maybe that might be true. But the Pistons as a team fit together and play well together. So when you start focusing in on one little aspect or this guy or that guy, yeah, you could say that. On other teams, it wouldn't work. On this team, it has worked. Now, we need proof of concept to see it happen in the postseason, but I've been saying for years that I don't care what you say. Cade Cunningham is not a point guard. Might be able to get away with it in the regular season, but obviously not the playoffs. Get this team a point guard. Cade's not the problem here.
Cade's turnovers are an issue.
Yeah, but
and that's something that he's going to have to continue to work on because it had gotten better at some points and then it just rears its ugly head again. Unfortunately, here we are in the playoffs, 24 assists, 19 turnovers. It doesn't look good. And this is where, okay, if that's a problem, then Danis Jenkins has to be a guy that can play on this team and maybe he leads the point. But he's not showing it right now in the playoffs.
Do you know who leads the postseason in turnovers?
I don't.
LeBron. You know who's second? The Joker. These guys, this is kind of how it works. The guys that have the ball in their hands.
They've also played 4 games at this point.
It's turnovers per game.
Okay.
Turnovers per game. LeBron's 5.3. The Joker's 4.0.
Yeah, I'm not blaming Cade for them being down 2-1.
I'm wrong. Just strike that from the record.
Cade's
I'm wrong.
More than that.
Yeah, he is more than that. I don't know what this listing has. My apologies.
It's okay.
My apologies.
Well, I mean, I was still going to say that Cade's they need a second ball handler for sure, and Jenkins was that guy until this playoff series started, and he started dribbling the air out of the ball. They need someone else to handle the ball at certain times for sure, because Cade needs a break. Like they're gonna come after him, man, and he's gonna turn over the ball because of that every now and then.
I got burned by a sorter. Kevin Durant leads the postseason in turnovers. Cade is second. LeBron's third. James Harden fourth. Joker's fifth. Anyway, there's a lot of good players at the top of that list. But 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Twitter sucks. Bing sucks.
Bing?
The default browser that's popped up on our work computers, and I keep changing it and it keeps coming back.
How does it, by the way, what kind of a deal did Bing swing with computers that they get embedded in the hardware?
I don't know. It keeps becoming my default browser.
Force people to change the default browser.
Yeah. I mean, these are first world problems. We're complaining about our default browser at work, but
well, it's Bing. I think people understand.
Yeah. It's terrible. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Danis. No, this is not Danis. This is John in Detroit.
No.
Oh, this is dangerous.
This is dangerous.
Yeah.
Careful.
Yep.
Hey, John?
Yes.
Yeah, you've been on the air for 15 seconds.
Yeah, what's going on?
Okay, I'm sorry. My champion chump is Torkelson and the Pistons as a team, but I wanted to get to what you were saying about Jenkins. He gets across the timeline and he dishes off. The 2 times I remember that he drove, he made it once and he missed once. So they should probably give him his contract after the season and keep him hungry. Maybe now, hindsight, because he needs to play like he did when he was running the team.
When he was running the team?
Well, when Cade was out, Jenkins was Superman out there.
Okay. When he
know what I'm saying?
Yeah, when he had to do it.
When he had to do it.
I didn't
now
think
he's getting the money. I don't know.
I didn't think it was particularly at fault. He wasn't an answer on Saturday either. Earlier in the series, it looked like he wasn't letting the game come to him, and I thought he was a little bit more calmed down on Saturday. But the question of whether or not he's going to be an answer or just a long-term role player is we'll see, I guess.
We need Duncan to be Wagner tonight.
We need Duncan to be Wagner?
To be the way Wagner's been playing. Wagner's the guy that's been killing us. And then I look back, and we could have had him, but we took Cade instead, so that was a good pick.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's a good player.
Glad you investigated.
Duncan hit threes early, and, I don't feel like they probably need to I don't want to get into the offseason yet. Hold on. I don't want to redo that because I think the series is still winnable.
Yeah, by the way, Wagner scored 17, 12, and 19 in this series.
Yeah.
He's been good, but
he was really good down the stretch in game 1.
Yeah, game 1 was that was his best game when he had 19.
248-539-9797. Glenn and Troy. What's up, Glenn?
Not too much. Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey.
I'd like to do a champ and chump.
Yeah.
My champ was going to be my nephew. You guys may recall I called in a day or two before the college football season. He was a kicker at New Mexico. He played at Michigan.
Yeah.
He had a phenomenal season, and he earned himself a invite to the Baltimore Ravens rookie minicamp this weekend.
Cool. Good for him.
So, yeah.
So he gets to tell you all the stories of Diego Pavia.
Right, exactly.
He's over there too.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Think about this. So Pavia's with the Ravens too. Wasn't he at New Mexico?
That I'm not sure about. I don't remember him being there because he very well could be. I don't remember him, to be honest with you. I just remember him, with my nephew being a kicker. But so I'm definitely the family's real proud of him. And my chump is just the NBA in general. These playoffs are just really boring, and they're still so spread out. And I know it's probably a call you guys get every year, but it's just, I don't know. The NBA is really boring compared to the NHL playoffs, which has been phenomenal this year. These overtime games and the brawls, the Montreal Tampa Bay series is ridiculous.
Quite a comeback from Tampa last night.
Oh man, just crazy. But yeah, and then so that's who my champion chump is.
Thank you. Look, the NBA, you sit down and I'm kind of fired up for the Boston-Philly game. Philly completely no-showed yesterday, and Boston took them apart. But as it stands right now, I just really hope we can see what it's like to participate deep into the NBA playoffs. And I'm very, very disappointed in the results on Saturday. This team's got it in them. to be better than this. They've got it in them to be better than this.
Yeah, we've seen it. Absolutely seen it. Sadly, we've only seen it in the playoffs for maybe a half's worth of basketball. Certainly the third quarter of game 2.
Yeah.
But beyond that, we haven't really seen them go on this crazy run where they've been just dominant at both sides of the floor. We've seen it defensively. We haven't seen too many offensive runs in this series.
Let's go to John next on 97.1. Hi, John. John, are you there? Johnny. No good. Feedback coming in. Champ, Torx high five. Chump, draft grades. And those that hold to them don't have any idea how this draft will turn out. You know, draft grades are useless and everybody does them. Acknowledging exactly what they are.
Which is more useless? Grading a draft or doing the preseason win-loss, playing that game? Looking at the schedule.
The schedule, they're both, we know better. We'll do it, but we know better because that's what that's the hunger's out there before a season. Predictions are based in part on who you're going to play. So you look at, and what Gator's talking about is every single year, people will say they have an easy schedule, they have a hard schedule, and you really just, it's unpredictable in the NFL how hard or easy your schedule is. And I swear to God, the Lions have an easy schedule this coming season, but it's not been a reliable way to determine it. There's too many variables and things change so much in the offseason. And the other thing is draft grades. Draft grades right after a draft are almost comical in retrospect, but we're going to give our opinion on them, and we're going to do it shortly. Pistons fans have to concede that our style of play is outdated. We need to space the floor. Everybody plays defense in the playoffs. We need shooters/scorers. Well, Piston fans don't have to do anything. Piston fans can look at this however they want. The question is, does Trajan Langdon need to do anything different? And series is not over. I think the style that they've played during the season is getting tested a little, but they're not even playing their style. They're not. Are they? This is not how they look during the regular season. And yeah, Orlando deserves some of it, but Orlando's not making Detroit not box out. Orlando's not making Detroit not play as hard on the defensive end. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up and start let's do our draft grades next at 11:32 here on 97.1. Let's go to Alex in Chicago. You're on 97.1. Hello, Alex.
Hey, how you guys doing? Champion Chump went down to the game. First time saw a ball game in Cincinnati on Saturday and Sunday.
Yep.
Champ is the ballpark and the fans of Ohio. I don't think I've ever given such a nice compliment to the people of Ohio, but definitely them. Felt very welcoming. Reminded me of going to a Brewers game when seeing the Tigers up there, actually. So great ballpark, great fans. Had a lot of people come down from Detroit on Sunday, and then Chump would be during, I don't know if he's got Angel Reese still on his mind, needs to go to Space Mountain to clear his head, but yeah, he'd be my Chump.
Alex, I've been to that ballpark, and it's fantastic.
I thought you were going to say you've been to Space Mountain.
I have been there too, but yes, Alex, it's fantastic.
I loved it, and I think on Sunday, I don't know if you guys heard it on TV, but it felt like there was darn near like 5,000 people from Detroit or Michigan there. Everyone at the hotel. It was awesome. I would definitely recommend it to anyone going down there.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's we got a lot of drivable opposing stadiums here. Cincinnati's a really good trip.
Yeah, it looks like a great stadium, and obviously it's exciting because that ballpark is just ripe for home runs. I don't know if you saw there were a couple home runs.
There were a couple home runs
over the weekend there.
I was thinking about, I have this weird thing on my I don't know how this has happened, but I love driving to Tiger road games. And of all the closest venues, the two Chicago stadiums, Milwaukee, St. Louis, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, I've been to all of those, and I've never been to Cleveland. I've never seen a game in Cleveland.
I've seen at least 2, maybe 3 games in Cleveland.
Yeah. Yeah, and people say it's a nice stadium.
It is.
I'm guessing it's the closest. It's closer in Chicago, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's closer in Chicago.
2.5 hours away.
Never been there, which is weird. Strange.
It's okay. It's not a hole in your game.
Yeah, it's like the most convenient one to get to. I haven't gone to. But whatever.
But it's Ohio.
Well, it's true, but I've been to Cincinnati.
Well, these are facts, although that's...
I did stay in Kentucky.
I was going to say, it's right across the street there, so...
Yeah. But, I was at that game where... Who was the pitcher threw behind? A huge brawl broke out with Pittsburgh. I'm trying to remember who the big pitcher was. It got a lot of national attention. Led Sports Center. Nobody cares. All right, draft. How you feel about the draft, Gator?
I actually... I ran through some emotions over the weekend watching the draft when picks are being selected. And I started off being upset. I started off being upset with just mildly, and upset might be the wrong word. Like with every pick, like you look at the first pick they had, and I'm like, okay, I wanted Monroe Freeling. Or Monroe Freeling, but I'm fine with Blake. Right? It works. It's Miller time. Here we go. That's fine. So it was mild. Then a second round, they ended up trading up for Derek Moore, and I didn't love that pick for the Lions at the time. I didn't want them to move up to select the guy unless it was like you can't miss, gotta have him guy, right? But then I started to relax a little bit. I don't dislike Derek Moore. I actually think he's a pretty good player. But if you're going to take an edge rusher, I was hoping, my guy was Dennis Sutton. I was hoping they could, maybe wait a little bit longer and get him. But I also recognized that the team that behind the Lions was Baltimore, and they were looking edge. They took Zion Young the pick right after. I don't think they wanted Zion Young. My guess is they wanted Derek Moore.
Well, I think it's pretty safe.
No, not the Lions. I'm saying I don't think
Baltimore.
Yeah, I think Baltimore wanted to take Derek Moore. Obviously. I could buy that narrative that Baltimore wanted to take him. They're like, well, we got to take him. We got to get ahead of Baltimore. And they did, and that's fine. Where things start, then I start to get to you get to the fourth round, and there's maneuvering or whatever, and the Lions are ready to pick at 118, and there's my guy, Dennis Sutton is available, but they already took the edge rusher in the second round, so that's probably not going to happen. Mike Washington Jr., the running back from Arkansas, who's 225 pounds and runs a 4.3 40. Kind of excited about that if they wanted to get him. Nope. They needed a corner. Malik Muhammad was there. Nope. When they're going to do that, my throw it out the off the wall pick, the Connor Lew, the center from Auburn, was available there, and they didn't take him. Instead, they selected Jimmy Rolder, the linebacker from Michigan. That one got the most visceral response from me, where I was upset. And then as the draft goes on, I calm down again a little bit. The more I hear about Rolder, the more I like, but I also can't get past thinking that, okay, he came out at the end of the season, but for Michigan, is this a guy I want with their third pick in this draft, which is their fourth round pick? Could they have done better there? I'm a little concerned about that, but I'm willing to see how it plays out. But then the rest of the draft happens, and I'm pretty satisfied actually with the way that that it went. I think they got a steal with the corner from Arizona State,
Keith Abney.
Yep, like him a lot. The other guys, there's upside with those other players that they got. Interesting that they took a wide receiver. And hearing Brad Holmes talk about him, saying, he looks more like a running back than he does a wide receiver, and he played at Alabama and Kentucky, and there's a lot to like. He's got pretty good high-end speed. And all right, fair enough. I think overall, if I have to give it a letter grade, I give it a solid B. A solid B. And I think what they did was they went out there and they addressed needs clearly. Needed a tackle, got it. Needed edge rusher, got it. Needed a linebacker, got it. Needed corner, got it. They addressed a lot of these needs. And then even with the undrafted free agents, there's some guys that might have a chance to make the squad too. So I liked it, but there are guys that would have preferred. So I didn't love it, but I liked it. And of course, with everything else, you let it play out.
Yep.
And I think that the tandem from Michigan might end up being really good. Derek Moore might be really, really good.
So there's a few things about this. And, there's some of it's draft related, some of it's overall roster related, and some of it's Brad Holmes related. I'll start with the Brad Holmes stuff. I'm a huge Brad Holmes fan, but I also am more than willing to acknowledge that the work he's done here has not been good enough. He needs to be better. He's got them into a place where I consistently like the roster and who they're putting out there, and I think he's put together a sustainable model as long as he continues drafting well. And I've said it a whole bunch. This is a big off season. I loved that when he was meeting with the media on Friday, or I guess it was Saturday after day 3, he made a comment about something, and then he kind of, I think, regretted saying it because he said, I'm not going to get into details. But he mentioned that he's got a few things that he put up on his wall and as constant reminders. And one of them was, we didn't make the playoffs.
Exactly.
And I think that is a Brad Holmes self-starter rehabilitation of my beliefs kind of thing. I need to be better. When I heard him say that, and then the reporters asked a few follow-up questions, he said, look, I'm not going to go into details. But I'm thinking, yeah, last place team, didn't make the playoffs. You've been very good, and you've drafted some great young players, and you're in the process of locking those players up through the primes of their career. However, when you put that kind of note up on your wall, that is the general manager saying what has happened here was not good enough. And I love that acknowledgement. Here's the other thing. If someone said, show me what a draft looks like of a team drafting for need, it would look like this. Yeah. So he constantly talks about best player available, but he did again something that we've talked about in the past. And that is, when you say best player available, you mean the best player that's available when you are selecting, right? The player at the position that we need that is the best player available might not make it here. I'm going to move out of here. And he did it with Derek Moore. Now, whether you believe in Derek Moore or not, he clearly saw a gap between Derek Moore, Zion Young, Gabe Akis, and your guy, Danny Sutton. Danny Dennis. Yes.
Danny Dennis.
Thank
Sutton.
you.
Yes.
And your guy, right? He saw that gap. He wasn't going to sit there and let the board take the last player. And he said in that moment in time, he was the number one player on their board. And he wasn't going to let him go. That is aggressively.
Number one at that time, yes.
Yes, at that time when he was sitting there, that's the number one player. And he wasn't going to let him go. That's manipulating the board. That is making sure that BPA doesn't have the player at the position you need gets snatched out from under your nose. And I like that aggression. And so I'm a huge fan of the way he went about this draft. And do I think it's a shift in his philosophy? Maybe. I mean, he did it before with Terrion Arnold, where he didn't want to wait and he moved up. Now, of course, it's important to get the player right, and the book's still out on Arnold, and the book will be out on Derek Moore. But that's a philosophical thing that I'm happy. I think Brad did a lot of soul searching and has made some adjustments. He probably wouldn't say that publicly, but I think he's made some adjustments. This is a need-heavy draft.
He did kind of address that again with the note about missing the playoffs. So when he did an interview with Dan Miller from Fox 2, there's like an 8-minute interview that he did with Dan talking about all the picks and the philosophy. And the first thing Dan asked him about was, you looked after the season. The big difference was you guys didn't make the playoffs. And he's like, oh, yeah, that played a huge role in what we were going to do. Mm-hmm. I think it also lined up that this team had a lot of needs. And you could make the case that, of course, you're going to take the edge rusher. Well, you needed an edge rusher. You took a corner, you needed a corner. You needed a linebacker, you took a linebacker. You needed a defensive tackle, you took a defensive tackle. The one that kind of throws a monkey wrench in that a little bit is maybe the fifth-round pick of the wide receiver from Kentucky. That might be the one you're like, okay, weird, but talented player without question. But you go back to that second round, and it's clear that they had Derek Moore as the top player on their board, not just at the position, but the top player on the board. If you look at other players that were taken in the second round, guys, we talked a lot about D'Angelo Pons, the corner from Indiana, who went 50. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, the safety, who went at 58. The Lions didn't draft a safety. Now, does that say that they don't think that there's a need there? Brad Holmes said afterwards, well, we expect these guys to come back and and be able to play next year this season when it comes to Kirby Joseph and Bryant Branch. But I thought it was interesting they didn't take a safety. But they thought that the player they were getting with Derek Moore was more important to have, and he was number one on their list at that point in time, as opposed to the safety McNeil-Warren.
He did say they wanted a safety, but it was pretty clear every time they were on the board, the safeties didn't line up, and he didn't get a chance to move around to get that safety. 248-539-9797. We asked a question on Twitter, and we got plenty of time. Of all the players they got this weekend, who's your favorite and who is your least favorite? Given all circumstance, we're talking about round, value, underrated, overrated. If they had to move around to get them, which acquisition this weekend was your favorite? Which is your least favorite? 248-539-9797. Questions out there on Twitter. A bunch of people have answered it, but we want to hear from you now. If you want to keep talking Pistons, let's go. Massive game tonight. Pretty much the first 90 minutes of the show have been dedicated to them, but it's a big story, and Detroit on edge going into this Game 4 tonight in Orlando. Champ and Chump votes, keep them coming in here on a Monday on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Sports fans like to talk for a minute about the best restaurant in the state to catch a game. It's Twin Peaks, with restaurant experiences really taking a nosedive and service really missing the mark. Twin Peaks, they've upped their game. Starts with the culture, employees that believe in the brand and just flat out produce a better product. And it begins early every day with cooks coming in at 7 a.m. If you drive past the Twin Peaks and you wonder who's in the parking lot of the bar, restaurant, sports bar at 7 a.m., it's the cooks. They're making the food right there for you. The beautiful Twin Peaks girls are awesome. If you had a bad day, no one does it better to cheer you up than the Twin Peaks girls. And, of course, what brings it all together is sports. They boast wall-to-wall TV, some as big as 98 inches. Huge Game 4 tonight, right? You want to make sure you're there for 8 o'clock tip. Scratch Kitchen boasts awesome items like the house smoked wings and thighs, the ribs, even the hand-cut New York strips. I love the new tacos they have, the shrimp tacos. And then the bar, I love the ice-cold beer poured at 29 degrees. The draft beer, they got the digital thermometer there telling you exactly how cold it is. Maybe you pounce when it's well below 29 degrees. If you're tired of spending $20 on fast food or dining out with a server that just doesn't care, stop by your nearest lodge today and see the difference. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. So, given the round and the value, do you have a favorite player the Lions got this weekend, or least favorite?
For me, it's I think it's the cornerback Keith Abney from Arizona State. He's a guy, just a deflection machine. Passes defended, knocks the ball away a ton. He's got good makeup speed. I think getting him in the 5th round is incredible value for him because he was a highly rated corner that just kept slipping at some point. Well, at some point, there's a run on other positions, right? So I think it benefited the Lions there, and they got their guy. I think that's a nice pickup. The one that's puzzling to me a little bit is the other pick they took in the 5th round, Kendrick Law, the wide receiver from Kentucky. I'm not sure the Lions needed a wide receiver. They passed on other positions that were there if they wanted to take a shot at another offensive lineman, an interior offensive lineman like Matt Golban from Michigan State was there. He's a center, could play guard at the NFL level as well. If they wanted to go running back, I'm big on running backs this draft, and they didn't take a running back. And I don't think they signed an undrafted free agent running back either. If I'm not mistaken. I might be mistaken, but I
have the list
think
here somewhere. Go
through the list right now, and they did not, as far as I know.
Abney is really interesting, an interesting story. You start with the fact that he was, he basically fell because he was undersized, and we've talked about, you and I aren't scared of undersized guys, and he's a little bit smaller, but he's tough as nails, physical. They blitzed him off the edge at Arizona State. He played the wide corner, and he's also, his story is intriguing in that he was a national inline skating champion. He was like a speed skater on wheels, and that's kind of cool, but it gave that up to focus on football. The one that I liked, I kind of like the Skylar Gill Howard kid because of his perseverance. This is a dude who was a no-star recruit, went and walked on at a Division II school, Upper Iowa, after a year, had really nothing cooking, got a job at FedEx, worked out like crazy, had some teammates he played in high school that recommended him to Northern Illinois. They offered him a walk-on spot, told him he was going to be, if anything, a defensive lineman. He needed to get heavier. He kept working at FedEx to make ends meet, to pay for school. All he did apparently was work, lift, eat, and practice, and turned himself into an NFL prospect, eventually transferred. After paying his own way at Northern Illinois for 3 semesters, this is a perseverance kind of guy that you could see why the Lions love. Paid for his own way, eventually gets put on scholarship, turns himself into a player, puts his name in the portal, ends up at Texas Tech. I feel like whatever this guy has in the tank, he's going to squeeze it out of him. The one that didn't make sense to me, and it's not that big a deal because it was the 7th round pick. Tyree West was a rotational player at Tennessee. Maybe he'll be a pass rush 3rd down specialist, but it's not like he played a ton of snaps even there, it looks like. So
no, but it's the size. It's the versatility they're going to like. I mean, he's 6'3", but he's 290 pounds. So that's a heavy edge rusher. That plays inside as well. So I don't know if that's the new Josh Paschal or Levi Onwuzurike or whatever,
Kang, what'd you like? What didn't you like?
I mean, I'm just going to keep it simple. My favorite pick was the 1st round pick in the tackle Blake Miller, just because it's such a need for this team. Like, I was really worried. I mean, I do think they like Borum, but I was really worried they loved Borum, and I think if Blake Miller wasn't there, they would have been okay with Borum, and maybe if they got a different position, but I like the stability that he brings. He may not be the most sexy pick. His ceiling, they believe he has a higher ceiling, but even if his ceiling is Taylor Decker, I'm totally fine with that. I just want stability at the other tackle spot, to get back to running the ball, get back to physicality, and I think that was my favorite pick by far.
And what didn't you like?
The Law pick was kind of weird, but maybe that's, maybe Tom Kennedy's season's over. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I know they lost Raymond, but they picked up Dortch, which I feel like that's your Raymond, replacement right there. So, but Law's probably got, some upside that they liked, of course. I do have an intriguing pick, though. Actually, wasn't even a pick. It was the undrafted player in Eric Hunter, the off the ball linebacker.
Tackling machine from Morgan State.
So we've been talking a little bit about it, how off the ball linebacker is kind of an underrated need, right? I think he's going to compete with Rodriguez. Well, Rodriguez is going to make the team, but like Jimmy Rolder, Rodriguez, those three guys rotating and, during camp, preseason. So, I mean, they lost Alex Anzalone this offseason. I think they just want to be safe and add some depth into that room, some competition. They gave him a 6-figure guaranteed signing bonus, so I feel like they really believe in him too.
Yeah. I saw an interview with him, and I remember and it was well before the draft, and I don't know why he was on SportsCenter or something like that, and I was like, I'd hire this guy. Whatever job, he seems awesome. So rooting for him. 248-539-9797. All right, what'd you like most? What player? What pick? What did you like the least about the Lions draft? 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Tom and Lance. Hi, Tom. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen?
How are you?
I got to go. My champ and chump, you guys are the champ because you manifested this 5-game home run streak from Spencer Torkelson. I mean,
that's an excellent point.
Can you talk about anybody else that maybe can help?
Jack Flaherty.
Please.
And yes, and my chump, I'm sorry, I know I'm going to get some slack on this, but my chump is the Monday couch potato GM fan who think they know more than Brad Holmes of what this team needs, and yet they've never even put on pads before, let alone ever worked in a boardroom before. But they know exactly what everything needs, what this team needs more than what the people that are paid to know what this team needs.
Well, people can have their opinions.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
I only get a little worked up when people. Thank you for phone call, Tom. Say we took a text last week. Somebody said if he does this, he needs to go. I'm like, all right, one pick. He doesn't need to go. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Pistons are primarily healthy in tonight's Game 4 road matchup against the Orlando Magic. However, Kevin Huerter is listed as questionable with left hip soreness. According to the beat reporters, he was present and active at shoot-around despite still being listed as questionable. Huerter brings a veteran presence and shooting touch Detroit could use tonight. He's currently averaging only 14 minutes per game, but shooting 40% from deep this postseason. The Magic are also basically entirely healthy as tonight's matchup will begin at 8 o'clock right here on 97.1. The pregame show starts at 7:35. OKC is without Jalen Williams tonight as he deals with a hamstring. The Thunder play the Suns at 9:30 as they go for a sweep of the 8th seed. At 10:30, it's Nuggets and Timberwolves in what has already been a fiery series. Dante DiVincenzo is out after, of course, tearing his Achilles in Game 4. Anthony Edwards is also out with a bone bruise. The Nuggets hope to have Aaron Gordon as he's questionable while they look to avoid elimination, trailing 3-1 in the series. 2 NHL playoff games are going tonight as well. Pittsburgh faces elimination, trailing 3-1 to Philly at 7 o'clock. The series between Vegas and Utah is 2-1 as well right now in favor of the Mammoth. They dropped the puck at 9:30. And the Open Championship announced today the 2028 tournament will be held at Royal Lytham and St. Anne's in 2 years. It was last there in 2012 when Ernie Els won his 4th and final major. At the Carwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
So Royal Lytham, that's the one that's like on the ocean and has the train that goes past and has a bridge. And it's usually overcast there. There's a castle. There's a castle. Yeah, I think that's
Somebody's dog
that's the
gets
one.
loose.
Yeah, I think that's the one.
There's a picnic.
Royal Lytham, yeah. Yeah. There's a road hole.
Yeah, road hole.
Yep. I'm pretty sure that's Royal Lytham. And they've got the cranes. You see the cranes in the background with the cameras on them?
Yeah.
A lot of heather.
I'm
pretty sure that's the one.
Sure.
Yeah.
They got that bunker.
Yes. The really deep one.
Yeah, the one.
And the little creek that gets in the way.
There's a creek. Yeah, there's a creek.
Yeah. It's deep. It's deep with the walls on the side. I'm pretty sure that's what Royal Lytham is.
You're probably right.
Yeah, I probably am. 248-539-9797. Okay, so we got a few things. One is we got a huge premium on tonight's Piston game in Orlando. We started the show, what's gone wrong and how do you fix it? Can it be fixed? And got a ton of calls over the first 90 minutes of the show. Switched to a little draft talk. We did. What's the pick you like the most and the pick you like the least? 248-539-9797 for the Detroit Lions. And look, I think Brad Holmes, if you were to show what does a need-heavy draft look like, this is it. I know he says BPA, but he did manipulate a little bit who the best player was. Here's the feedback that's coming in. Guys, Brad came out and said in his interview with Dan Miller that Moore was the number one edge on their board from the start. That was their guy.
That's not what he said.
And then he writes, I do believe Baltimore would have snagged him if they don't trade up. Same with Miller. Both guys they've been watching for years. What you saw it? What did he say?
Okay, so because this is when I saw it last night, I was like, okay, I think there needs to be more clarification on this. What he said was he was the number one guy on our board. I think he meant at that time.
Yeah,
he was our number one edge rusher available to them in the second round. I have a hard time thinking that they would like if Ruben Bain were available in the second round, they would have taken Ruben Bain. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, one of the things that's going to happen here is now we're going to watch, and this happens every year with the draft, the career arc of Derek Moore, Gabe Akis, Zion Young, who were taken right after Derek Moore went. And, Brad's belief in this guy made him want to trade up. He thought there was that much of a difference. Now, if Derek Moore is helping him win and Gabe Akis is great too, I guess it doesn't really matter all that much, but if Derek Moore doesn't pan out and one of those other guys do, it's a check minus for Brad Holmes. I like the draft. I like the approach to the draft. And, now he did say focus turns to veterans that are still out there. Cam Jordan, please and thank you.
Right?
If they sign Cam Jordan and you've got Aiden Hutchinson, DJ Wanham, Cam Jordan, and Derek Moore manning your edge spots,
I'd feel a lot better about it.
I would argue that that's better than El-Quadin Muhammad. And, I mean, they started Aleem McNeil outside a couple of times last year. They had emergency break glass. Tyler Lacey, Anzarike. Yeah, that'd be a way better group. So
it just showed me that he actually cares about the other side opposite of Hutch, because I started to think, do they just want a body over there? Like, they don't really even care. Like you mentioned those guys' names. Marcus Davenport was the guy they relied on for 2 years in a row heading into the season.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, do they really care? They're just like, oh, Hutch will be fine. But no, they actually do care. And they also even said that, Brad Holmes said that this helps spells Hutch too, because Hutch's snap count is ridiculous.
Yeah.
He plays way too many snaps. You can see when he does finally get a break on the sidelines, his hands are on his hips or on his knees.
Yeah, he's gassed.
He's gassed.
Yep.
So even if it's Wanham and Moore, fine. You know what I mean? Get Hutch a break, and then Moore is, he can bull rush and he can get to the passer as well. So I like that they manipulated the draft, Doug. You're right, but they know what they were missing and weak on, so they went after it.
I mean, Derek Moore he's bigger than I thought. He's 6'4", 255. Obviously had a really nice season for Michigan with the 10 sacks, but he got banged up a little bit during the season too, right? He didn't play.
He did a little bit. I mean, he came. Derek Moore's one of those guys. Jimmy Roller's the one that kept getting hurt. Every time Roller got it rolling, he'd get banged up again.
And still led the team in tackles.
Yeah, and his stepdad played in the NFL and coached him since he was a little guy. Versatile athlete, was actually an Illinois baseball commit before he switched over to football full time. And
that's Rolder.
Rolder, yes. Yeah. Derek Moore is one of those players that was a really good guy off the bench behind the Josiah Stewarts of the world, and then he got more opportunity last year and had a 10-sack season. Really good at getting the quarterback off his spot. Even when he didn't get home, he a lot of pressures in getting the quarterback out of the pocket.
What I like about him is I think he's got that size, he's got the closing speed as an edge rusher, but he's got a little edge. Like, he plays mean. He plays with violence. And I think that is something that is quite appealing to Dan Campbell and company.
248-539-9797. Let's get right back to your phone calls. David in Brighton, you're on 97.1. Hello, David.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
Okay, so this is David Grigg. There's a lot of Davids out there, so I put it out there. Second thing, I'm doing Champ and Chump. Chump, Jack Flaherty. Period. He cost him the game, I would say. And Champ, I would say Torkelson.
Flaherty's gone through a rough spot here. He had the 6-walk outing a couple days ago. I guess his previous start. They got knocked around again. They got to sort something out with him, and maybe as guys start to get healthy.
He wasn't finding the strike zone, and that got him in trouble. And then he had to really concentrate on throwing the strikes. And when you're throwing strikes in that ballpark, it's going to be a problem if you're not just picking like corners. If you're throwing it down the middle, you're going to get killed, and he got killed.
Yep. And Torque getting a lot of votes for Champ, which will happen when you hit a home run every game for 5 straight games.
It is really remarkable. I think it was Wednesday's show.
Mm-hmm.
We did the show the day before we went out to the remote, and we're like, I don't know, man. What are they going to do? What are they going to do with Torkelson if he continues to struggle? And we'll go going back and forth on it. Like, look, it's still early.
Still early. He's going to get some time.
I know that I think it was Rieger had proposed. What about sending the minors? I'm like, it's not going to happen.
I remember we got a text that day saying, how can they not have somebody better? And I said, well, you got to keep in mind, they think the odds of Torque coming through are still greater than a call-up coming through. And remember, he like pinch hit in the game, and somebody said, I can't believe they pinch hit him there. Can't believe it was against Boston, maybe. Can't believe they put Torque into pinch hit there. And again, you go back to, well, they think he has a better chance of success.
And I said, he's a guy that can get hot, maybe hit 3 home runs in a week or whatever. Did not expect him to go yard, 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 mix in a few doubles in there, and have the 9 hits in his last 6 games, and walk 3 times during that time as well. He got back on track in a hurry, and I want to give credit to Dan Dickerson because he saw it a little bit earlier. I think it was in a Red Sox series. and Torque had hit a couple balls to right field.
Mm-hmm.
And when hitters are struggling, that's one. If the right-handed hitter is struggling, it's one of the things that they try to do is, okay, let's take the ball the opposite way. Let's stop being pull happy, or let's go up the middle a little bit more. And even though they were outs to right field, it was getting in a better place. And then, sure enough, he's killing the ball. And Bobby Scales even said on the broadcast, the TV broadcast, he's like, I think it was a TV broadcast. He said, what I see with Torque is he is not opening that hip quite as much to where he's pulling off the ball and everything is going to go into the netting along left field side. He's keeping that hip more straight with in line with center field and not opening it up, and it's paying dividends. And now instead of pulling that ball foul, he's hitting it over the wall in left center field.
One thing with Torque that you have to remember is that he is going to strike out a lot. That is going to be, unfortunately, that's just part of it. But he's also going to walk a lot. And he was walking a lot throughout the slump, but he wasn't making hard contact. And then finally, he got back to the other thing that we think he's going to do a lot, and that is hit home runs and be able to give him 25 to 35 home runs. And that's where his value really lays. And when we always talk about water finding its level, when you go through a really, really bad slump, but you think a guy's going to bounce back, they bounce back by getting insanely hot for a stretch as well, and that's where Torque is right now.
Well, as a team, their team OPS, remember where it was a couple weeks ago?
Yes.
It was horrible.
Yes.
Now it's 750. That's robust. It's top 5 in the league, if I'm not mistaken.
Where are they in home runs? Remember they weren't hitting any home runs?
Well, they got 31 now in 29 games, so that's a big correction. Where is that in baseball?
I bet it's upper half.
It is. It's got to be. I'm sorry. It's individual. Damn it.
We'll let you know because we're up against the break.
Bad.
But get your phone calls and feedback in, Champ and Chump. Pistons, what's gone wrong? Is it fixable? What's gone wrong? Is it fixable? Interested in your diagnosis of what you've seen so far. Detroit and Orlando. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. 248-539-9797. You know, just a couple of things here, Tiger related, before we get back to your phone calls and feedback. We were talking about how they stuck with Torque, and Torque, finally got back to what he's capable of, rewarding the organization. I mean, they weren't going to do anything drastic, but people, why do they keep parading him out there? We get those calls and those questions, and the answer is always the same, because they still think he has a better chance of success than the alternative, and eventually he showed why. Another thing, the Howie Lee home run yesterday, it was another example of pinch hitting for Colt Keith in righty-lefty situations. Happened with Jahmai Jones the week before, now Howie Lee, and we went through a stretch there where every time Colt Keith got pinch hit for, criticism flowed in. Worked out well yesterday.
It did. And if you saw the home run, it was kind of funny how, well, it was awesome because he was so jacked up hitting his first ever Major League home run. He had the little jump, skip, step between first and second base, and he's cranking through the bases, and Gleyber Torres is rounding third, and he's looking back at him, and he's hot on his heels. He said, hey, slow down, man. Slow down. Mm-hmm. And then even Joey Cora, the third base coach, he's like, slow down. And then he gives him the hand at the side to give him the high five, if you will, or the side five.
Right.
And how Lee just nearly took his arm off with it. He was so jacked up, which is really cool to see.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We've got Jordan in Ann Arbor next. Hello, Jordan.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Okay.
I know you guys are talking Pistons. What's gone wrong? Can they fix it? I don't think they can fix it. I think what's wrong is that they don't have the guys on the team that can go out and drop 20 points. Like the Magic have 5 or 6 guys on this roster that could go out tonight and score 25 points, and I wouldn't even be surprised with guys like Bane, Banchero, Wagner, even like Anthony Black for them coming off the bench. And for the Pistons, I really only see Cade. And then obviously Duran's been nowhere to be found for the whole series.
The Duran thing is weird. And it because he is a guy that I felt like would totally be able to go drop 20. And Tobias can do that too. But the bottom line here is the production that has been there for Jalen Duran in the regular season, he's been a no-show. And it's hey, Jalen, join the team at that end of the floor. Maybe his defense gets him going, but I put it on JB more right now. It's certainly not Duran's without blame here, but Coach, you got to get this guy going. You got to figure out what worked in the regular season that produced so many lobs and so many easy baskets for him near the hoop. And yeah, Orlando deserves some credit for it, but
well, they do. But it's the lack of fundamentals that this team is possessing right now. They're not sharing the ball as well as they have. Mm-hmm. They're not taking care of the basketball. They're turning it over like crazy. They're not boxing out, whether it's inside or on these long rebounds, because Orlando is missing way more shots than the Pistons are. But they're grabbing these offensive rebounds and keeping possessions alive. And they're also getting the free throw line. And that's something that they do, and it's something the Pistons do as well in terms of Pistons put teams on the line. So that's not a good recipe right there when you're putting a team on the line that likes to get to the line, because that's how Orlando can stay in games and take over games, and that's what's happened here.
I feel like Jalen Duran's hemorrhaging money right now. Like, he was possibly due for a huge extension, especially makes an All-NBA team, and he's been completely non-existent. Well, not completely. I mean, he showed up yesterday with the 5 blocks. But offensively, he's been completely non-existent. And I know I've said this, you can't just dump the ball down to him and let him go to work like an old school center or post-up guy back in the day. But he somehow scored, 18, 19 a game during the regular season. Whatever you were doing back then, you got to find a way to get back to that. And the rebounding aspect, he's yet to register a double-digit rebound game. He averaged almost 11 during the regular season. The biggest problem last game was Wendell Carter had 17. You cannot let Wendell Carter get 17 rebounds in a playoff game.
Yeah, and Banchero had 12. They had 2 guys in double digits.
Inexcusable.
Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Home runs, or was it OPS you were looking up? Where did the home runs and OPS, where did the Tigers rank?
So for OPS, the Tigers were Sorry, because you had me moving off this.
My bad.
They were 6th in OPS in Major League Baseball, 3rd in the American League behind Houston and the Yankees. As far as home runs concerned, they are 13th in all of baseball with the 31 home runs. But I'm guessing to go into that series, they were probably closer to 20. They hit a ton of home runs over the weekend, which is good to see. Interesting little fun fact here. Directly ahead of them with 33 home runs apiece are the White Sox and the Twins in the same division.
248-539-9797. Mark is in Flint and next. Hello, Mark.
How you doing?
What's up?
Well, look here. I'm looking at the Pistons, and my rationale for them is during the regular season, they utilize the whole bench. They're only going so far right now and not letting guys sit on the bench like Sasser and the other guys. You got Lanier, who's a shooter. You don't even put the guys in the game. If the guys on the floor not producing, use the bench.
Well, they didn't use Chaz Lanier all season long, basically, and I feel like Sasser was somebody they used occasionally, but down the stretch, we didn't see him a whole lot. But Ron Holland rode the bench the entire game on Saturday, and Ron Holland has been the guy. He's played a lot this year, and for him not to play a minute on Saturday is a little head scratching.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. You got guys that remember the regular season they utilize the whole bench.
Yeah, well, they used 6 guys off the bench on Saturday.
Well, that's, come on, I'm talking about the whole team, man. It's team basketball, not 6 guys.
No, but you're saying they're not utilizing the bench. I'm saying they used 6 guys off the bench. They had 11 players total that played.
Yeah, but they didn't even give the guys some playing time. You put the guys there about a minute, then yank them right out. But right now, like you said earlier, they don't have the caliber of players that they really need. They need some more beef, man. They need some, because Duran can only do so much, and B. Stu is too busy getting into trouble all the time. And they got a guy 6'11" sitting on the bench. They don't even play Smith. They don't even play the guy.
Okay, Tolu Smith is not the answer, man. I'm sorry, but if you think the answer is Tolu Smith,
I like Tolu Smith to come off and play like 2 minutes.
I thought my man was going to give us a Paul Reed take there, and Paul Reed may be forcing himself between Duran's ineffectiveness and Paul Reed giving him 7 minutes, 5 points, and 3 quick fouls might be an issue. But he came off the bench and provided a little spark. But dude, Tolu Smith ain't the answer.
No.
But could they be in a situation where they need to go with Paul Reed over Duran in some critical moments?
Well, I think moving forward, obviously there's nothing to do now in terms of adding a player. But for next year's team, I think they're going to have to actually find somebody who has legitimate size and can also be on the floor and not just, somebody they just have. Oh yeah, we got Tolu Smith on the bench. No, they need somebody who's big. You look at this. This is a bad matchup with the Pistons because they've got a front court. All 3 guys are 6'10". Orlando 6'10" or 6'11". It's a bad matchup for the Pistons.
Feedback coming in regarding the Lions and the draft from an unnamed texter. The Lions did a great balancing act to me. Here take 2 and 3, 2, 1. Lions did a great balancing act to me here. They drafted many needs, but I think every guy has massive upside. Punctuation can help when I read that. But anyway, Derek Moore feels like one of the guys that Green Bay or Baltimore would draft, and he would end up being a great pass rusher. That's from LV. From an unnamed texter, 5th-round pick, wide receiver Kendrick Law, Kentucky is going to be a sleeper. His combine stats and measurables were good, plus he didn't get targeted enough at Kentucky. He's an interesting dude. He started his career at Alabama and seems like a tough wide receiver, a guy who breaks tackles, takes his hits.
Brad Holmes said he thought he looks like more of a running, like he's built like a running back.
Yep.
And has good speed.
I always like guys like this too. His dad was a high school coach. His dad played college football and was a high school coach. A lot of times, sons of coaches gotta have next level sort of intellect in terms of what they bring to the field. But he's an explosive player. And it feels like he's got the resume of a diamond in the rough. Kind of lost in the wash at Bama, transfers to Kentucky. Not a great school. His biggest games, though, came against Georgia and Tennessee. His biggest games in the SEC. He killed Tennessee Tech, too. But his biggest games in the SEC came against Georgia and Tennessee. So, he showed up in some of their big games. Interesting pick, and I think this person might be right. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Yeah. Yep. Look, I think it was the uncharacteristic play through the second and third quarter that really cost this team. Not what happened at the end there with Franz Wagner. And the Banchero back iron straight up in the air, miracle three. Yeah, those things sucked, but the Pistons uncharacteristically, and one of the things that Orlando has nothing to do with, Detroit didn't box out on the offensive end, on the defensive end. Orlando got too many offensive rebounds. In fact, they got one in the fourth quarter with Wendell Carter with about a minute to go. That was huge. He ended up getting fouled, making free throws. But Detroit, that has nothing to do with Orlando. And what they did in the regular season that got them there is we never questioned their effort. Rarely, I should say. We rarely questioned their effort. We rarely question their desire. We rarely question their attention to detail. In fact, we praise them for their attention to detail. And the bottom line here is, if you take that away, I'm not sure who the Pistons are. They have got to be the same squad that they were during the regular season to give themselves a fighting shot. Because we'll get these calls all the time, and I don't know if these people are wrong. Orlando's got 4 of the 5 best players on the court. Yeah. Okay. But Detroit as a team all season long played better than anybody in the East. Why? The parts fit together. They knew their roles. There was never a question about the minor details. They did it all to an elite level. You know, a guy called earlier and said, last segment, I don't know who can give the Pistons 20 other than Cade. Look at all the guys from Orlando. Yeah. Like, we can do all these, zero in on these little facts that Orlando could be better at Detroit at this, better at Detroit at that. Yeah. But what made Detroit special was that they played well together as a team and they did the little things. And you start to question, if they're not doing the little things, well, then what are they?
Well, you got to do little things. Little things matter.
There's gonna be a lot of teams in the league that have an overall more talent on paper than the Pistons.
Mm-hmm.
But no other team should be more physical than the Pistons, right? And the bully here is usually the Pistons, and they're getting bullied. And that should not happen. Beef Stew, he wasn't even healthy last year in the first round. This year he is.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of your physical guys right there that plays defense, right? Ron Holland didn't play at all last game. They got to get back to leaning on what got them here, and which is, you're right, Doug, playing as a team as a whole and a whole team defensively and putting pressure on the other team. It's not happening so far. It's happened too rarely.
248-539-9797. Also, your favorite and least favorite Detroit Lions pick from the draft as they are rolling in, and it does feel like a bit of a different approach from Brad Holmes. Regarding that, from Drew, I'm ecstatic that they addressed the supposed positions of weakness with the first 2 picks. Whether Miller or Moore were people's preference, you cannot argue with the plan. I personally had hoped for Moore in the second round, so I was very pleased. I love the Rolder and Abney picks too. From Dre, favorite pick for sure is Keith Abney. Was my 3rd corner in the draft after Delane and Terrell, not including McCoy. 5th round is crazy value. There's no pick I really dislike. Maybe Rolder instead of Kyle Lewis, but Rolder fits the Anzalone-sized hole in the defense better.
Well, Rolder, that's one. I think there's a risk to it, but it also seems like there could be some high reward to that.
I said this about Rolder last week, and that is Jimmy Rolder felt like a guy to me that had he come back, he would have easily been a top 2-round pick. But he needed a stretch of good health and put a bunch of stuff on tape. And I thought his jump to the league surprised me a little bit. But, I mean, he obviously was good enough to get drafted. But I thought he was trending to be a top 1st or 2nd round pick.
They were talking about him. Brad Holmes is saying that this guy can contribute special teams right away, which is, I think it's something when people hear that, they go, oh, great, special teams. But, I mean, 4th round pick, contribute on special teams, and I think this just means Malcolm Rodriguez would be ahead of him on the pecking order when it comes to the linebacker room, but he's got an opportunity to earn a spot. And if he ends up being better than Malcolm Rodriguez or better than Derek Barnes, great. But if not, then at least they have somebody on special teams they like.
248-539-9797. Don in Phoenix, I texted earlier that my champ was Brad for the Keith Abney pick. Dude will be a better version of what Amik Robertson was. So Don's in Phoenix. So I saw him play out there at Arizona State. Pick I love, Blake Miller. Strong, athletic, plays a position of need. Hank Fraley will turn him into a Pro Bowl right tackle. Pick I don't love, Tyree West. Meh. I mean, look, I'm with you. 7th round pick, so I'm not going to throw a hissy fit here. 7th round pick, that's almost everybody in the 7th round is probably under the category of meh. There's a reason they're still on the board in the 7th round. So I'm not mad about it. I'm not quite sure what a rotational edge rusher from Tennessee is going to be able to provide at the NFL level. But as you mentioned, he's got the body type and
he's not 290-pound guys typically aren't lined up outside.
Don't forget the Arc of Ponds. Jets took him with our pick. They traded for more. Don't forget the Arc of Ponds. Oh, you're saying, okay.
D'Angelo Ponds.
Okay, so we were talking about.
He went 50.
Yeah, how they traded up and they didn't want to let Derek Moore fall into anybody else's hands. And they liked him more than the other edge rushers available at the time.
Which was Zion.
Zion Young, Gabe Akis were the next two that went in. Like Zion Young went with the next pick, and I think Akis went the next 10 somewhere. And yes, they did. D'Angelo Ponds is a player we loved.
We do. And he's also a player that the national pundits are loving and going to the Jets because they say that's basically he's Aaron Glenn. He's the new version of Aaron Glenn when Aaron Glenn played in the league back in the day, which was good.
Champ Torkelson, we need his bat in this lineup. Chump, Jalen Duren, I'm convinced he's only 6'6" at this point. It needs to step up before it's too late. That's from Brian.
Well, everybody's coming down on Jalen Duren. Let's hope it has the same effect on him that everybody coming down on Spencer Torkelson had on Torque.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the Duren disappearance is one of the big reasons we're sitting here today. And when they got him 2 lobs in the first 6 minutes of the game, I'm like, okay, that's a big part of what he brings to the table. And when they're doing that, that frees up players to get to the basket too. When somebody starts down the lane and you see the steps being gathered by Duren for a lob and people collapse on him, well, then you just take the ball to the rim. People will part like the Red Sea because they're going to throw a lob, and then they don't. So, it just hasn't. I mean, were those the first 2 lobs of the series?
Well, they've attempted a bunch of lobs. They just haven't converted.
I predict that Kendrick is going to lay down the law for the Lions. Watching some tape, he looked like a man against boys once he got the ball in his hands. Could be a future Pro Bowler if given a shot. That's from Rob in Ann Arbor. I view this Lions draft similar to last year's. Underwhelming. Blake Miller will struggle all season, just like Tate Ratledge did last year, and Derek Moore will have as much impact as Tyleik Williams. That's from Jim.
Wonder why sour on Blake Miller. What makes you think he's not going to?
I mean, he did make a statement of fact. He will struggle. He didn't give a reason why he thinks he's going to struggle. I mean, it could be as easy as because rookies can have their share of struggles. The good news is
there's also no guarantee he's going to start from day
Borum,
one.
They've got a guy that they can start and play adequately enough at the right tackle. They've made that clear that they believe in Larry Borum. So if Blake Miller is having his struggles, then Larry Borum might be the guy as Miller sorts it out. And as far as Derek Moore, I mean, maybe we see way more snaps for DJ Wanham than Derek Moore as Derek Moore figures it out. I mean, I think it's fair to temper expectations for rookies. So we'll see how this plays itself out. Abney will be the second best player in our draft class behind Miller. A lot of love coming in today for Keith Abney. Corner, Arizona State. 5th round. 248-539-9797. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. We're talking Pistons. What is the problem, and can it be fixed? What do you see? Team's down 2-1. Massive game tonight, game 4. Tigers have the day off before they open a series in Atlanta. Atlanta, the best start in baseball at 20-9. So that feels kind of big. Tigers first place right now at 15-14. The 4-9 start has long been forgotten.
Yes, and it's heartbreaking loss on Friday night. What could have been. It sucked in the moment. I was bummed, but at the same time, I was like, well, they came back and did what they did, so whatever. The rotation setting up against Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
Atlanta can't be happy about this. I mean, Casey Mize is pitching as well as anybody.
Yep.
And then they got Skubal and Valdez to finish up. I like the Tigers' chances of being in these games.
Plus, your thoughts on the draft. What was your favorite and least favorite draft pick? What did you like most? What did you dislike about what the Lions did over the weekend? It's Carson Anderson, Champ and Chump votes. Get him in 97.1.
Weather is changing for the better. Yeah, we're getting a lot of rain, which means the grass is going to be nice and green, but you want to make sure that it stays green and stays lush. Call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service today, where you get green and you'll stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is a telephone number, and you get green and stay green, and you'll save green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month, you get the early bird discount. Now, Natural Way has been around Michigan since 1990. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee, which is awesome. And they've been at my house for like a dozen years. I totally trust Natural Way, and I think you should too. Look, fertilization, aeration, weed control, disease control, so much more. These are the services that they offer. And for greener grass and fewer weeds, early treatment is the key. They've got programs that are designed to strengthen the turf, improve the color, and, of course, control those weeds. If you start seeing dandelions, and I'm starting to see some dandelions around the neighborhood, those are people that don't have Natural Way. They take care of those dandelions, and that's key. But again, starting early is most important because it's easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix a problem. Call right now, 888-GET-GREEN, and for a limited time only, you purchase a full-on program, you'll get free grub control, but you got to mention my name, Gator, and the station 97.1. Again, 888-GET-GREEN or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Car Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Hope you had a great weekend. Bunch of Champ and Chump votes rolling in. Text to get caught up on. Let's get back to your phone calls, however, first, as we go to Tom in Macomb, who's on 97.1. Hello, Tom.
Hello.
What's up?
Yeah, I don't think you guys are, when you talk about addressing needs, the Lions fans were looking for an edge rusher opposite Hutch. In Holmes' presser, he said, and I quote, Hutch takes a lot of snaps. So to have another body to spell him in rotation is important. We don't need bodies for competition. We don't need bodies for depth. We need the defense to be upgraded. I think the move to be made was to move up to grab Bain, who's a day one starter at edge.
Well, they think that Wanham, who they signed in free agency, is going to provide plenty on the other side, and I would imagine that in due time they would expect Derek Moore to develop into being the guy who's going to start.
And if you did what you suggest, Tom, then they wouldn't have had Blake Miller.
Okay, what are we talking about with Blake Miller? Blake Miller led a 105th rushing ranked offensive line for the Clemson Tigers last year in 2025.
Yeah, but did he do his job is the question you have to ask when you look at the film.
I don't know. Sources that covered the team were surprised that his stock moved up like it did because he wasn't considered an anchor or a standout on that line. And in the 4 years that he was there, I think they were like 63rd at best at rushing the ball. So he's a developmental guy. And is Larry Borum not probably better starter ready than Blake Miller?
He might be. Time will tell on Blake Miller. He wasn't a home run draft pick, but the physical traits, the athleticism, the durability, they like all that stuff, and they think he can get better. And as they pointed out, Tom, and watching the arc of players' careers, he was getting better each and every year, and they think he still can get better than what he is. I mean, you don't like the guys as much, but they did address two needs. And if you don't like the guys, then that's fine. You're not going to have your mind changed, I suppose. It's
not about liking or not liking the guys. They have to play out, right? But on everybody's big board, Blake Miller was on average late second round.
No, he wasn't.
No, he wasn't.
26th. Yeah, 26th. If you average out everybody's from Kuipers.
26 is the first round.
Late first round. Did I say second? I apologize. Late first round. So we reached on Blake Miller. All I'm saying is we had the 5th ranked offense in the league last year, correct?
It depends on what you're using. Are you using scoring offense? Are you using total offense?
Total offense, yards per carry, everything. I mean, so if we don't draft Blake Miller, are we not able to score 28 points a game? What's been the bane of the Lions' existence over the last 3 years? It's been their defense.
Yeah, I mean, five of their next 6 picks were defensive players.
And the success of the team has been the offense, and the offensive line specifically, which they've had to rebuild because guys
Decker
retired.
left.
Yeah.
Decker's gone. Okay? They needed to replace Decker. And the foundation for their offense success is the offensive line. You clearly don't like Blake Miller, and that's fine. They like Blake Miller. They believe in Blake Miller. That's what they decided to do. They weren't bringing back the same offense. They were bringing back an offense with an upgraded center, and they still want to be better at the right tackle spot. And they brought in somebody to compete with Larry Borum. And my suspicion is that Blake Miller will win that job. But, you would have rather gone Bain and somebody else. That's fine. I'm not mad. I'm not a big Bain guy. I like Akeem Messidor a ton. They didn't go with him, but I don't think what they did was nonsensical. Obviously, the caller thinks it was nonsense.
Yeah, like I said, there's plenty of opinions. I'm not going to shoot you down for it. That's your opinion to have. I liked Monroe Freeling, but I totally understand the appeal of Blake Miller with the longevity and the consecutive starts and all the snaps that he had, and it seems like he could be plug and play, and we'll see what the competition brings out of him with Larry Borum and vice versa, and who wins that right tackle spot.
One thing that I don't get particularly mad about anymore is when he says, well, he averaged 26th on and they took him at 17.
Yeah, Jermon McCoy was supposed to go, on average with the mock drafts, he was supposed to go like 17.
Yeah.
Or 19, somewhere in that range. And where'd he go? First pick of the 4th round?
Yeah, I mean, the guy was projected as a first-round pick. They took him in the first round. They didn't pick at 26. And they got one call about trading back, but it wasn't enough, and they didn't think it was worth the risk. Would it have been better to trade back, get more draft capital, and still get Blake Miller? Yeah. Brad said they got one call about it and decided it just wasn't worth it. Let's go to Paul next on 97.1. Hello, Paul.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
The last caller is the classic call that you get. I don't know what he bases everything on. It's not factually based, okay? In terms of Blake Miller, I mean, if you look and read everything that they said about the guy, he absolutely fits exactly what they need, want, and will have as a right tackle for the Lions. I don't understand how you can call in, and again, I get opinions. Don't get me wrong. I totally understand opinions, but he was so adamant that this was a bad pick, and here's the reasons why, and none of them were factually based. I mean, if you look at what they said about the guy, he's actually a great choice for the Lions based on what he's going to do, his size, his RAS score, everything that they went through.
Let's get specific to what you're saying, since we're getting into this deeper end of the pool. What they asked the right tackle to do last year was to pull a lot and to get out in space in the screen game, which means you have to be athletic, you have to be able to move for your size, you have to be effective in the open field. That's what they got Penei Sewell to do, who is a dancing bear. Blake Miller is, the scouting report says he's good at all of those things. Now, he's not going to be Penei Sewell, but he's capable of doing the same things that Penei Sewell could do. And so, maybe not as effectively, got it, understood, but that's why when you say he's a good fit, that's exactly what you're talking about.
Well, exactly. And was anybody expecting to draft Penei Sewell at that point in the draft? Anyone that was thinking that is nuts. This guy fits perfectly to allow him to move to the left. And when you go through all of the athletic thing, and again, I'm only going off of what I read, right? I'm probably no smarter than the next guy on it, but when you read what they say he can do, he's the perfect fit for the Lions at that spot. And then you take into account all the things that they said, right? He only missed one practice. He never missed the game. He was a starter from game one. Dabo said, this guy was built in a lab. God created him. I just don't understand how you can sit here and definitively say, oh, man, wow, what a bad pick. He shouldn't have been taken there, and I would have gone with my guy.
That's it, because everybody's going to have their own narrative, and when you see that Ruben Bain is slipping and slipping and slipping, and after 14 picks, Ruben Bain hasn't been picked yet, and someone feels like they desperately needed to get an edge rusher, and here's Ruben Bain, who was a consensus top 10 pick, go get him, and they didn't. They let the draft play out, and they took the offensive tackle Blake Miller ahead of taking Monroe Freeling or Max Ahanicher or others.
What they did wasn't illogical.
No.
Going right tackle at 17 and the player they took at 17 wasn't illogical. Derek Moore, not illogical. The caller treated it like it was. That's fine. But I think it makes a ton of sense. Only time will tell.
I think it's interesting if we'd gone back and looked, now that we know what it is. You've got the combo the Lions took in first and second round of Blake Miller and Derek Moore. Would people rather have Monroe Freeling and Zion Young?
Well, those were more popular mock draft picks. But
this is where you got to trust Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell to make the right picks.
We love the mock draft, but it is an exercise. It is not Bible.
No.
And if anybody finds it hard to believe, given the way that we treat mock drafts, we know they're just exercises.
Yeah, I just looked up. They had I was erasing some old emails, and they had the first pick of the second round.
Yeah,
what the odds-on favorite was going to be was Caden McDonald. The guy who went first in the second round,
the Stribling kid,
was nowhere on the list of odds-on favorites.
Nowhere.
You could have won some serious money if you'd bet.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback. What did you like? What didn't you like about the Lions draft? Just got a call from somebody who didn't like something. And we'll get to your phone calls and feedback next, plus Pistons talk as well. Champ and Chump on a Monday, 97.1.